It's been only 81 days since the Virtual Endurance Championship held its finale at the famous 24 Hours of Le Mans, but it's already time to go racing once again. We travel across Europe to Monza, around 30 kilometres north of Milan. The Temple of Speed will host its third VEC race, all of which have been season openers. With a last lap pass here last season and the first ever championship sealed on a tiebreaker at the end, Season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship has a lot to live up to. Hello everybody, my name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Cameron Roger here for the opening part of this race and the opening part of Season 15. Cam, the anticipation is as high as ever and we're ready to go racing once again.
We certainly are, and what a great track to start the season as well. As you said, we had a great race here last season, so I'm expecting the same. We also have the three classes continuing with the DPI, the LMP2 and the GTE as well. So about 40 cars on the track, getting you excited for this season opener. We got 2 extra races this season as well. We had 6 last year, while we are up to 8 with some new tracks coming in as well. So yeah, it's going to be a great season and can't wait to get started.
Absolutely, and it all starts here as it did last season at the 6 Hours of Monza, and it all gets a second race at the 8 Hours of Spa as well. We've got the same opening couple of races to what we had last season. Here is the schedule on the bottom of your screen. Got Laguna Seca coming up as well. That's going to be a little bit of chaos, but who doesn't mind that? Down in December. We've got the first 12-hour race for 5 years at Daytona. Then we go to Road America again for the second season in a row. Road Atlanta. And then a mystery race before the 24 Hours of Le Mans with a special event little before that one. So a lot to look forward to here in Season 15. And a great schedule, I've got to say. There's a great variety on that with the little American leg in the middle back to Europe for the end. Yeah, it's a nice little work schedule and lots of different distances as well, I can say, for all of these races. We go right from 4 hours all the way to 24 hours with plenty of things in between.
Yeah, we certainly do. That 4 hours of 6 hours of Laguna Seca is going to be very tricky indeed, as you say. With the classes that we've got this year, the DPI has had a little bit of an improvement as well, so it's a little bit faster, and as well as the LMP2 has a little bit more power than it did last year. So we've sort of spread out the classes a little bit, and that of course makes the overspeed even bigger, and therefore you need to be a little bit more careful with doing free track.
Certainly do, and that's going to be a discussion here today as these guys make their way around the circuit at the moment, just warming up for the next 5 minutes or so. Let's talk a little bit, and hopefully we see a bit less of that. Let's talk a little bit about those who are going to be running here in the DPI category. You mentioned it there, and the changes that have been going on. Currently looking at the pole sitter for this race, the Simframe Esports car of Gianluca Scalvini. They'll be ones to watch, of course, having taken championships in Season 13 and 14, however, never in the top class for formerly Waveframe Esports, now Simframe. It's the same team, really, just with a little bit of a different team name. But we were discussing just before we came on air here, Cam, about how this is possibly one of the most competitive top class seasons we've seen in quite a long time. There's a lot of familiar names from last season, a lot of familiar names from the world of sim racing in there as well.
Certainly, it's a very competitive field, especially in that DPI category. There's so many fast teams, so many fast drivers, and it's just going to be so tight between the teams that things like the strategy, things like the traffic playing is going to be very quick. And one thing that we are going to try this season is having a little bit of footage from the other divisions. So, of course, in VEC there's three divisions, and you can see them on your screen.
Yeah, there it is. 3 divisions indeed in this in the Virtual Endurance Championship. Once again, here as we've had for quite a long time now, really. We'll be checking in with the rest of them throughout. And speaking of Division 2, Valor Esports were initially put into there throughout the pre-season. However, since we have come out of that race, and they absolutely obliterated the field, to be honest, in the 2-hour race at Monza in Division 2, they've already been moved up to Division 1 here. And did very, very well in qualifying with a second place performance there in that one. They'll be ones to watch here in this season, and we'll see how they get on. But it's not been a bad opening for them in Division 1. Speaking of the promotion and demotion, we do have that system returning once again, and we have it on one more occasion here this season. I believe we'll be promoting and demoting the teams who do well and don't do so well 4 times across this season.
Absolutely. So every second race, so that is race 3, 5, 7, we will have the promotion demotion. So it'll be roughly 1, 2, maybe 3 cars from each division at the bottom end of sort of the standings. If that division will go up and down, obviously that depends on things like the behavior on the track and how many penalties they're getting. Because even if you win races or you're getting in the top 5 of your category, if you're causing carnage and you're spinning people around, then of course that gives you a potential option to go down as well. So this sort of ranking system that we have, or the division system I should say, is going to be working out very well. And as you are saying, Valet have they've taken that opportunity well. They've smashed it out in pre-season. I can say that Vince and Mazidis, 2 of the drivers in this car, they've done 700 laps each on the practice server, and I'm sure they've done other laps elsewhere. So they've been very prepared. And the only team really matching them on that driver count in the DPI is the Wanako car as well. So they've certainly put in a lot of effort and seems to be paying off so far.
Yeah, unfortunately for Wanako, though, it's not really paid off in qualifying. They were a little bit further down inside the top 10. There are 10 DPIs. I think they were 7th in that qualifying session. Just depends really what they're going to do on the race with their strategy. Really, we'll get into that a little bit more throughout the race, because I'm very aware we're about to start the formation lap, and we'll be getting underway for this race very, very soon indeed. So we look forward to that. But yeah, we'll have a full run through of the grid, and then we'll get this race underway, get the show on the road for season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. As we go down to the GTEs, a little bit of a discussion about these, I guess, Cam. The discussion is going to be about BOP between all the drivers again, because it always is. When are drivers ever happy? Never, really. But the top 5, I believe, were covered by Ferraris here at this particular race for the opener.
Yeah, they certainly were, and it's just one of those things. So the first of all, the LMP2 and the GT, both cars have basically received updates over the summer. So they are different cars to what we had last season. We got different tyres. The LMP2 as well has different suspension geometry and stuff like that. So a lot has changed for these 2 cars, and therefore, especially for the GTE field where we've got different chassis, the teams needed to have tested that and work out what the best car is. So what was good last season may not necessarily be good this season, especially with the fact that we've got completely new tyres. And that has meant that it seems, at least here at Monza, the Ferrari has turned out to be the best it was in pre-season, and it looks like here. But of course, this is on a low downforce track. When we get to the likes of Laguna Seca, when we get to Road Atlanta, some other cars are going to be factored into it. And of course, all teams had the same opportunity to choose the Ferrari.
Absolutely, and it was only for a few teams that they decided to go for that. So why not? But yeah, there we go. That's the way it's gone so far. But there's a long way to go. Of course, it's a long race, and so we'll see how it goes throughout the 6 hours of Monza here this afternoon. Plenty of discussion about what tyres these guys are going to be on as well, and we'll chat about that a little bit as we get underway. But we'll run through the grid when we get towards the formation lap here. Everybody just getting themselves ready, and there you can see all the drivers on the grid right now and getting themselves prepared for what is going to be quite a run down towards turn number 1. Now, in the pre-season race, the 2 hours of Monza we had just 1 week ago, we did see a lot of carnage down towards turn number 1, I think it's fair to say, and indeed over the start-finish line as well. We saw quite a lot of carnage, so let's hope that doesn't happen again. Gianluca Scalvini is going to lead them away, though, alongside Janssen Bintz for Valley Esports. Reigning champions Burst Esport will be starting from 3rd with Team Rookie Monsters alongside them. In 5th place, the recently crowned FSR World Champion Colin Spork, moving over to Race Clutch immediately and getting a top 5. Lorenzo Arisi is 6th for Simframe, along with Liam Rance just in 7th, and then Boya Milan in 8th. Then we get to the LMP2s with Adam Maguire in the John Lacey Esports car. RH Esports alongside them with Black Hawk Sancho behind, with Darius Andre driving the Visceral car in 4th. Mugen Sim Racing will be alongside Go Team Racing next, ahead of Armed Cyber. Then on-off racing, Charlie Rigo will be piloting that car from 16th. Moritz Mel will be just behind them for Go Team, ahead of Rick Van Earl. Henning Buller will be at 19th, ahead of Daniel Visner, just inside the top 20, previously a Virtual Endurance champion, of course, back in season 13. Undercover will be in that final position for the LMP2s. And then it's Adam Baldwin taking the pole for the GTEs. 2 more Ferraris behind them with Philip Drace alongside Nicola Pastore. Then Christian Pallison and Roy de Munich next, ahead of Henry Sinnick, just missing out on a top 5 there. the first Aston Martin, alongside another Aston Martin in the form of Kevin Yeager. Diogo Silva will be 8th ahead of Ramada Motorsports. Pedro Ramada, of course. Ruben Correa Alves just outside the top 30 for a returning Scuderia Leone team. Seawolf Net Race will be next ahead of Sim Racing for Holland. P1 Esport will be 13th in GT. A little bit disappointing from Jake Dessout, but I'm sure they're going to move through the field in the race. DX Droids are next alongside Seawolf Net Race, DX Droids and Visceral Esports, all who are way down the order after not qualifying throughout that race. So that is the grid here at the moment, and 37 cars getting themselves ready. 38 cars indeed, getting themselves ready for the race here. The tension will be building among the drivers now, and I have to say it's a little bit of a surprise on the front row between Scalvini and Binz, but it's good to see. And then we've got the rest of the field in behind as well. The tension really will be building among these drivers, and they'll be getting ready for 6 hours of racing here and getting quite worried about turn number 1 and 2.
Yeah, we did see a bit of a pile-up last season. Some say the worst start of season or a VEC season as well. So hopefully all these drivers can get through turn 1 nicely, as Jimmy Allison just gives them the last final words from the race director.
Not to crash, not to reverse, not to do anything stupid. This is a long season. That, good luck and have fun.
And
there we
certainly giving that final warning for
yes.
number 1, because we also saw a little bit of an incident in pre-season last week. So hopefully we don't see a repeat and everyone gets in the right gear this time, because the issue last season was one of the drivers started in 7th gear from the formation lap, trying to save a bit of fuel, didn't go down into 1st gear and didn't pull away from this 80km/h speed. But Ewan, yes, the start of the season is upon us, and let's go racing.
Indeed, let's go racing. The Virtual Endurance Championship about to get underway for the 15th time. An eagerly anticipated season on the back of one of the best the championship has ever seen. The DPIs return for their second chance, and it's a second chance for Burst Esport to retain their title. Plenty of teams and drivers trying to take it away from them as they go up towards the line for the very first time. 6 hours of racing at the Temple of Speed. And it's Gianluca Scalvini in control, and already a big slide from Michi Hoyer as he tries to get the jump from 3rd position. He's going backwards immediately though, as the front two go side by side down the front straight. Scalvini on the outside despite taking pole. It's Ballet Esports on the inside with Binz. Oh, very late on the brakes from Scalvini, who has to go across the curb, and it's going to be Janssen Binz for Valor Esports, who's going to take the lead out of turn number 2. The DPIs have gotten away cleanly, as side by side in the background and between some of the LMP2s. It's RAT Esports who have taken the lead here in this category, just a little bit further down, and it looks like we've had a relatively clean start.
We certainly have RAG there, as you say, taking the lead. That is important for them. I think the fact that the pole position being on the outside is obviously an advantage for the second driver there to be able to dive it down the inside. So certainly a great start to the season for them. And Adam Baldwin holding it out from the GTE category as well. So wonderful line GTEs start to come around this second sector. You already seen just in the foreground of that shot the 2 DPIs of Fernandez and Jozinski trying to come up through the field. It's certainly going to be a great season of racing, and it seems to have started fairly cleanly.
Yeah, Adam Baldwin getting away very nicely indeed. Champion back in season 12 of the GTE Championship, of course. And so he knows exactly what he's doing. Season 11, I should say. He knows exactly what he's doing, and pole position converted to a nice lead. But Janssen Binz has converted second place to first here in the opening moments of this race, starting on the medium tyres, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But you can just see visibly these DPIs are certainly quicker this year, more exciting racing hopefully as well between them. Not that it was boring last season, however it's going to be stepped up a level here this season as the battle for 4th just goes on down towards turn number 1. That was Lorenzo Arisi looking up the inside of Luca D'Amelio. He wasn't able to make it work down there into turn number 1. We've got to chat about Michi Hoyer a little bit, because in 7th place, just in the background of that shot there, it's not been a good start, and I can't say I really know what happened to him on that start.
Yeah, it looks like he tried to get a jump on Scalvini, but just ended up sliding out of the way. And of course, with all the other drivers planted and accelerating, you just get absolutely freight trained. So that's going to be, of course, a slightly difficult position. But there's 6 hours of racing, and you see there is a complete split between mediums and soft in the DPIs. So there's obviously some strategic options going on for the teams. The soft being that little bit quicker, but also not quite going as far into the race. We will definitely be seeing teams going for double stints at least, but whether they can go further than that or try some sort of undercut situation, we'll have to find out and wait to see what happens.
We will, and that will be something we get into a little bit more later on as the top 8 just getting away from the rest. By the way, DX Droids and Seawolf Net Racer made their way through the field, and so it's been a decent start in that respect, I suppose. They have gotten away, but they are a few seconds off the back at the moment. The GTs have been negotiated, and here they are at the moment. Adam Baldwin versus Philip Drace at the moment at the front of the field. This is NeveRacing.com. It's a bit of an interesting team, this one, really, Cam. It's a kind of a combination of people who were left teamless after Nigel Bellick's last season, and so Drace being one of them. They've got Christian Mikel as well. They've got plenty of drivers and plenty of talented drivers as well.
They certainly do, and yeah, obviously with Netflix expanding there just a little bit, the drivers needed to find somewhere else, and it seems like they've found themselves some good teams. It's NeveRacing.com. They've come some ways over the course of the last few months and really getting themselves in. But let's see if Drace for NeveRacing.com can get the slipstream down towards turn number 1. Adam Baldwin there doing his best to try and defend. You can see the slipstream is, of course, not quite as big in these cars, but once you get closer and closer, you do, and diving it down the inside potentially, but not quite close enough this time around. But we can definitely see Adam Baldwin's not going to be running away with this.
No, and the slipstream around here at this circuit is certainly going to keep everyone very, very close together indeed. And you can see that really with the top 2. I'm surprised, really, they've gotten away from the rest of the field quite in the way that they have here, because the slipstream is a really big factor at this circuit, and so it's difficult to get away sometimes. Baldwin is going to have his hands full, certainly, with Philip Drace just for the moment. And we'll see how he gets on with regards to just holding on to that position. Of course, Juice's Motorsport Club weren't able to replicate some of their previous seasons where they have won. Of course, they were only 7th in the standings last season. We'll be looking for another title here, and they've got a decent chance of doing so. Juice's Motorsport Club, with the way this is at the moment, they've got Polesny, Makayupi and also Sedlacek alongside Adam Baldwin. That is a very solid team, especially in the context of this GT Championship that doesn't contain the reigning champions, as we go back to the LMP2s with Roland Zooks trying to get through on the 38 car at the moment of Blackhawk Zancho, and Devin Brown into turn number 1, but won't be able to do it there.
No, that's an interesting car. That's this one of Devin Brown, as you say. It's Blackhawk Zancho now. So Zancho is obviously still around. It had an amazing season a couple of seasons ago. I remember getting a 1-2-3 at Le Mans with their 3 BMWs, but of course hasn't quite gone the way the last couple of seasons. But partnering up with Blackhawk, I think, is a very good decision, because that Blackhawk car was very fast last season as well. As Colin Spork has got through up into 2nd place in DPI.
He has. It was a nice move into Ascari, and I can't imagine that Scalvini really tried to fight with him for that one. And so Spork is through. Very interesting to see, actually, Spork move team immediately to Race Clutch after winning the Formula Sim Racing World Championship only last weekend with Netrex, who are also signed up and in the race here as an LMP2 team. I don't know if they're not in this race, but they are signed up for the Virtual Endurance Championship. Very interesting to see him move teams so urgently there, but clearly he wants to be at Race Clutch, and this is where he is at the moment. He's put a lot of work into this race as well, or maybe not as much as others, but he has focused on this race just a little bit, you can imagine, throughout the week.
Yeah, the Spork situation is very interesting indeed, because he's still only, I think, 17, 18 years old, something like that, still fairly young, and he's actually only been sim racing competitively, I think, for 2 years now. I think he started in 2020. So he's still got obviously a long way to go to get to his peak. So the fact that he's this fast already is very good indeed. He obviously was at a red line for quite a long time as well in 2021. and he went to NetRex and sort of the whole Unicorns of Love situation there, and now has gone to Race Clutch as well. But then a few people from the sort of NetRex group have gone to Race Clutch, so it's a very interesting situation with people moving around, and the future is very bright indeed. But he's already pulled away so much there from the Simfreen team, and is now really starting to chase down Valet.
Yeah, he's partnering, or one of his driving partners, Rory McDuff, in the Race Clutch car here, which I also believe is a new Race Clutch member. After was he at Night of Alex before? I think he might have been.
He was, so last season in the Le Mans Virtual Series, he was in the sort of Race Clutch Alpine team, was Rory McDuff, but I don't know if he was like officially there, but it seems like he now is after Night of Alex, disbanding.
Yes, not even 10 minutes into this race then, and we are into traffic already. Here around this circuit. There's a lot of GTs, 14 of them out there at the moment, and not that many DPIs, and they're a lot quicker than they used to be. They've caught the back of the GTEs a lot quicker than they have done back in the past, and so that is going to be a worry for everybody. Traffic not as easy as you might think around here, and so it's going to be very, very busy. Less than 10 minutes until we're already into the GTEs, and it's very, very surprising. Somewhat that we've already seen this. To be honest, it's going to be chaos.
Oh, it is, and that's just because the speed difference. There's almost 20 seconds a lap between the DPIs and the GTs, and you can work out with about a 1.5 minute lap. They're going to be lapping the GTs every sort of 5 laps or so, and over the course of the 6 hours, we're going to be doing a lot of laps. So there will be a lot of overtaking, and as you say, it's not easiest, as we have sim racing for Holland there, race winners quite often in the VEC, dear. But that is huge steering damage. They are going to really struggle to get back.
They're going to, really, really struggle. This is, oh dear, Andreas Kirley is going to struggle here dramatically. Oh my goodness. This is so dangerous. The LMP2s are... Yeah, here we are.
Seconds.
Code 80 is going to be called, and you can absolutely see why here, Cam, because this is exceptionally dangerous.
Yeah, that is... The rear left, I think, is completely towing inwards and just completely, making that car difficult to drive. I wonder if that was on his own, if Kirley made a mistake there, or if that was just some of the traffic coming through and getting very awkward through those. That's sort of on the exit of Lesmo 2, and it is possible for the prototypes to sort of dive it up the inside into Lesmo 2, but that, of course, can make it a very awkward situation.
It can do indeed. You just see even at 80 kilometers an hour, he's really struggling to get going. I did see, by the way, a couple of DPIs around him at the time. The DX Droids car of around. Oh, and I think he failed to held the brakes really. It was actually one of the one of the GTEs that also got involved within the 51 car of Pedro Ramada. The Porsche there, I think, was the other car that hit him. So it was actually GTE on GTE in the end. I don't think you can put too much blame on the DX Droids DPI there, although maybe.
Yeah, it's just so it's just such a difficult part of the track to make the overtakes, to be honest, because the prototypes really get stuck behind the, you literally lose 2 seconds if you get stuck behind GTEs there. So it's very, very important as you come back to a green flag that you make those overtakes safely, but also decisively, just for your lap time. But yeah, as you said there, Fernandez trying to get his way back with Jasinski, but obviously you got to do it safely as well.
You have indeed. And I'm afraid incident already. So first code 80 of the season, already 10 minutes here into this one. And so, yeah, it's a real shame for Andreas Kirley, who's down there in the pit lane now and getting repaired. So is Pedro Ramada. They've both got pretty heavy damage in those 2 cars, I'm afraid. Real shame for both of them. Kirley, by the way, is such an experienced driver. He's been endurance racing for nearly 20 years on wherever, on sim racing now, so he knows what he's doing, but unfortunately not his day today by the looks of things, as Giosinski just exercising a little bit of caution down towards the Parabolica. The Ferrari looked like a John Lacey Ferrari, just leaving him that little bit of room. It was indeed the John Lacey Esports Ferrari of Nicola Pastore, 3rd place at the moment for the team that finished in 3rd at the end of last season. And so Good to see them running well once again. But still in the lead, it's Valet Esports right now ahead of Colin Spork. But I've got to say that race clutch driver Colin Spork is really starting to close in a little bit here now. And Janssen Bintz is going to have a driver very close to him very soon, and he's going to have to do a lot of defending quite soon as well.
Yeah, certainly is. Spork was very fast on the practice server this week, and also Vince was as well. But Spork was often at the top of the server when I was on there practicing myself, and certainly that speed is showing. The interesting part here, I think, is also the difference between the two compounds of tyres. Vince is still being very fast on these mediums, but I wonder if just those extra couple of tenths a lap is also helping Spork stay with him. But of course, that is going to even itself out when we get towards these strategic situations, because you would assume drivers on the mediums would be going longer into the race, potentially having more consistent tyres. When we get a little bit more worn, those soft tyres will start to fall off a little bit quicker.
Yeah, as expected. We are expecting, by the way, there to be just over 9 stints here in this race today. So effectively 9 stints, but we're thinking they'll need a splash and dash towards the end here in this race. But whether you do go on the softer mediums, this is why we've had the tyre graphic up quite so much early on in this race, because it's very important with regards to whether you're going to be double stinting or triple stinting here in this race. We get the idea, we're getting an immediate kind of disparity here between Janssen Bintz, who likely is going to be saving a lap of fuel here or there. He's going to be triple stinting these medium tyres and making a couple of tyre changes in this race, whereas Colin Spork is saving no fuel at all. He's going absolutely all out, and he's only going to be double stinting those softs.
Absolutely, and that is going to be the big factor, because the tyre changes is 37 seconds. That's not a short amount of time, and when we're talking of stints around the sort of 25 lap region as well, that means you need to be over a second a lap quicker, a second and a half a lap quicker to make that 37 seconds back as well. So that's why this triple might work, but it just depends where the track position as well. And one reason why it's working for Bintz at the moment is because he has that track position anyway. So it's not like he's behind, he's already ahead, and that's just that extra bit of time that the guys behind are going to need to catch up. Talking of catching up, we've already got the LMP2s as well, so traffic could become a factor in this battle.
Well, we've got a little group of LMP2s actually off the back of the main pack here. Rick Van Earl is a bit of a cork in the bottle right now, and he's got Charlie Rigo, Salvador Zitiello, Henning Voller, Daniel Bisner, also Miko Koikowski at the moment, and everybody is just really well in the way as far as your DPI concerned, but just running their own race right now, and so this is going to be very busy indeed. I mean, the problem is you're going to get through these LMP2s, and by the time you do, the LMP2s have just got onto the back of the GTEs, so it's going to be really hellish now for the next couple of moments for these DPIs.
But Sport got a good run there through the Lesmos. He caught up a few car lengths, and now Bintz is going to have to be careful, because that's one thing. It's often said that it's better to be leading, because you get to obviously have a bit more choice in the traffic. As Sport there goes side by side through Ascari. That is a very good overtaking opportunity, but a little bit risky. You have to absolutely commit to it, and he's done so to stay up with Bintz there. But for sure, through those couple of Lesmos, Sport gained some, but then he lost it again through Ascari. So that is just the way that it goes. And this battle for the lead, I think, is going to go on for quite a while.
It looks like it will do. We've also had a change for the lead in LMP2 already in this one, and indeed in GTE. But LMP2 first, because John Lacey Esports with Anna Maguire are now towards the front. RAG have just been pushed back a little bit here, and so that's now just in that second place. A lot of medium tyres around here in the LMP2, so not too much to worry about with regards to these guys, but we're only expecting them to be about halfway through their stints at the moment already as well in this race, but they're beginning to make their way through the GTEs, and as you mentioned, Cam, just that little bit quicker, so maybe GTE traffic will be a little bit easier for them. However, they've got to look in their mirrors more, you might argue.
Yes, there's a few percent extra power from what we had in the LMP2 last year, so that should make it just that little bit easier for them to overtake the GTEs. But of course, it's still not easy. The pace difference isn't the biggest between them. It's only about 10 seconds a lap, so it's literally half the speed difference that the DPIs are on on the GTEs, and that can of course make it a bit more difficult. But you mentioned the medium tyres. Yep, with the tyre update that we had, double stinting the soft is very difficult indeed. And with that 37-second time, as we mentioned, you really need to be double stinting tyres. So therefore, the medium is the best option with that. We did see some drivers on the practice server going for the hards for the LMP2, maybe trying a triple, but no one in the top 8 doing that as yet.
Speaking of going on the hard tyres, Adam Baldwin has done that in the GTEs, and he's just lost the lead to Philip Drace. These guys are all going to be overtaken by the LMP2s very soon, but I thought I'd just mention that before we go back to the battle for the lead, because Koningsborg is very close to Janssen Bintz, and it's all getting very, very busy indeed. Is there going to be a dive here in towards turn number 1? Not on this occasion, and everybody just, Constantine is up. These DPI drivers, I've got to remember, Cam, that their brakes are a good deal better than the GTEs, and they've got to be careful chopping across the front of them like that.
Yeah, they certainly do. They need to be careful with where they're putting their car, because the overspeed is absolutely crazy. Some cars may not even see you coming if you're, freight training past 2 or 3 cars up towards the braking zone. Their mirrors are blocked by those cars that you're overtaking, as we're now getting up towards the LMP2 leaders already. The Valley car diving out the inside there, being also the R8G car into Lesmo 1, and Spork going to try and follow through as well, but then 3 wide coming towards Lesmo 2, and Spork manages to get through, as we saw the 3 classes going 3 wide, and somehow they are still all going, but Spork has definitely lost time there, and that just shows you how easy it is.
Well, it could. Oh, dearie me, as Bintz just has to weave around the GTC Ferrari there, just going down towards Ascari. My goodness, that was close. And you just saw there, the gap opened to a second now of Lesmo 2, and immediately it's closed up again, coming out of Ascari. And Colin Spork has now got a chance to go for the move here into Parabolica, as there's 3 and 4 wide in the background. Janssen Bintz just maybe going to go on the defensive a little bit. I think Spork just ever so slightly eased off on the way into Parabolica actually on that occasion, but he's not going to ease off into turn 1 by the looks of it. He's going to be right on the back rim at the moment, and going to look to make this move towards turn 1, although I feel like that GTE might just get in his way. He's going to be in the slipstream at the moment. Is he going to gain anything? Well, he's not really getting anywhere here right now, and he won't be able to go down the inside on this occasion, so we'll have to wait further. But thankfully for them, they are at least through the traffic now.
Certainly, that battle is getting close, but one thing I can tell you is the Valley car was one of the quickest in the straight line, and that's potentially helping them with their pace around here, because of course it's pretty much just 4 long straights with a few chicanes in the middle of them, and that can really help you indeed, as it seems that the Race Touch car wasn't able to use this slipstream to get past, so the traffic might be the place that they have to look, but that is of course a lot more risky.
It is indeed. Just want to go back to this battle a little bit, because they are in traffic still at the moment. The LMP2 leaders will be as well. Gerasimski very close indeed to the back of Juan Carlos Fernandez, but it's a little bit less packed up than it was earlier, because they have indeed got through on the LMP2s, who have all made it at the moment. I think remarkably, we haven't really seen phases like, we used to see phases like this in the race when we had the LMP1s back now 5 seasons ago was the last time we had LMP1s, and all 3 classes would be together at the same time on the second run through GTE traffic. Now that seems to be happening again here this season, and it's going to be, we always talk about the first run through traffic being the worst and the most dangerous, but it could actually be the second run through GTEs that becomes the most dangerous, because everybody is there together, never mind just 2 classes, there's all 3 all at once.
And that is where the drivers sort of earn their money as such, being able to react to what is happening around them and take the opportunities, because at the end of the day you don't want to be losing any more time in the traffic than you can, because you literally can lose seconds, but it's so difficult to then get those tenths back, so it's generally a position that you lose, as we're seeing the 2 Go Team cars here, P6 and P7 as it stands, and they've had a very good couple of seasons actually. They've really improved over the course of seasons sort of 13-14, and they have obviously dropped back a little bit, so to say, in terms of their position today, but I wonder how they're going to do over the course of the season, because they have got a few podiums here and there, and I think they are definitely ones to challenge if they can put a season together.
They got podiums on 5 out of 6 races last season. You've got to, and second place 3 times throughout the season. And indeed in the standings overall as well. They were the closest team ever to winning a Virtual Endurance Championship title without actually winning. they were on the wrong side of the tiebreaker that eventually led Waveframe Esports to winning the title last season. They were tied up. 3 teams were within 6 points of each other, by the way. It was a remarkable season. They were tied on points with Waveframe, as I mentioned, Go Team Racing, but they were on the wrong side of it. So second once again. So really disappointed for them. But they, as you said, they've gone from strength to strength. I remember back in, it was been season 13, now when they were really starting to rise to the fore. But the season that Vargas Sim Racing won and beat Burst Edge to the title that year, they were on the cusp of winning the 8 Hours of Spa, I remember, and that was kind of their moment where they were really made a step forward and really started challenging for these race wins, but they still haven't managed to get one. And it's a real shame, but we say it all the time, it surely is a matter of time for them before they do eventually get a win, because they're getting close so often.
But I think that just shows how competitive the VEC still is and continues to be, because they've been at that level for so long, but they haven't quite been able to get to that top step and consistently sort of had that race winning pace. But they've always been good, and I definitely am very happy with how this team has progressed over the last few seasons, because it was one of those sort of newer teams that came in, and of course it's quite difficult to struggle. I mean, I remember initially just getting into Division 1, was a good achievement, but now continuing from that and being able to challenge at the front is certainly that next step that a team needs to make. And they are looking in a pretty decent position. But of course, in these prototype categories and even in the GTs as well, I mean, it's just so close between all of the teams. It's very difficult to magically gain, 5 positions. You have to just slowly work at it over the course of the race.
You do indeed. As speaking of LMP2s, by the way, it's still pretty close between the 2 leaders right now, and that same could be said for all 3 leading battles, really. No more than 2 seconds in any of the leading fights at the moment. This is RHG versus John Lacey Esports, though, with Adam Maguire currently leading this race. Not too much to speak of in terms of the tyres we've already mentioned for the LMP2, so it's an all-out race at the moment between these guys. But although it has just spread out just ever so slightly more here, because we are, after all, not in the traffic anymore. Well, some of us aren't. Anyway, the real leaders of the overall race, I should say, are just making their way through on the Ramada Motorsport 51 car. The 52 of Sim Racing for Holland have also made their way out, but they're 3 laps down on the GT, 3.5 laps down really on the GTE leaders, and already with more than 5.5 hours to go, their race is almost ran from here.
Yeah, it's very difficult to gain that sort of time back, but of course, just seeing what happens. There's potential for collisions and things like that to happen as the race goes over, and you might still find yourself getting towards a points paying position if you are doing well. But it's just difficult because that GT field is so big, as it looks like Spork once again is getting closer and closer. But in the background as well, the Rookie Monsters car is also very close to the Sim Freem. So we've got a double battle here inside the top 4 at the front of the race.
Yeah, we do indeed. Plenty of fights going on in DPI and down the field as well, but they are just about to make their way through, and some more GTEs. Once again, we're getting to the phase of the race where they're a bit more spread out, so it's not quite as much chaos as before. But you mentioned earlier on that Sport might only have an opportunity to get through in the Valerie Sports car when they are going through traffic, and I do feel like he needs to, because I mentioned it earlier, he's on the soft tyres at the moment. Unexpected. Or it would be unexpected if he was to go 3 stints on that, whereas we do think that's going to be the case for the Valerie Sports driver. So I do feel like they do need to make their way through here. Cotton Sport needs to make his way through, but where is he going to be able to do it? In traffic may be the only choice.
Yeah, you're right. If there is the double versus the triple going on here, Sport does need that track position really to use the extra speed of the soft, because there definitely is a couple of tenths here and there if you can use it. But of course, he is not being able to, and it does seem that Vince is very confident and really showing that pace and all that practice is working out. And Sport once again gets in that slipstream coming up through the start-finish straight. Is he going to be getting any sort of run on that Valet car, or is that straight line speed of the Valet just working out? It looks like it is, as they're coming up to the P1 Esports Porsche there through turn number 1. and having to get them on the exit. But it seems that Sport once again just not quite in a position to make an overtake.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen with the Valor Esports car, to be honest, it's very quick in a straight line, really. It's quite difficult to get through for Sport right now as they just get towards the back of the GTC Race Centre Ferrari. It's Diogo Silva at the moment driving. So it could argue their star driver, but starting the race clearly indicates that he is certainly up there. But Sport just losing a bit of time through Lesmo 1, trying to get down the inside of that Ferrari. And that's just opened a bit of a gap between these two as we near half an hour already here in this race. We're only around 10 minutes from these DPIs making pit stops already here in this race, and so that will be in the back of their minds as they continue on. I just wonder whether Spork has had that in his mind throughout this race, whether he's not been overtaking purposefully so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's potentially a fuel saving thing. You might be right on that. Because in terms of the fuel with the DPIs, you mentioned about the splash at the end. With the amount of stints that you're doing, with saying it's going to be around 9 or so stints, if you save a lap of fuel every stint, that's 9 whole laps by the end of the race that you don't have to do. That's a lot of fuel. That's coming up for half a tank of fuel, about a third or so of fuel, and therefore that's a lot of weight or a lot of time, I should say, that you don't have to take on in that final splash at the end. So that is a very important sort of battle, and that potentially is a reason as well.
Just down the inside of the Sim Racing for Holland car that's also at the pit lane. We mentioned that earlier on. Andres Curley recovering for the famous Sim Racing for Holland team. They've been here for so many years now in the Virtual Endurance Championship, but have never won a title. They've won plenty of races in their time, but never the all-important championship. And I'm afraid it's not gotten off to the best start here at Monza either for them. So that's a real shame, because we've got a DNF down the field at the moment for one of the LMP, for one of the GTEs, I think. For Henry Sinek, the Moradus E-Stars cars attached to Satellite Racing, that's sort of Henry Sinek and Yumi Nisela in this car, but the Estonian, I'm afraid, back to the pit lane. It looks like a disconnection to me.
That's a shame. They also DNF'd in that pre-season race last week, so they've not had the best start to the season, as Sport, they're taking a very short line into the final corner. But yes, for sure, that car is not doing what they wanted so far in that 64 machine, and they're going to have to try and come back in a few weeks' time at Spa to try and just work themselves out and get towards the front in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, going to try and see if they can get back into it at least, but at the moment not looking too great. Not sure if it actually was a disconnection, by the way. It's not confirmed, but it looks like it to me. There's no damage on the car from what we could see. And so that tells you all you need to know, really, about what might have gone on down there for them. But a big shame. There's no doubt about that. Half an hour through the race then, 5.5 to go here at the 6 hours of Monza. It's the Virtual Endurance Championships opening round, and we've gotten off to a great start. There's been one big incident, of course. It's taken out Andres Curley and also Pedro Ramada as well from their respective cars, but for the most part it's been pretty clean racing so far, and that's what we came here for.
Certainly has, although the pole man Scalvini dropping down now to 5th place. The sister Simframe Esports car of Lorenzo Risi, the number 21, has got up into 4th place. So Scalvini now has Michi Hoyer coming up towards him in the back as well. So it just seems that the number 15 car there slowly dropping off from that qualifying pace, just showing you that everything is not about qualifying in an endurance race. You've got to have that speed coming through. As we've just gone over the first half an hour. So I do wonder, probably in another 4 to 5 laps, if we're going to see people starting to dive in and sort of doing an aggressive strategy.
Yes, well, and then we'll really start to calculate as to what's going on. 20 laps currently into this one, and hard to really draw too much of last season's race, because obviously we've got to change DPI. So 219 laps in the race last year, but that doesn't really mean anything anymore, because we're going to be running many more laps here this season. you would imagine, and we'll be breaking the distance record for the 6 hours of Monza, of which this is the third running of it, and all of those occasions it has indeed been a season opener as well, which is bizarre, although it ran for 8 hours back in season 4 or 3, when we really first run this race back in the day. But Gianluca Scalvini is in 5th place at the moment. You just see him in the background of this shot here with Lorenzo Risi. Bit of a surprise to see him back here, because after all he was the pole sitter, and now he's nearly 10 seconds off the lead all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange one, the curious case there, the number 15, but it's not easy for sure. These guys are at some rapid pace at the front, and they're really going through the traffic quite quickly, so it's very difficult to keep up with that. And it's certainly, it's a completely different field is doing qualifying, and then getting a clean lap in qualifying, potentially to get yourself on the pole, and then having to do it for, as you say, over 200 times in the race. Is certainly a different story indeed, as Valley still managing to hold on to this really, really nicely. I'm very impressed with how they're opening their season, and it seems that for the minutes they've easily got the advantage on race clutch.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Janssen Bintz as well, because I don't know about you, Cam, but I've not heard much about him in the sim racing world very recently. But probably because he's quite new on the scene, really. But he seemed very, very strong as a driver at the moment. And so, getting away from Colin Sport, which is not easy to do whatsoever. Both of them in their teenage years still. They're very young indeed, and making Cam feel quite old probably.
Yep.
Sorry about that, Cam. But yeah, I mean, it's been quite remarkable in the last 1 or 2 years. I've noticed that some real young drivers have come, not only with pace, because we've seen that before, but also consistency, which has almost never been seen before by people so young.
Yeah, one thing that we used to see sort of 5 years ago is you'd see these so-called kids come into racing, and they'd be so fast, but then they wouldn't be able to string together a championship, string together a race, and that consistent side, as you're mentioning, wouldn't be there. However, we are seeing that a lot with the current days. I guess maybe it's to do with just how professional teams are nowadays, supporting those drivers. Maybe the equipment that you can get now as well really adds to that, and adds to the comfortable nature. So I think there's certainly a lot of factors in that, and also I think just more people getting involved is quite a big factor. As we mentioned, the sport only started during that COVID year of 2020, and is really improving so fast. He's getting himself into good teams, and that's just going to snowball and escalate as it goes on.
Absolutely. I think the World Championship victory for him last weekend was very, very important for him. I think if he missed out on that and fell at the final hurdle, so to speak, then it could have really affected him. It could have hung over him for a long time. But then again, he's quite level-headed, to be honest, and he does know what he's doing. So maybe not at the same time. We'll see either way. Going through Ascari once more, 25 minutes to go till the hour, but we're not exactly going to be waiting that long for these DPRs to come in. It's a bit of a waiting game to see when they are going to be in. I can't imagine it's going to be very long.
Yes, it really depends on the fuel situation and what they want to do with that. Somewhere between sort of 24 to 26 laps, I'm imagining the drivers are doing. Although obviously this time around we did have the formation lap, which takes an extra little bit of the fuel. So we're already starting lap 24 now for Janssen Bintz, and therefore this lap or the next couple we are going to start seeing some drivers coming into the pit lane, and that is certainly going to be an interesting factor. If someone goes early, they try and do an aggressive strategy. Those laps they'll have to regain somewhere later on in the race. So certainly it's just a bit of a decision as to when you want to take those laps.
Side by side here between Roland Zooks and Devin Brown at the moment towards the Della Rogia chicane. Not able to do it though for there. Zooks going to stay behind just for the moment. Not too tight on the apex there, and so he's going to lose a bit of time, and Zooks is going to try and make his way through as well, but not able to, and the two of them just going to be split up through Lesmo 2. Now making their way through and past one of the Porsches a little bit further down the field. So interesting battles going on down in LMP2 at the moment, but unfortunately this one just extending out ever so slightly. The one for the lead is happening, and you just saw that briefly, and it is actually as close as it has been for a good while now. Adam Maguire under a lot of pressure down towards the Parabolica right now. You can see battling in the background as well for the DPIs. It is all happening. Oh, very close. Down towards the Parabolica for rHG Esports, nearly getting their way down the inside. Maybe 1 or 2 more laps until they'll be in the pit lane as well. This is a kind of battle where I really do feel like there has been a lot going on with fuel saving, and there's all kinds of weaving around with the DPIs as well, as we're going to go free wide down the straight. Oh my goodness, I think that's Mitty Hoyer on the outside line, not able to get through in the end on the sim-free car, but that was all very close.
Certainly was 3 wide on the exit as well. Hoyer really trying to get past around the outside of Curva Grande now, but having to back out of that battle for what has turned into 5th position. This is the pole man Scalvini just coming further and further back and really under threat now in towards this second chicane. Hoyer thinking about a dive down the inside, but once again not quite able to get past him. The interesting, that's too wide though for Scalvini, and Mitty Hoyer gets through at the second chicane and also getting past easily that Ferrari as well. So that was a gifted place in the end. But I think the interesting point of this battle is, if you look, Mitty Hoyer, he's only 10-11 seconds off the lead. That was down to about 15-16 seconds, so it's not like the leaders have absolutely pulled away. These guys behind it definitely starting to come back just a little bit.
They are. Hoyer slowly making his way back through the field, but maybe not as quick as I was expecting, certainly. We did see DX Droids into the pit lane on the last lap, so I just wonder whether the race leaders are going to be in here. Valo Esports and Janssen Bintz have had a good run through that little bit of traffic there, and so they've gained a bit of time. Is there going to be a pit stop here for Janssen Bintz? No, they're going to stay out. And Colin Spork will as well, so they've made it to the 40-minute mark, which is a positive at least, and it means that they won't need a splash and dash by the end if they keep doing these length of stints, which would be at 26 laps. But anybody pitting before then, like Mitty Hoyer now, like we saw with DX Droids as well, we've also got Liam Ranch from Moradness into the pit lane. These guys may well be in danger of making a pit stop later on, as an LMP2 at the 46 LMP2. Visceral Esports also comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to see them sort of work out the strategy and what people are doing. And this is very intriguing point as well. The fact that they can go so fast at the front and still save the required fuel that they need to do, which is very good driving indeed. As Adam Maguire now, he's actually lost that place there. So rHG have got it back at the lead, and now he's trying to come back once again. They flip-flop multiple times, and this battle is so good between these two top teams in esports. Between the 33 and the 28, and as it continues, Adam Maguire is going to have to try and get back once again, but it seems that even with their battling, they've dropped Devon Brown now in 3rd place by over 5 seconds, so they're still looking very fast at the front. Yeah,
they are looking really quick indeed, and it's pretty impressive by these two. Martin Hemmingson, I think, is going to be getting in the rHG Esports car a little bit later. I'm not expecting to see driver changes now, but a little bit later we'll be seeing Hemmingson into the car, and Adam Maguire may well be replaced by Liam Naval a little bit later on in this race. So we'll see how those two pair up as the DPIs now finally do bite the dust at 26 laps now. So Mitty Hoyer was the only car really, apart from DX Droids, who came in that little bit earlier, and we'll see if the LMP2s also come in. It looks like we've got rHG and John Lacey into the pit lane, so this may well be the limit for the teams and drivers.
And this is going to be interesting in the pit lane. P2's DPIs coming in at roughly the same time. So there's going to be a lot of action in the pit lane. And I believe the pit boxes have been worked out to try and help with the spacing. As you can see, they're all quite far apart. But even then, they do need to be careful. And I would expect all of the drivers to be going on double stints because of the lengthy tyre change time. You need to try and work yourself out. rHG there just have the on-off car to get around, so that could be a crucial part of that battle as well, as one of the other cars is trying to get involved there. This could be very awkward. Also for the Jean Lacey car, they've now going to have to reverse, and they're definitely going to lose some time with that.
Absolutely, it's such a game of Jenga, isn't it? Look at this, absolutely messy for Adam Maguire as well, who has to make his way around some cars, and he does get out in front of rHG. That was all very messy as well. However, they've been able to do it somehow, and they've all gotten out without incidents there. So no tyre changes expected to have happened there at that pit stop for anybody in DPI or LMP2. But this is the danger with the two classes pitting at the same time, because everybody's going to be down in the pit lane together. And let's not forget, when these prototype pit stops correlate with a GTE pit stop in terms of it comes on the top of the hour, like we're going to see at 4 hours to go and 2 hours to go, It's going to be madness down there.
It certainly is, and you've got to be just got to be on it, looking out for the cars behind you, trying to do what Adam Maguire did and find a space to get around them as we're coming up to the second chicane once again. And looks like the number 28 is going to sit behind the 33 for now, but that was certainly a good opportunistic way for Maguire. And I do wonder as well, there is obviously a couple of seconds of variance roughly with fuel and things like that. It's not an exact science, and therefore things like that can happen. But also, if you save a little bit more fuel and you have 1 or 2 litres in the tank compared to your rival who has 0, then of course you may save that extra second from those extra couple of litres as well. So certainly some strategic factors can come into it, but either way, that 33 has retaken the lead.
Indeed, as down in the GTEs there's been chopping and changing of positions. Diogo Silva has gotten through, and Roy de Munich here in the Juices Motorsport Club car side by side for the LMP2 lead on the bottom of your screen there as well. Origin Esports heading to the outside now of John Lacey, not able to do it just there, as Roy de Munich is looking down the inside as well, not able to do it either. Plenty of fighting happening between these drivers right now, and we're really going to see an opportunity down towards turn 1. These two LMP2 leaders really seem to want to fight over this.
And they certainly do, getting the run towards turn 1. Are we going to be seeing any sort of dive down the inside? Or looks like Adam Maguire's going to be able to hold on to that one, but for sure, Ozildrim getting a little bit later on the brakes. So he's certainly sitting there, but I do wonder if this battle is going to continue. They've swapped so many positions so far, I don't think we're going to see any sort of sitting behind.
Absolutely, we're going to see a lot of action, hopefully. That's what we're hoping for. What I have noticed, Cam, over the last couple of moments, it's really clouded over quite dramatically over these last couple of moments. Now, I'm not sure if we are expecting to see any rain here today, but that really would throw things up in the air. We'll have to have a little check of some weather, of course. But yeah, there could well be rain a little bit later, and there could well be a lot of changes as a result. I've just been sent a weather forecast as well by Jimmy Allison, by the way, and he does show that we may well get an hour of rain coming up a little bit later in the third hour of the race, so towards the halfway mark of this one. There is a possibility of rain.
And that could always spice things up as well, because if people are trying some different strategies on the tyres, if they have to maybe if they're at a point in the race where they're losing some time effectively because they know they're going to gain it later, if then some rain comes and splits it up and then everyone is reset again, then that of course could be a factor. But the forecast is the forecast, and we'll see what happens with that. And that is it's always ever changing during the the remaining 5 1/4 hours as RHG get closer again.
They do. Ozildrim trying to make his way down the inside again, but he won't be able to. I have to say, not a driver I've particularly heard much about for RHG, but I do know they have a very strong team here. Martin Hemmingsen and Timothée Andonovski once again partnering up in an LMP2, as they did last season. They were only 6 points off winning the title, and they won, I think, 4 out of 6 races, or was it 5 out of 6? I think it was 4 of the 6 races, which is a real big performance from them. And of course, a surprising victory here. They weren't looking really anywhere until the very final hour of the race, where their strategy all of a sudden came to the fore. Everybody realised what was happening, but it was far too late to catch them anymore. And so they did win the race in the only Ligier in the field. They're not making use of that once again. They're in the Orica here, just got off the road through Lesmo 1 there, as you can see, and lost a bit of time. But there'll be ones to watch this season, there's no doubt about that. But they may have a bit more competition in some of these races with the likes of John Lacey Esports compared to what they had last season, where they did run away with 1 or 2 races.
Yeah, the Ligier was certainly a very strong car, mixed with a very strong lineup in the LMP2 field last season. They certainly did very well, but in the end, it was Wavefree who got the title. So what can you say? They weren't able to pull that one off in the end. And I should say, those couple of drivers moving to RHG just brings even more resources and strength to that car. As we've seen Darius Andre there battling with Devin Browner here for 3rd place. These guys are also not too far off the lead if they sort themselves out, as now Andre almost pushing Browner over the start-finish line. Browner having to defend to the inside for the Black Hawk Zancho car, as Andre now goes towards the outside, coming towards turn number 1, side by side between the two. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Is Andre? No, just backing out of that one a little bit, letting Browner keep the space for now as this battle continues out of turn 2.
Yeah, that was Andre getting passed into the Parabolica, is what I was trying to say there, ahead of and Devon Brown staying in front going into turn 1 as well. So good pass from him, and he's inside the top 3. Quite interesting to see that Brown is here though, because let's not forget, before the pit stops he was fighting with Roland Zux in the Mugen sim racing car. Visceral and Mugen both came in a bit early. They came in 1 lap early compared to the rest of the LMP2 field. And they've lost out in terms of actual time as a result as well. So that's somewhat surprising to see, as that is so dangerous for everybody there. And I'm not even sure who to put at fault for that one, really. Probably nobody. It's just one of the things that happens around Monza.
Yeah, that is, I mean, obviously that Porsche P1 Esport just wanted to turn in and get themselves into the corner, but that was a bit of a late move as well by the Visceral car of Andre. But you are right, so if you pit 1 lap earlier, you basically have a lap where you have, 85 litres of extra fuel compared to the driver who's doing a lap with basically quali fuel. So, and with the fact that they're not changing tyres, that means your outlap is on heavier fuel with roughly the same tyres. So of course it's going to be slower. So it's actually better to overcut in that case, and it seems like it has worked out for Brown as well. So seemingly that has been the strategy to do so far to gain those. I mean, it's literally just a couple of seconds here and there, maybe even 1 second, but that is a big factor when we are obviously in these positions where overtaking isn't, so easy that you can really choose when to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, there's been a lot of fighting going on in GTE between those 3 Ferraris. You can just see up in the distance. It's the 97 of Go Team Racing heading the GTC race centre car of Diego Silva, Juices Motorsport Club of Roy de Munich, and we're on board with Kevin Yeager here in the Blackhawk Racing car, another real iconic Virtual Endurance Championship team. And this group is only getting bigger, really. It's mainly because Go Team Racing are being the cork in the bottle at the moment, if you like. And it's really closing everybody up in GTE. And speaking of which, the battle for the lead is just happening again as well, as Colin Spork is getting very, very close to the back of Janssen Bintz. I wonder if there's been a bit of traffic here. It looks like there possibly have been. And these guys are about to overtake that lead at that battle of 4. So this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, the pace is a lot slower now than what we saw or at least on the last lap. So I do think there's a decent amount of traffic there, but that's obviously going to fluctuate over the course of the race. And this battle is going to continue once again. But Spork, after 45 minutes, maybe 40 minutes of sitting behind there, hasn't been able to get past, which is a very intriguing situation. As one of the cars has gone off there, that might be the Valley car actually going a bit too wide. So Spork is going to get a bit of a run here towards the final corner, the LMP2 there of the Sim3, trying to get a little bit, or maybe not trying to get a little bit involved, I should say, through Ascari, but Spork wasn't able to carry that momentum too much down towards the final corner. But certainly Valley taking some risks there in the traffic.
Certainly were not ideal for them, but they have gotten away with it. And there's that battle of 4 you can just see going through the left hand side of your shot. That is not good news for these DPIs, but it could turn out to be good news depending on how this battle goes now. Into turn number 1 they go. Colin Spork just hangs back ever so slightly because he realises there's danger coming up, and he tries to get the best exit possible off of turn 2 to really power past them all. In the end, this has worked out beautifully because they're going to get through all 4 around the Curva Grande. They couldn't have scripted that better.
They couldn't, and Curve Grande is probably one of the best overtaking opportunities on this track, just with how it works out with being so long, and all the other cars keeping it towards the right of the track as we're getting some diving through traffic there. Michihoi and Scalvini having a bit of a battle now, trying to work their way through. They're also getting the Miranda's E-Stars car on the back as well in this massive battle for 5th, 6th and 7th in DPI, and Scalvini getting a bit of a bad exit there out of the second chicane, as we're seeing the Miranda's E-Stars of Liam Rance in the background trying to get involved for this P6 battle, as Michihoi there is up into that P5. These guys are about 6 seconds off the car ahead, which is the other sim frame of Lorenzo and Arisi as well. So this is quite a big and important battle for these guys.
It is a very important fight at the moment, and it was very close around the Curva Grande there. It was so much chopping and changing and weaving around, I should say. And in the end, Michihoi came out on top. He did actually come out behind the car of Scalvini in that one, dropped to 6th place from 5th, which is where he was before, but he's regained that place. Oh, and he's back. Oh no, there's a spin. Oh, in the background for Liam Rance, who's gone around. Nico Barkley gets through, Liam Rance still around, and he gets going again without major problems. that just looked like a bit of a clumsy hit into the back of the car in front, and in the end he ended up paying the price.
Yeah, Scalvini had to check up because of one of the GT cars, and Morales obviously didn't see that one coming and was too late, and he's now behind the DX Droids car, down in 9th place, which is a shame because Miranda's car was getting decently far up the field from qualifying a little bit lower down than they would have hoped. But yeah, just misjudging that situation, Scalvini didn't have anywhere to go, had to slow down a bit more than Morales was expecting, and Morales just hit the back of him. Nothing you can really say. It's just all his fault.
it's so harsh on poor Liam Rance. But I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, he's just going to try and make his way back through the field again. DX Droids have gotten through. Juan Carlos Fernandez gaining that place and going into 8th place. You can see them in the background. They're about to approach on these guys battling in the GTEs. Just over 5 hours to go at the moment, so their first pit stop is waiting and pending at the moment, I suppose. They'll be coming in very shortly. And they'll be trying to negotiate all of these different prototypes making their way through. It's very busy, 3 wide on the way into Ascari. This is going to be a big mess if they're not careful, but everybody makes their way through nicely. That could have been a lot worse.
That certainly could have, as this battle for P5 and the GTs is still continuing, coming up towards the final corner. But wow, that Miranda's car, Liam Rance, really diving into the inside there of Ascari and getting his car involved as we're seeing these Ferraris come towards the final corner and trying to work themselves out around the final corner. Pallison leading the way in this battle with Silva and Dominic behind, trying to get the run towards the first corner. Is Silva going to have enough in the slipstream this time around?
Well, he's so close to the back of the car in front. He was the one under pressure earlier, but now Diego Silva applying the pressure. Down the inside he goes in towards turn number 1 and through now to 4th place. Get the feeling that this is due to the soft tyres really coming into their own when the low fuel is on, and we've got the Go Team Racing car, of course, on the hard tyres right now, which is very, very different indeed. And so it might be affecting them quite a lot. But Diego Silva, even after only an hour here, might end up changing tyres after this stint here. Also, Go Team Racing seem very quick in a straight line, which can't be helping. Now, Roy de Munich looks down the inside, won't be able to make his way through on that occasion, but there's plenty of strategy games going on between these drivers in the GTEs as well, although I do feel like Diego Silva may well be changing tyres at the end of this at the end of the pit stop. Depends how long he can take those softs, really.
Yeah, the soft is certainly an interesting choice in the GTs. I was speaking to some drivers to try and work out what this new car is like, and the soft was not the preferred choice because it's quite difficult to even do one stint apparently on those. But now Dominic to the inside, coming up towards Ascari to try and get that 5th place up the inside. He's going to be late enough on the brakes. It looks like he is. And Pallison there losing 2 places in a lap, although Dominic all over the exit curve. That's going to give him a bad run out towards the back straight, and even a bad run again through Ascari.
Dear me, very nearly lost the car entirely. That would have been huge, but thankfully everybody avoids, and the Go Team Racing car might well be back down the inside. Lifts off to let Dominic have the corner. Kevin Yeager looks down the inside as well for Blackhawk. Won't be able to do it into Parabolica, but maybe into turn 1 as they all slide their way out of the final turn. And maybe there'll be another chance, but watch how fast this 97 Ferrari is in a straight line. Kevin Yeager with the full slipstream at the moment. I know that the Go Team Racing car will also have slipstream, but even so, it's so quick in a straight line. Christian Pallison decides to lift off on the way in, and Kevin Yeager will be able to get through. I think this is a smart choice, really, from Go Team Racing, because they don't really want to be a part of this fight anymore, and they can just save a bit of fuel by lifting off. So Pallison just kind of giving himself a pass to get out of there now. And I don't really blame him, because it was getting very, very close.
And is this the first GTE, one of the first GTE pit stops with De Stout coming in as well for the Porsche, the number 60? That is an interesting one, because that is so early that they're going to have a decent splash at the end if they can't make it to the hour.
A very decent splash. I reckon they're at least 2 laps short here, and that's not good news. I wonder if that's a Porsche thing or just Jake De Stout / P1 Esport thing there, because yeah, they are pretty much all on their own in the pit lane, unless there's an incident that we've missed. I don't think so, but unless there is, then that is very early indeed for those guys. We'll see though when these GTEs do come in. At the moment though, it's Philip Drace currently leading in this category. NeedRacing.com. We'll see how much further they can go here on field. Is it going to be into the pit lane at this early stage, or are they going to be staying out? It is indeed. So these GTEs, or some of them at least, having to stop very early, and this is a good few minutes before the hour. So as you say, there'll be some real big splashes and dashes later.
Yeah, I'm very interested how this one's going to work out, because as you say, if they have to do, 1-2 laps extra every stint over the course of 6 stints, that's going to be 12 laps. That is a lot of fuel to take at the end, as we've got the 81 coming into the pit lane as well, Kevin Yeager in the Aston Martin. So that is 3 different car manufacturers as well. So maybe this is just a general GTE thing around this track not being so easy to get towards the hour as we were expecting.
No, it certainly looks like that. And it can't even be a car thing at this stage, because Philip Drace and Adam Baldwin are already on different strategies with regards to fuel. So who knows, really, at this stage. It's all going to come to a head a little bit later on. It's all going to sort itself out a little bit later on in this one. That's the beauty of it, the beauty of endurance racing. I mean, it could get quite spaced out towards the middle of this race, but you expect it to all come back towards the end, back together at the end here, Cameron. Let's not forget, we were speaking about the last lap passing GTE through last season. It was a very dramatic finish between Red Bull and John Lacey Esports. However, the winning margin overall for Naito Velix over Burst Esport was 2.2 seconds at the front of the race, and everyone seems to forget that. It's going to be a very close race.
Oh, it certainly is. There's these gaps aren't going to spread out too much with just how close we've seen the battles so far. And in all of the categories, really, it's only sort of 10-15 seconds covering the top 5 or so, and that could very easily close up once again over the course of the race. So I'm pretty interested to see how those guys are going to continue those battles as the race goes on, and with all the different strategic options, especially in the DPI and the GTE categories. I think there's going to be a lot of changes go on as the pit stops start to flow and work together.
Absolutely, some more make their way in. Nicola Pastore for John Lacey now into the pit lane at the end of lap 32. That's a lap longer, of course, than Black Hawk and NeedRacing.com as well, who have both exited the pit lane again and not changed driver, as you would expect. But those two, the only in the top 5, Pastore and Dominic, to have come in there. We've gone back to the battle in LMP2 though, because Darius Andre is applying the pressure to Devin Brown at the moment in the 38 Black Hawk Zancho car, and he'll be looking for a way through. Nearly did actually into the Della Roggia and Lesmo 1. Was very close, but wasn't able to make his way through for Visceral Esports, formerly Volante Esports, of course, or Volante Racing, whatever you like. They've changed name and still roughly the same drivers at the wheel, just a different name and a different looking car at the moment as well. Slightly less, it stands out slightly less than Volante, unfortunately for us, because they used to have a really bright light blue to their cars, which was very helpful. But they've gone to the classic darker livery here for Visceral. But applying the pressure for 3rd place at the moment, not able to do it, and only losing time really to the top 2, who are not exactly battling anymore, and I don't think that's helping.
Almost touching the 2 as they come through the 2nd chicane there, now getting up the inside of DX Droids GTE. But you're right about this team. I've never seen a team change names so frequently. I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, because of course, as we go 5 hours to go in the race now, you of course want to get different partners in over the course of the years, but that team has changed names so many times, but the core of it has stayed the same. And they're still here in P4, so it's obviously working out pretty well for them as they are batting their ways. They're getting side by side. Scalvini dropping down even more. The Wanako car there on the outside, trying to get the run over the course of the start-finish straight. It looks like this battle is continuing down towards turn 1. Wanako leading the way. He's P6 at this moment in time, and it looks like they're just going to be able to hold on as they get past the GTC Ferrari. Bit of contact there, though, on the apex of turn 2.
Yeah, that was close, but and too close, you would argue, but there we are. They've made it. They made it through without incident, as the race leader in GTE have come in along with the 97 of Go Team Racing, Christian Parson. So that is the race leading car in GTE now of Diogo Silva. But Adam Baldwin's in. There he is, making his way out actually at the moment. Interesting to see now Roy de Munich in front of Philip Drace. Nicola Pastore down there as well at the moment, but is he a bit closer to Drace than he was before? Well, not really. So there has been a change for the net race leader here, although now Baldwin's back out there again. He's the net race leader, I think. Yeah, you would say so. And Christian Pallison, he's going to be quite close to Roy Dominic at the moment. He's making his way out the pit lane, so there's been no tyre changes there. So in GTE, we've already seen tyre changes after only 1 hour for Philippe Drace, Nicola Pastore and Kevin Yeager, which is a bit of a surprise, I've got to say.
That certainly is. So, Baldwin's obviously leading by about 30 seconds from Drace, but that's going to be a lot of time to come back in one stint. And I do think this double strategy is going to work just with how long the tyre change is, but we'll have to see how it works out because the pace difference is going to be huge between those old and those new tyres, especially with Baldwin being on the hards. Old hards when Drace is on new mediums. Drace setting a purple time of 46.0 last lap. I mean, that is 2+ seconds quicker than everyone else.
Yeah, and that's exactly why he's on this strategy, because he can go absolutely all out as Diogo Silva comes in now after 34 laps. Also, so does Ruben Correa Alves probably will, you'd imagine, and so will Eduardo Garcia for DX Droids. You would imagine those guys are going to be making their way in, and Adam Baldwin will cycle back to the lead of that class. So that will be all good news for them, as Michael Leroux and Moritz Mel are fighting down the straight at the moment. This is Moritz Mel trying to stop himself from falling even further behind at the moment, because Michael Leroux is on the outside line trying to push him down another spot side by side. Mel pushed to the outside line. Michael Leroux pushed to the outside line, and he will lose a place to Charlie Rigo in the on-off racing car. So a nice move down towards turn number 1, but a driver change, I think that is. I don't remember seeing Leroux in the first part of the race, although he might have been there. I probably haven't been looking. But yeah, Go Team Racing just falling behind ever so slightly in an LMP2 race that has seen similar strategies across the board.
Yeah, certainly has, and you might be right on that number 37 car, but I'm not too sure, because that would be a weird time to do so. But maybe it was just the other car, 47, that we were focusing on from the Go Team Racing. But once again, getting involved in a close battle, and this is another car as well that has done pretty decent over the course of the last couple of seasons or so. That number 29 on-off racing, they've really showed their speed and been able to keep themselves inside Division 1, which is always the goal between these cars. Is Darius Andre once again is trying to get a run up towards the back of the Black Hawk Zancho car for Visceral Esports as we come along the start-finish straight between the two. He's certainly got a couple of tenths here and there to be able to get this close, but not close enough to have any sort of dive down the inside.
Ooh, he was quite heavy on the rear brakes there. He's got a yellow flag in Sector 2 right now. What has gone on there? It's the 6th car and the 2 have both gone off. DX Droids and Seawolf have both gone off the road at Lesmo 1, and the 6th is still in the middle of the road by the looks of things. The 6th car of Benjamin Giosinski, well, he's back going again now for Seawolf Net Race, but there's been an incident, I think, between those two DPIs.
Oh yeah, some of the DPI battles have been getting very tense indeed, and it's crazy to see. This Seawolf car, remember, was still within a shout for the title coming into Le Mans last year, but they haven't had the best start to the season so far, with those issues in the qualifying session coming through the field. And as we get a replay here to see just exactly what happened, I wonder, is this an issue with that lap traffic ahead? No side by side between the two towards Lesmo 1. Is there going to be space given? Giosinski looked like he was still on the curb there. Maybe a tiny bit of a squeeze from the DX Droids on the outside.
And that would have been an awkward place to get going again from as well. So I don't think anybody else got caught up in that. And nobody has panically come back to the pit lane, I don't think, other than Henry Sinnick, who I believe had to anyway. And Daniel Visner as well is in there right now. He's been there for a little while. I actually think Henry Sinnick might be back in the garage for the moment. He might be DNF'd again, although I couldn't be 100% sure on that.
You are correct. He is just... Oh no, he's just having a pit stop, I think.
Yeah, there we are. Just having a pit stop. Let's not forget he is kind of out of strategy after that disconnection a little bit earlier. So we go back to the battle for the race lead, which is about 2 seconds at the moment. 2.5 seconds between Janssen Bintz and Colin Spork, but it's all about to change really. Will Spork have to change tyres in 10 minutes when they come in for their second stop of the day?
Yeah, I'm interested how this one is going to work. Are we going to actually see the triple continue from Bince? Or, I mean, he showed the pace on the mediums. Maybe he's just more comfortable on those mediums and will double stint them. I'm not convinced about a triple from the side of the soft. However, it's probably possible if you really wanted to try it. It just depends whether it's going to be quick enough and how well you can conserve the tyres. It's mainly the rear tyres with the DPI that you're worrying about. It's a very tail loose car. Sport there dives it towards the inside of Random C-Stars into the first Lesmo. Manages to get through nicely, but for sure that is a strategic battle that we need to see when this next pit stop comes around. However, that won't be for sort of 10 minutes or so, I think.
No, we're currently on lap 44 of the race. These two leaders expected to be on lap 52, so still 8 minutes or so from getting in. And Nick De Silva is sort of giving me information, but also not. He's tempted to tell me, but also I'll tell everyone else if he does, so he probably doesn't want to. So we'll leave them to it, and we'll wait to see what's going on. I certainly know what Burst Esports are doing, because Cam told me earlier, or yesterday, so that's nice. But yeah, I mean, there's only certain ways you can go with these strategies after all. So it's not too difficult to work out from a time. We will have a real better idea at the end of these pit stops, especially on the 2-hour mark as well. We'll really know what's quite going on. And then towards the end, we'll see which one prevails here, Cam. But hopefully it's going to be close between the two. And of course, as some people have been noting already, the GTE with lots of different tyre strategies and even fuel strategies going on at the moment. Ruben Correa-Alves only coming in now. Plenty of strategies going on in GTE as well, which is nice to see.
Yeah, the 93 car there of Correa-Alves, as you say, coming in. He is in the C8 Corvette, which is certainly known to be one of the cars that can go a little bit longer on the fuel than the others, but it's certainly not easy to do so. But that's some 15 minutes longer than the P1 Esport car, so that is quite as that snowballs over multiple stints, that is going to be a lot of time saved towards the end of the race. And it's great to see that with these new car updates, especially in the GTE, we're seeing all different tyre compounds being used. Literally all three of them have been used. We've seen drivers change every stint. We've seen drivers go for double stints, and it just adds that extra bit of unknown to the race. It's not just an easy double soft. It's going to be something completely different, which is great to see.
It is fantastic to see. Daniel Visner is back out on the circuit again, which is good to see as well. However, he is now 3 laps down on the leader, and I couldn't tell you why he's been off the road, but for some reason he has, and is way down now for Pescarolo Esport. Not a team I'm particularly familiar with, but well, not the sim team anyway. Remember it from the real life days, but anyway, Daniel Visner obviously won the championship with Vargas Sim Racing 2 seasons ago now in the LMP2, so he certainly knows what he's doing. Even though he was only really there for the 24 hours of Le Mans, he still did the job though, and he's got a title next to his name and the 24 hours of Le Mans win. I think they got.
Are you saying he was carried?
No, I'm saying he wasn't required by the other two for some of the season, but he's very quick as well. I don't actually think they did win Le Mans in the end, did they? But they did win the championship. He did his job. Toman and Sinchik did theirs, and he's got a title next to his name, so fair play to him for that. He's got Jarba Kiss alongside him today, and he'll have Robert Pound there as well throughout the season. So it'll be a team to watch, but unfortunately not today because they're 3 laps down. Yeah,
and Kish and Visner have been teammates for quite a while, so they obviously know each other. And Paul is a very fast driver in this LMP2, certainly a top guy. So maybe not today, but definitely look out for that car, the 26 car, over the course of the season. I think they will be getting a few decent results as the season progresses. One good thing is, of course, this season being an 8-race calendar compared to last season's 6, you have a little bit more opportunity to have a bad race here or there. Last season, if you had one bad race, very difficult to come back from that. But with 8 races, you have that tiny bit more leeway, but for sure, being 3 laps down in the first hour or so is not the best idea.
No, it's certainly not. It's actually overtaken the GTE leader recently, which just puts that into perspective. Diogo Silva is closing in on Kevin Yeager at the moment. He gained about half a second on that last lap. These guys both pitted and changed tyres on their last run, so they're going to be very, very quick indeed. But we're going to have to start doing the maths here, because can they catch the likes of Christian Pallison and so on by the end of this stint or not? Will they be able to get up to those guys doing the classic single soft stints that we saw so much last season and in previous seasons? They're still going for that, but is it going to pay off for them here? There's a big gap between themselves and the rest.
Certainly is going to be difficult to do so. I mean, the pace difference, as we've seen on new tyres, though, is pretty large. To say it's yeah, I mean, it's over a second a lap, easy. So with the stint lengths that they were doing, and about 37 seconds or so, maybe not quite enough completely if it's just exactly 1 second a lap. But for the likes of Philip Dryce, I mean, he was over a second lap for multiple laps there, and he's already caught over 10 seconds to Adam Baldwin, so he might be able to do it. But for the other drivers, I'm not so sure at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but very interesting. I think the real thing, the fuel might come into effect in that battle for the lead a little bit more, but we'll speak of that in a moment, because Diogo Silva is down the inside, down the front straight right now, looking to make his way through on the Aston Martin. And this is going to be pretty easy, I think, for Silva, who was a bit quicker before the pit stops. And he's a bit quicker after them as well. Had to stay out there a little bit longer throughout that previous stint. Build up again, and he'll be going again. He actually went 34 laps on that previous stint, which is 3 laps longer than the Black Hawk car. So that'll be something to watch out for throughout the race. But as I mentioned, I think the fuel may come into effect more for the likes of Philip Drace and Adam Baldwin, because you mentioned it there that he's catching by more than a second a lap here is Drace. He did a 46.9 last time, which is 1.2 seconds quicker than Adam Baldwin. However, he pitted before the hour, as we noted at the time, but Baldwin was able to get to the hour. So if Drace has to make a splash and dash, then surely it's over. But if they are both making the same amount of stops, then it will be very, very close between them.
Yeah, I guess the idea for them is they're just going to go pretty much flat out, go as fast as they can, change the tyres, have the speed, and hopefully it works out. Sometimes being on that aggressive strategy can be the one. It just depends how everything works out. Also with the traffic as well, because if you have a couple of bad situations, you lose 5 seconds here and there. That could be a big 5 seconds in your battle where they are so close. So certainly that is something for the teams to calculate. But it's crazy how in GT, top 3 hards, next 2 mediums, and then the rest soft. So all sorts of things happening in the GTEs, and that is what we love to see. And at some point towards the final 2 hours, that is all going to come together, and we will see who has the best strategy.
Now, I want to really kind of dive into how it's going to affect the whole season and how it's going to change, because often what we see with these championships that have different tyre strategies going on and all these kind of things, like we've seen in the Virtual Endurance Championship in other classes in the past, but maybe not so much in GTE, and obviously we've seen across championships in sim racing, generally towards the end of the season everybody works out quite what the best strategy is. But do you think in GT, because of the different cars, because of the amount of variables and the amount of lengths of races that we have in the VEC this season, which is just so many different types of races, do you think there is going to be a strategy that somebody works out and think this is fastest now, and we're going to go back to what we saw in previous years, which is everybody doing the same thing?
I think it will stay like this because of the different tracks. So for instance here, there's a lot of straights. Obviously that makes the corners more important because you have to get the run onto the straight. But I think at tracks like Laguna Seca, where it's all corners, the tyre's going to be wearing a lot more, the tyre's going to be more important. So I think maybe changing tyres every stint there could be beneficial, because I think the tyre differential, the delta between old and new tyres will be even bigger, and therefore you'll be able to gain back that time over the stint. Obviously here there's a lot more straights, so I don't think it's going to be quite as important. However, just with the way the tracks are working and with teams just trying different things, because when it's so close, if you start down in 6th place, you got to do something different to try and get ahead of those drivers. So you might then be forced to make a different strategic call. So I think we're going to see it stay very open.
And that's exactly what we want to see throughout this season from the GTEs, and hopefully we do see that over the course of the 8 races that we have. But let's see. Roy Dominic is closing in at the moment on Christian Pallison, and these two were pretty close before the pit stop, so it's no surprise to see them so close again. Philippe Drees closed on the two of them by over a second on that lap, although he did make a small mistake on it, because he only gained a little bit on Adam Baldwin, 7/10 on that occasion, as opposed to upwards of a second, which is what he needs to be doing here at this stage in the race, although he is running quite well through this stint so far. Rudiminic and Christian Pallison, though, look like they're going to start fighting pretty soon as we get to lap 50 up front between the leaders. Janssen Bintz has now got 4.5 seconds, just over 4 seconds to Colin Spork right now. They're completing lap 50, which would suggest that the likes of Mitty Hoyer and Liam Rance, who came in early last time, will be coming in early again. However, it looks like Nico Barkley going to be coming in only lap 50 this time, and that does suggest a splash of fuel for them. If you're doing only 25 laps a stint, then you're going to need fuel before the end.
Yeah, the difference between one lap is quite big with the amount of stints that we do, as we were mentioning earlier. So that could, because obviously now they're 2 laps before Valet, whereas then in another 2 stints, that's going to be 4 laps, and then again it'll then be 6 after another 2 stints. So that will very quickly open up. But of course we had that formation lap at the beginning, so let's see, maybe are they going to stretch to 27 laps now that they have that extra litre or so of fuel from the formation lap? We'll have to find out. But Bint's certainly doing a good job, and with the gap that he's got to Spork, it went up to almost 5 seconds. It's back down to just shy of 4. I wonder, is that just traffic, or is that something to do with the soft tyres dropping off, as Dreis there is back up into 3rd place, really using those new tyres, getting past Roy Dominic.
Yeah, really sent it down the inside there into turn 1, but it paid off, and he absolutely needs to. This is the problem I feel with this strategy, Cam. It's always a problem that I find with it, because while I wouldn't be very good at fuel saving myself, also the problem or the worry that I would have with going on this all-out aggression strategy is the fact that you have to make these overtakes, and these drivers are not going to make it easy for you, because they know that even if they stay in front of you for 2 corners, they've hindered your race and they've helped themselves, and so they do tend to fight you really quite hard. And that's the danger. I particularly think you referenced Laguna Seca there a couple of minutes ago. It's going to be a particular problem for them around those kind of circuits where it is so hard to overtake. And this is the worry I would have with Dreis right now. Obviously, he's very quick, obviously, and he's got great pace, but the overtaking is surely going to be a problem.
And here comes the next round of DPI pit stops. Mitchie Hoyer, Liam Rance and someone else. Fernandez also into the pit lane as they try and work themselves out to do their next stints. And Mitchie Hoyer there leaves the pit lane, and then Liam Rance will be coming out shortly as well. So this is the next round of pit stops coming for the DPIs. And does that mean that as we are on lap 52, which to my maths is 2 stints of 26, are we going to be seeing Valet Esports now coming in and potentially maybe going for a 27 lap stint? We will see as they come around the final corner. Are they going to continue for 27 laps? It looks like they are. So not only have they got the pace, but they've got the fuel mileage, and Valet are looking very, very strong in this race.
They certainly are, and I have to say that Colin Spork is falling behind a little bit at the moment. I just wonder whether those soft tyres are hurting him at the moment as the 8 car comes in. That's Team Rookie Monsters, Luca De Melo. We pretty much haven't mentioned him all day, but he's running a great race in 3rd. And Simpreme Esports of Lorenzo Risi also come in with Gianluca Scalvini as well. Not expecting Scalvini particularly to make a pit stop there, because unless he just has slightly slower race pace than he just qualifying pace, then they've got to be saving something, holding something back in these stints, because he has fallen through the field quite alarmingly.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's certainly it's not the easiest to stay at the front the whole time, as we're getting even more pit stops, 8, 15, 21 in the pit lane as well. So the fact that these guys are going so long but saving the fuel as well potentially is a reason for the pace drop off. Maybe Spork is struggling a little bit more to get that fuel.
Possibly, as we're also seeing LMP2 pit stops there, by the way. We've got Visceral and Mugen both out the pit lane again. Darius Andre and Roland Zooks continue for another lap. So I don't know whether that means they've taken tyres or not. We'll find out, I guess, as some more drivers come into the pit lane after 48 laps here. Although Jean Lacy and RHE both continue on The rest of them are in to the pit lane at the moment. So interesting calls going on right now. But medium tyres for those LMP2s. We've got Janssen Bintz also into the pit lane. And
Changing
he does
tyres.
go up on the jacks. Will Colin Spork do the same? Can't quite see. Doesn't look like it.
Wow, that is interesting.
On the soft tyres, big call.
Yep, so that looks like Spork triple soft, Valet double medium. So this means Spork is going to get out ahead. But wow, that is completely different. So softer tyres but longer. But you see the same as me. That car's not up on the jacks, is it?
I can't see that car up on the jacks at the moment, unless we're both needing some help.
Yep, 32 seconds. That's
and
fuel
gone
only.
already. Colin Spork's gone already. What is going on here today? This is remarkable strategy with these drivers. Valet Esports, despite choosing a harder compound, have gone shorter on their stint. I think it's more accurate to say Race Clutch have gone longer, because that is something we were not expecting. I remember you saying to me yesterday, Cam, there's no way somebody's going to triple on a soft, but here we are.
Well, I wasn't expecting him to keep the pace, but we already saw Spork losing some in that stint. So that is very interesting. And that means that Bintz now is, I mean, he's still there. He's still in the pit lane. So Nico Barkley has got through. Michi Hoyer has got through as well. So this is a lot of overtaking now that this Valet Esports car needs to do. He's certainly got the pace, but this is very interesting. Is he? No, he's back onto the softs now. He's back onto the softs. So he's obviously backed out of maybe an idea of doing a triple and has gone to a double.
Well, this is quite remarkable. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, Nick De Silva's message to me all of a sudden makes a lot of sense. This is exactly what they were thinking earlier on, and this is exactly what they were hiding. Going triple softs. And I do think you're right. This pace for Colin Spork has got to be a consideration. However, we'll find out. And I think it's fantastic for us that we've got the likes of Luca D'Amelio and Michi Hoyer right in behind, because they also have triple stinted, but it's more expected from these guys. We've seen it from, so Rookie Monsters have double stinted, so have Burst Esport, Wanako, Moradness E-Stars also have triple stinted here. But that's more expected from them because they are on the mediums for the most part anyway. Nico Barkley is also on the softs and triple stinting at the moment, I believe. So, yeah, we've seen two drivers attempting it, two teams attempting it. I just hope that it doesn't all fall apart for them quite dramatically.
Yeah, it's these guys are, just trying something completely different. And I do wonder, from Bintz's point of view, if that was a mistake or not, because this is very interesting to see how that one is going to work out with everything coming back together.
I think the ARMS Cyber car has been in already, but it's triple stinting tyres here because they're getting absolutely ripped apart by some teams now. The 46 car of Visual Esports, Darius Andre has gotten through, and so now has Devin Brown, I think that is. Mark Vate, he's gotten in for Devin Brown at that pit stop. And we're also going to see Roland Zook's getting his way through as well inside the top 5. So somebody's attempting it in LMP2. Salvatore Zitiello has gone for it in terms of the triple stint here, but it already looks like those tyres are falling apart.
They certainly are, and it's this just shows you how difficult this whole strategic situation is, because you have to get it right, otherwise you lose a lot of time. And that's going to be another place now for Zitiello down into 6th place.
He is indeed. What a shame for them, but you might as well try something. Absolutely, why not here in this race. Mark Vate has gotten into the Black Hawk Sancho car then. That's an interesting call. Only 1 hour 20 in the car for Devin Brown, and they're looking to change, as we've got a disconnection in the background there. I think that was that. Oh, I think Roland Zux has gone. I think he has. He's DNF from the race. And it's a disconnection from Mugen Sim Racing, I believe. That is such a shame for them.
Certainly is. That car looking very strong once again, but unfortunately that is like a mechanical failure in real life, and dropping out of the race like that is very disappointing indeed, especially when you're on for a good result.
Absolutely, we've already seen it from Henry Sinnick, who is battling away now he's quite a few laps down actually, unfortunately. But yeah, battling away down the field at the moment. There you can see it, the ARMS car on the hard tyres. That's why they're going quite so far here in this race. But yes, Mark Vate into at the car for Devon Brown, and such a shame for Mugen Sim Racing, who are going to drop down. They already have dropped down to 12, and the Pescarolo Esport car of Daniel Wisner might well be able to make his way through as well. 2 laps between those guys here at the moment as well. So that is a real shame, as there's even more battling further down in LMP2. Guillaume Mas trying to make his way through on Nicolas Lemoine, an all French battle going on, or French speaking battle anyway, going on for 7th place. Go Team Racing looking to make their way through, and that little bit of traffic may just help them a bit.
Certainly will. That's going to be getting a bit of a run, but as we've seen before, the slipstream in these cars isn't absolutely crazy, so you do have to be right on it. You have to be getting yourself in that, because it's basically like an exponential curve. So the closer and closer you get, the more and more slipstream you get. Therefore, you have to be getting yourself into the basically the ramp of the slipstream. And Mas now trying to get the run. So up towards the final corner and then make the move potentially in towards 10 and 1. But he's actually lost a little bit of time there on the exit of Ascari, so I think he's going to be way too far away. Let's see how this one continues out of the final corner now, as this is going to be running through towards turn number 1. And Mas continuing to get the slipstream, but not able to, actually get themselves down the inside or anything like that. So I think Mas is going to be struggling to get up towards that position as it stands. But that on-off car we mentioned, they've been having a good day and a good race so far, and they're able to hold on to that position.
They have indeed. Sorry, I forgot how my microphone worked then and how to turn it on. That was embarrassing. But anyway, the battle for 7th still going on. Guillaume Mas not able to make his way through, is he? As you just saw. Interesting calls. That was a big dive from Sim Freeman, and almost too big of a dive there from Scalvini, who now really has held everybody up there. And Guillaume Mas is not going to be particularly pleased about that. But we're nearly 1 hour and a half into this race at this stage, and it is still. Or now, it is Colin Spork leading this one out front just for the moment. He's got a nice lead of 4 seconds or so over the Team Rookie Monsters car of Luca D'Amelio. There he is, 1 hour and a half into the race. It's all gone rather well, but I think the next sort of half an hour is going to be very, very important.
It certainly is, this next stint. And the thing is, I've been speaking to couple of people and trying to work out what happens, and we believe that Valet pit stop was a mistake going to that soft tire, but they're committed to it now, so now they need to work out how to get back from that situation, because they're now going to have to basically double those softs and then see what can happen. Although Spork tripling these softs might then put Valet into a potential opportunity to triple their softs as well, but for sure it's put them on the back foot.
It has, and it will remain to be seen whether they can make their way through the entire stint here without completely falling off the cliff. Well, we are nearly 1 hour and a half into this race, as I said, and Cam Roger, well, he's going to be back later on, needs to go and drive the Burst Esport car in a moment. No pressure, Cam, because you are in third at the moment, and only 5 seconds off the lead, so good luck with that, but we'll see you again later on.
Right, cheers. Have a good middle part of the race.
Thanks very much. We'll be hearing from Cam Roger a little bit later on, but for the next 3 hours or so, maybe a little bit more, Zach Sweeney is going to be alongside me. Welcome, Zach. It's been a very nice opening hour and a half to the race, and we have strategical intrigue and different tyres being used in all 3 classes at the moment, which is exactly what the VEC needs, I guess, and is giving to us right now. It's a very interesting race as it's developing.
We've still got 4.5 hours left of it, so hopefully it develops a little bit more and we can have a bit more intrigue and indulge ourselves into that strategical fight a little bit more, because yeah, it's certainly not what we expected. Of course, me and yourself, when we were talking with Cam about what the predicted strategy would be, and like it's just been completely bonkers, people trying some outrageous things, but yeah, no, it's certainly proven to be surprised as we see a fight amongst the LMP2s, and well, they certainly have not been robbing us of any action at all today.
No, they've been doing a lot so far in this one, and it's been very good indeed. Although Gabriel Hevesi has made his way through on the Go Team Racing. In the Go Team Racing car on the ARMS Cyber car. I'm not sure if Gabriel Hevesi has left Mugen Sim Racing entirely, or whether he has, or whether he's just being lent to the Go Team Racing car just for the moment. But there we are. He's driving for them right now, back inside the top 5 for those guys, which is good to see. But plenty of fights happening up and down the order. I guess this is the portion of the race, Zach, and it's kind of unfortunate for you to jump in at this point, but we're waiting for this race to develop a little bit more before we can really start commenting on who we think is actually going to win, because at the moment everybody is all over the place, really.
Yeah, it's that point now where everyone's just trying to do their own thing and settle into a rhythm and just calm it down a bit, drive their race and, you know, proceed with their strategy as planned and not to get into any trouble. We're not predicting to have any crazy fights for the race lead at this point in the race. So, yeah, no, it's sort of that middle portion of the race that everyone sort of just calms down a bit. It just dies down and just, again, that thing of, as I say, not getting into trouble, keeping it clean and just making sure you can be in the best position possible come that final couple of hours.
Yeah, that's the idea anyway, to get into those last few hours and be ready for whatever. We've also got, of course, the weather forecast open right now and eagerly looking at it, see whether we are going to see any rain or not, because on the over the hour mark we're expecting the only kind of hour of rain to maybe hit the circuit, and that really would throw everything into the air, because as Cam was saying a little bit earlier on, these guys are in tyre strategies and they're basically planning this race to go as they're expecting, which is dry the whole 6 hours. But a little portion of rain would kind of reset everything, and then you've got to kind of work things out on the fly, which is a lot more difficult than having hours to plan it beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to just think on your feet and decide what's going to be the best avenue to go. We had a couple of wet races last season, most notably I think I can remember Sebring, that just really spiced things up and made people panic a little bit, and that's when it can really change things up. You can have some unexpected results because of the sort of the adaptation period between the dries and the wets, and again, if it dries up as well, if it's not wet to the end of this race and then it dries up afterwards, it's again going to spice it up just a little bit more, because you don't know what risks you want to take, where you are in the race, how much of that risk you want to take, because, you know, for some teams a little bit lower down, they've got less to lose. For those that are sort of leading the race and feeling a little bit comfortable, they've got a lot more to lose. So it's all that thing that teams and drivers will start to, you know, process in their minds, try and make compromises and just think what the best way through. And that was very close for Luca D'Amelio with the back of that GTE, but fortunately for him, he managed to avoid that, and that is certainly going to be a wake-up call to sort of stay concentrated for him.
That was Jackie Lotterman in the Sim Racing for Holland car, very much getting out of shape himself, and Luca D'Amelio nearly piled into the back of him there. That would have been very dangerous indeed, but everybody got away with it, fortunately. Michi Hoyer has closed in quite a lot as well in the Burst Esport car, just lifts off into the Parabolica, waiting for the battle to develop in front of him, and he tucks underneath the Black Hawk car. Instead of going out wide like Luca D'Amelio did, and he might be able to make his way through as a result. There's also a Butler Pale LMP2 just in the way, and I think Hoyer's going to try and trap D'Amelio in behind, but he won't be able to. 3 wide into turn number 1 they go. D'Amelio brakes very late indeed. Hoyer brakes too late on the brakes. Oh my word, he's held on to it though. That was remarkable. He really slid the rear out there and somehow held on to that.
Somehow, that was very impressive from Michi Hoyer, but he's still back in the slipstream now on the run through Curva Grande and into the Roger. You can see the closing speed that the Burst Esports car has on Luca D'Amelio to the right-hand side. He's going to be brave on the brakes, has managed to keep it pointing the right way, but again on turning, that is just so, it just points, and as soon as you start to lift off the brakes, the car really does start to twitch a little bit. So Michi Hoyer pushing the absolute limit in order to try and find a way through. Unfortunately for him, was unable to, but yeah, well, that was very, very close indeed. Well held between both drivers to keep that clean, because again, with Hoyer going into the Retfilio sideways, that can always end in disaster. But yeah, well, we've certainly well and truly established in the slipstream now, and it doesn't look like he's going away.
It does not. It looks like he may well just attempt to make this move sooner rather than later. Although, is it the best idea? Because they're both on the same strategy after all, and just need to keep the pace high to keep away from guys like Janssen Bintz at the moment, who is really closing in and going 3 wide himself towards Ascari. My goodness, up the inside of Nico Barkley goes right now, and he makes his way through. This is the portion of the race that is so important for guys like Janssen Bintz, because the guys on newer tyres need to make their way through very efficiently on those guys who are not on new tyres, of course. And Janssen Bintz, of course, is on tyres that he wasn't expecting to be on. They made a mistake at the last pit stop, we think, and so we think he's expected to be on the mediums, but he's now found himself on the soft, so he's got to make them last an hour and 20.
It's going to be tricky. It's going to be very, very tricky indeed. But he's been thrown into the deep end. He's got to swim. Otherwise, yeah, he's not going to do very, very well. And just has to, play with the cards that he's been dealt. He's on a suboptimal strategy. Just has to press on. And he's got the softs. You might as well use them to full effect and use the pace advantage that comes with them. So up in a P4 now, and just going to try and branch off into some clear air. And some clear air might actually do him some good, just to be able to save the tyres a little bit and try and nurse him, because 1 hour 20 on one set of softs, that is going to be pretty tricky. But yeah, he's we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. The strategy, it's always going to be a deciding factor, as it always is in endurance racing.
Absolutely. It's all about getting that strategy right and performing the best you can, going the fastest you can with it as well at the moment. Let's see if Janssen Mintz can, though, in this Valet Esports car. Just in behind, Liam Rance is closing in on Lorenzo Risi in the more on this E-Stars car. I have to say, I'm quite a big fan of this livery. It's always, I don't know, the kind of the bottom end of the car looking black like that just makes it quite good, to be honest. Although that was, it looked quite good, but it probably wasn't very quick from Liam Rance going through at the Ascari chicane there. He's relatively close to Lorenzo Risi, but the gap is still nearly 6 seconds, so not quite as close as the fight we're seeing for second place right now, which then again has just extended out a few car lengths once more. It's kind of a difficult equation really for Michi Hoyer here, because passing Luca Di Melio is going to cost him time, but then again, is it costing him time at the moment to stick behind him? It's a difficult equation to really work out.
It is. He's going to be thinking about how long has he got left of this stint as well, because there's no point fighting hard for a position only to come into the pit lane. But then again, maybe that track position could help in that pit stop sequence. But yeah, Michi Hoyer has certainly got a lot of experience under his belt. He knows how to deal with situations like this, and he's probably going to be approaching this with a certain mindset that will see him try and find a way through as they approach a bit of the P2 traffic. So again, could be an avenue that Michi Hoyer could try and sneak his way through, but it depends how hard he wants to fight it. And yeah, as you say, how much time he wants to lose in doing so. But he doesn't look to be too held up. It's more the slipstream that's sort of keeping him in check and keeping him at equal pace. But yeah, for Hoyer, it's just like how interested he is. Maybe he just wants to sit there, and if there's a mistake, then awesome. If not, then he's perfectly capable of just sitting back for now.
I think he might have to, but let's see if indeed he does. Slipstream. Is he going to use this to save fuel or make an overtake? Well, it looked like neither at the end, really. He looked to the inside and eventually didn't go for it. Did he save much fuel doing that? Hard to tell from this angle, of course, but we'll wait and find out over the next few moments. And we'll find out surely at the end of the stint as well. Very interesting to see Colin Spork as well out front. We're still excuse me, still by over 5 seconds and nearly 6 seconds right now, because despite the fact he's on soft tyres, we were expecting this car to fall apart a little bit in this stint compared to the guys on mediums like we're seeing here with Di Melio and Hoyer, but he is holding his own very, very well.
Absolutely, he's keeping himself composed, and that is very, very important indeed. We are approaching towards the next sort of phase of pit stop cycles. As we say, these DPIs don't quite make the full hour, so will be interesting as to when they come in. Of course, these two cars, the number 8 and the number 1, both on similar strategies, at least for now anyway. They might differ a little bit later on in the races. Luca Di Melio finesses his way past the Corvette GT, not entirely sure what team that is, but the gap is only a couple of tenths of a second as Michi Hoyer now eyes up the move to the left-hand side in towards the Parabolica. Is Luca Di Melio going to fight this one hard? Late braking into the Parabolica, tries it, not good enough as Michi Hoyer saws his way around the outside and up into second place in the DPI category. Is it now the pit stop as well? He did look to stay quite close to the right-hand side, but more just so to break the slipstream and keep Luca Di Melio at bay. But a nice opportunistic move. Of course, Luca Di Melio was hindered by the lap traffic of the GT, and Michi Hoyer used that to full effect, but he goes in sideways into the Retifido. He's done that quite a number of times now. Di Melio has got a pretty good run coming out of that, and he might actually eye up a move down and towards Roger if he's close enough in the slipstream. Is he interested in going for this move though? Because the more they fight, as we say, Ewan, he's going to be losing just more and more time each time they try and go side by side. Maybe he just wants to sit back and let Hoyer do his thing now.
They are losing a lot of time to Koningsborg now, and there's traffic as well. Free wide going towards the Lesmo one, and Luca D'Amelio doesn't want any part of that. So Richie Hoyer is going to get some gap now between himself and that fellow DPI, and so he is going to get away, is Hoyer, and that will be great news for him. He'll just try and take that advantage now and get away from this point. And it's hardly surprising, really, at this stage. Still plenty of time. They're just over halfway in this stint at the moment, and we'll see when indeed they do come in as well. A little bit further down, Lorenzo Risi is closing in on Nico Barkley. The gap is 1 second between them right now, and the Risi on the newer tyres is not exactly surprisingly closing in. I have to say, a little bit disappointed for Wanako though so far in this race. They put a lot of work into this race, done a lot of laps, were very strong in terms of what they were doing pre-race. However, it's not going quite to plan at the moment, down in 5th, and you can be sure they're going to drop down even further throughout this stint because they're also triple stinting on the soft tyres.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but they're going to be trusting. They've obviously done a lot of preparation for this race. There's a lot of teams have, so they've got to trust their instincts. As we see Arisi to the right-hand side, should be a fairly easy affair. Late braking into the Rettifilo, got a bit of P2 traffic to contend with, but managed to get it stopped up in a P5, and not really much that Barkley could say to that one. He's just, again, it's a frustrating thing as a driver to be triple stinting, especially a set of softs. It's going to be very frustrating for him to have to go so slowly to nurse them and see everyone pulling away, but you just have to trust that you're on the right strategy, you're doing the right thing, and the hope that the race will come back to you later on, which is, I'm sure, what Wanako are hoping, is that right now they're taking a bit of a sacrifice and then going to come back into their own a little bit later on.
Well, that's the idea, but let's see if they do. My problem is that Race Clutch are doing the same thing, and they're not close to Race Clutch at the moment. So yeah, that's the concern that you would have, or that I would have. But anyway, they know what they're doing. Wanako, there's no doubt about that. Of course, won the LMP2 championship back in season 10, and so they know their way around the virtual endurance championship. Do Wanako, but down in 6th place at the moment with Liam Rance just under 10 seconds behind. Going to look to close in right now. And speaking of closing in, Nicolas Lemoine is going to do the same to Salvatore Zittiello in the LMP2 category. Now, I'm not entirely sure where Arm Cyber were actually before this pit stop phase. However, they're still in 6th place and doing the triple stint on the hards, which I really didn't think was going to work, especially judging by the opening laps of their 3rd stint here. However, they've held their own really well as the medium tyres themselves start to get a little bit worn. Maybe Arm Cyber are onto something here with the triple stinting in LMP2, because they're the only team to do so.
They're trying something different. They are an outlier, but yeah, they're certainly making it work for them. Sometimes you do have to do the unconventional thing and again try something different, but yeah, are holding their own pretty well. But Le Mans is closing that gap by a few tenths. It was 1.5 when we checked in. It's now 1.1 seconds. But yeah, no, again, we're talking about strategy. There's still a long way left to go in this race. So we'll see, and sort of when it gets to that final point after this midpoint in the race, the final sort of hour and a half, 2 hours, sort of that portion, when we'll really start to see who's made the right call when they're on those sort of final couple of stints. And that's really, that will be the final point where the teams that got it right really come through into fruition. And hopefully for Zittiello, in the 242, it was the right call. But at least for now, yeah, they're doing the right thing, and you've got to do well in these early stages to, as we say, put yourself into the best possible place a little bit later on.
You certainly do, and just laying the foundations for that at the moment. Just noticing it really by the way that the guys around are not quite catching as quickly as they were previously. Even though it was a 39.1 last time, it still looks a little bit quicker than previously. Not saying they're going to win the race, but they could well get a better result than they otherwise would have, which will certainly make the other teams wonder a little bit about what they might decide to do. And this is all, of course, going to play into the minds of the drivers before they head towards Spa and the 8-hour race that we have coming up in the pretty near future. Coming up in early October, that race, so just over 5 or 6 weeks' time. All of these games at the moment, they're just going to start to get into the heads of the drivers, and people are going to start to work out a little bit what the best strategy is for one of these races. And so we'll we'll see how they kind of develop with that. But this race is a real telling one with regards to the strategy and which one is the best. But at the moment in LMP2, this is where we've seen the least variation. Most of them going for double stints, but doesn't mean it won't be interesting, especially up the front. For whatever reason, right now, Martin Hemmingsen is losing quite a lot of time in second place. He's now 10 seconds behind the leader, Adam Maguire. And so Darius Andre is closing in on the RHG Esports car, and that's going to be a little bit worrying for Hemmingsen. I'm a little bit surprised that he is losing quite so much time, but either way he is doing. The gap for the lead is getting to nearly 10 seconds now.
There's a lot of things that can attribute to that, of course, with the the short-term fluctuations of a bit of traffic. Like right now, he's stuck behind this Ferrari GTE, but as soon as he pulls out, he's then going to be back onto his actual race pace. But yeah, no, it is unfortunate for Hemmingsen to be that far off Adam Maguire, who's currently leading the way. But yeah, no, he's just got to still just maintain the pace. It's so difficult to, I guess, stay in the rhythm, especially when you're being demotivated so much by seeing the leader drive away. But that just goes to show that Maguire is doing a great job, and Andre is closing the gap. Maybe Hemmingsen not feeling too comfortable in the car. Maybe the tyres are starting to feel a bit squeamish at this point. But yeah, no, either way, he's still running in second place, and for RAG Esports as well, that's still a good result for them as being such a well-known and successful team in sim racing. To stay in second place, still not too bad. But yeah, Hemmingsen, he's always going to want to be hungry for more, and he's always going to not want to go backwards either. So I'm sure he's got something left in the bag, hopefully for him.
Let's hope so. Hemmingsen, of course, alongside Andonovski, came so close to winning the title last season. Only 6 points adrift by the end, but they still came third despite that. Yeah, this time up for RHG Esports alongside Ulla Sozildrum as well as Timothej Andonovski. We'll see where they get to here in this season, as the battles just slightly fade away for the moment. Although, as we say that, Nicolas Lemont is so close to the back of the ARM Cyber car now. We've also got the 37 Go Team Racing car not too far away. Guillaume Mas in 8th place, closing in right now as well. And so we could well have a 3-car battle very soon, but I don't think it's going to take Le Mans very long to make this move now.
You'd expect not, as they head their way through the Parabolica. He's now very much in the slipstream, gets a much better drive off the corner as well, and is already alongside Zitello now coming down the pit straight. It should be a really easy move. They've got the Aston Martin just in front of them, but that shouldn't play too big of a factor. They go right, one goes left as well. Still running side by side. Is Zitello going to try and hang on to this one, or is Le Mans going to have a nice easy run to the inside? And that looks to be the case. So yeah, up in the 6th place, and Zitello didn't feel too interested in fighting that one too much. So for Guillaume Mas, he's not going to benefit off this battle as much as he'd have hoped, but he's still closing. He's still sort of, there. He's only 1 second off, so yeah, well, it might be another place loss for Zitello quite soon if Mas can get some clear air and close the gap.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Zitello to hold on to these places now, as we always expected it to be for the ARM Cyber car. So that's the way that it is for them, unfortunately. But the strategy that they have chosen, of course, Andrea Terzi in the Simpreme Esports car not too far away either, and we'll speak about them in a few moments' time, because they're a little bit further away than maybe you'd expect as well, having taken 2 titles in the past of Simpreme as Waveframe Esports, but it's pretty much the same thing. And Terzi was part of the GTE winning team 2 years ago now, in season 13. So he certainly does have the pace, and you can see that the white car with the black stripe down the middle in the background there. Vizitiello is going to be on the defensive once again here, although I don't know how defensive it's going to be. The Go Team race car very close indeed, less than 10 minutes to the hour mark, and we're going to see pit stops again very soon here. Which means it's going to be chaos down in the pit lane, because the GTEs, LMP2s and DPIs are all going to come in at the same time.
It's going to be absolute chaos. We saw a bit of chaos in the last pit stop sequence, but yeah, now we've got all 3 classes probably funneling their way into the pit lane all at the same time. It's going to be chaos, so hopefully everyone can keep it nice and clean, but we're not expecting miracles, and there probably might be a couple of cars having to avoid and struggling to find their pit boxes as well. With so many cars, it's hard to spot your mark. So yeah, something as easy as just pulling into the pit lane might actually prove to be a bit of a challenge, but for some drivers, maybe if their stints are coming towards an end, it might be a sigh of relief that they can get out of the car and just have a bit of a break for a bit, because yeah, driving for the last couple of hours straight, it can actually be quite tiring, quite fatiguing, especially if you're driving in a good position just to have that pressure. But you can see now Mass all over the rear end of Zitello as they lap the Ferrari once more, and heading through down under the old banking towards the Ascari chicane. And yeah, well, Mass has closed this gap up quite quickly, so it seems Zitello hasn't really got much, an incredible amount of pace, especially at this point in the race. So he's probably going to be hoping that he can get into that pit lane as soon as possible to hopefully for him get a fresh set of tyres on.
And it won't be too long until he's able to come into pit lane. We're expecting to see the first pit stops around lap 71, and we're, well, still 5-6 laps away, I'm afraid, for Zitello, so maybe it's not as close as I thought for those guys. Or maybe not as close as he thinks. Hopefully he knows, and yeah, we'll be in at the right time at least. But yeah, he'll be wishing this stint over, as the Go Team Racing car is very close behind now. The slightly lower down of the two, of course, the 37. Once again, not able to get through here for Guillaume Mas. He stays behind, and Andrea Terzi gains on the both of them as a result. 1.5 seconds, more than 1.5 seconds for Terzi on that last lap. And I think it is worth talking about for Sim Prime Esports. It's surprising to see a team like that so far down the LMP2 order in 9th place at the moment. They were champions back last season in this one, and they've got Andrea Terzi, who's won a championship in the Virtual Endurance Championship before as well. They've got Rens Klopp and Rick Van Earl as well, who are strong drivers in their own right, so it is a surprise to see them down in 9th place.
It is, yeah. They've got a really good lineup and a really successful history to back them up as well. So maybe not getting off to the best of starts, and yeah, that is really, really weird. It's not something that you would often see from such a team, but yeah, we'll always say there's still a long way to go. A lot of things left to be decided, and there are a lot of strategical plays to be made. But yeah, still really shocking, because a lot of other teams that have boasted success before are still running quite well in this race so far. And Monza being a track that in the Virtual Endurance Championship teams should be quite familiar with. It's not too big of a surprise, and teams really should, in a sense, know what they're doing. Oh, that is a big slide there from Mass to keep it pointing in the straight line. Still managed to get a pretty good run versus Zitello, and so should still be able to get himself up into P7. Now actually has to tuck in back in behind, but still should have the opportunity towards rFactor. Pulls back out of the slipstream and will have the inside line if he can be brave enough on the brakes. And yeah, that's pretty much an easy affair, but Zitello's still going to fight it to the outside, the inside of T2, so he's putting up a much bigger fight for Masu. Just gets the drive off the corner, so thank you very much, and well, that should be him up an extra place.
Well, that was quite hard work, but he's been able to get through and hopefully hang on here. I think Zitello's got some good straight line speed, really, because he's been quite difficult to overtake, and he nearly went for it there, but I think lifted off just a little bit. Was put off a little bit by Master's defence, and so we'll stay in front as we've got a yellow flag in sector 1. Don't know what that's for. It was very brief, so wouldn't worry about it too much. But I can tell you that Colin Spork has lost quite a lot of time over the last few laps. It was a 31.2 on that previous one. I don't know if this is all traffic or whether those tyres are starting to now really start to fall apart, because he is on the ragged edge nearly 2 hours into a soft tyre stint. Triple stinting soft tyres is not what we expected to see today, and I think Colin Spork might begin to pay the price right now as Mitchy Hoyer closes to within 2 seconds of the race lead.
Yeah, he's closing at an absolute rate of knots, isn't he? And yeah, he's completely left Luca Di Melio as well. But Colin Spork, who's this stop?
Oh my goodness,
is
Daniel Wisner.
Oof, that is a weird place to be stopped as well. Very dangerous place, because he's right in the middle of the circuit. Everyone going right and left to try and avoid him. And yeah, that could have ended in disaster very, very easily.
It could have, but yeah, that was very, very dangerous. Daniel Wisner out in the middle of the road, and the 81 car back to the pit lane as well. Is that a stop? Well, I think it is actually. It's a scheduled pit stop for Philip Drace as well. Yes, but yeah. These are scheduled pit stops. Me just thinking out loud. But Colin Spork is just under 2 seconds in front of Richie Hoyer right now. Interesting to see these GTEs not making it to the hour mark here. I mean, it is Monza after all. I guess it's quite fuel thirsty. However, Adam Baldwin's been able to do it, for example, and so there'll be some pretty disappointed drivers that they've had to come in so early.
Yeah, again, it could have that knock-on effect as well. This is what happened, I believe, with Visner. We're going to take a look as to what happened in towards the second. Lesmo seems all right for now over the curb as well. Seems all good, and I think maybe was it just a hardware issue that forced him to stop or something? Yeah, he's just stopping in the middle of the circuit, which is very peculiar to say the least. It's not something you often see, and you can see the two cars behind him had to react quite quickly to get out of the way. But yeah, that's certainly a weird one.
That was very weird, and that is, just a mystery for the moment. But either way, as Colin Spork makes his way around the final corner, there is Daniel Visner back in the pit lane, just DNF for the moment. But Richie Hoyer is coming in. Here he is, Richie Hoyer into the pit lane. 76 laps complete, and the number one car back in. That is another 25 lap stint, maybe a bit shorter than what he was hoping for, because that is going to result in a splash and dash later on if he's not too careful. Janssen Bintz has also got through on Luca Di Melio, by the way. He's up into second place, but this is where we're going to see a lot of driver changes, because there's a lot of tyre changes going to be going on over the next round of stops. So expect to see Cam Roger getting in place of Richie Hoyer.
No pressure for him with them running in second place. He's got to now jump in and settle in and do a good enough job in order to keep that Burst Esports car up in contention as well, because that number 14, that race clutch car seems to be a tough ass to beat. So yeah, we'll have to see what good old Cameron Roger can do in his stint in this race. We were told that it's literally only him and Richie Hoyer to do this race, so yeah, they're going to be struggling and pretty tired after this one. As I think, is that Visner coming back out? No. Yeah, maybe
it is.
Yeah, it is. Well, so that is just even more weird as to why he stopped on track, went back to pit lane, and then straight away come back out. But yeah, well, there's even more mysteries, and it just keeps adding on. So yeah, this race is both confusing and interesting so far in terms of the strategy and sort of the on-track action as well. So yeah, it's only 2 hours in as well. Still got 2/3 of it left to go.
We certainly have, as Janssen Bintz makes his way around the final corner. Lap 77 being complete right now. Not expecting to see these guys come into lap 80 actually. So we've got plenty of time yet to go at the front of the race for the DPI. Slightly less time to go for some of the LMP2s, where Adam Maguire is still leading this race. He's got about 10 seconds now, over 11 seconds even, over the RHG Esports car of Martin Hemmingson. We've already got Darius Andre in after only 70 laps here for Visceral Esports. It's another 23 laps in here in this one. It's a little bit worrying. I mean, any car pitting before the hour here is going to be making, or projected to be making, a splash and dash at the end of the race, whatever class you're in, because of the way the pit stops are working as of right now. So that's a bit concerning, if we're honest, for anyone really, especially those guys. Also Liam Rance as well, who's come in after 77 laps, will be a little bit concerned, because he's not made it to the hour mark either.
Yeah, as we say, it's that knock-on effect that if you pit a little bit too early for one stint and then a little bit earlier for the next stint, then the next stint after that. So yeah, we'll again have to wait and see what happens towards the end of the race and who's going to be in a bit of trouble and who's not. But luckily, I guess sort of a silver lining of sorts is that most teams are in a similar boat. So it's not like it's going to be a couple of teams that are going to be completely and utterly screwed come like the final stint. It's going to be quite a few teams that are having to pit a little bit earlier on. So yeah, at least everyone's sort of in the same boat in that respect, and it's not going to, hopefully for a lot of teams, change things up too much. But it does mean that those that can sort of limit the damage and those that can sort of actually make it to the hour mark are going to be the ones that really do succeed come the checkered flag.
That's should be the case. As we see a lot of time loss at the very front of the race for Colin Spork. And there it is, just under 7 seconds as the 21 car of Lorenzo Arisi is in, along with Nella Pastorino, who's into the Morad Stars car in place of Liam Rance. But Luca Di Melio in from third place at the time, and his teammate unsurprised. Sorry, not his teammate. The other, one of the Simfreen cars, also into the pit lane as well. Look at D'Amelio, wasn't it? It was Lorenzo Risi, I should say, into the pit lane. But yeah, a couple of pit stops being made down in the pack for these drivers. And only 1 lap and a half away now for Colin Spork, who is going to be another of those drivers who absolutely can't wait to get these soft tyres on. Because taking these on a triple stint has been a huge asking and a huge undertaking for Colin Spork, and he might even come in this lap since he's made it to the hour. I think it wouldn't be the worst idea to cut your stint short at this stage because he is losing time.
He is. You have to might just cut your losses and say, well, we've got this far, but we're losing way too much time now. And yeah, Colin Spork only recently joining Race Clutch after winning the FSR World Championship, and already he's having to do some of the tricky tasks. He finally does pull his way into the pit lane, and after a remarkable triple stint on those soft compound tyres, they're going to be screaming, and he's going to be taking a massive sigh of relief to not have to continue on those. Janssen Bintz as well following him in also for his next stop. But yeah, Colin Spork has done a remarkable job to triple stint those softs and not lose too much time, but also to retain the race lead as well, because the Wanaka car, Nico Barkley, I think, did a similar strategy, and well, he's all the way down in P8. So yeah, well done to Colin Spork on that front.
We've got Mark Veit in the pit lane as well, along with the Go Team Racing car of Gabor Hevesi and the other Go Team Racing car. You can just see, or might have just been able to see, they're pulling through. That's the Christian Patterson GTE all there as well, as everybody gets their way in. So yeah, it's all a bit of a mess down in pit lane at the moment. But what else would you expect? There is Colin Spork. He's going to have a bit of an awkward get out of pit lane here, but you can see he's going to go around to the right hand side at the moment. But changing tyres takes an awfully long time, and so he's going to drop down quite a lot here as well. We'll get the tyre data up for you when the pit stops are all shaken out, but this is going to be awkward for Colin Spork. He's going to lose positions as well to Lorenzo Risi, who's already through on him. Who else is going to get through? Are we going to see the likes of Scalvini making his way through after a couple of hours here? It's a long stop for Colin Spork, who's now finally going to start moving. He does just about get around behind D'Amelio. And what tyres is he going to be on as we exit the pit lane right now? It should be the soft tyres. It is indeed. This is remarkable. And Nick De Silva is going to have to do the same job.
Fair play to them for trying something different, using the softs to go 3 stints. If they are going to go 3 stints again on these softs, you would probably imagine so. But yeah, Nick De Silva going to jump in, and he's certainly got a mammoth task to do in that Race Clutch car, and to still continue to be towards the sharp end. He is just in behind Scalvini, 8 cents or so back. That has grown to around about a second now, but 11 itself back out to around about 9 cents. So he's going to use the soft tyres a little bit while they're fresh to get himself back onto the podium, and then after that probably just continue to press on and put some laps in on those softs, scrub them in a bit, and hope that they don't fall off a cliff too soon. And because yeah, it must be just so horrible to have to continue with a stint and commit to a stint while your tyres are screaming for help and not cooperating at all. But yeah, he's closing that gap to Scalvini quite quickly, so it shouldn't be too hard for of a fight for Race Clutch to be back onto the podium.
It shouldn't, but let's see how it does actually happen here. We've also got Burst Eastbrook right in behind as well. You can see those medium tyres have seemed to be a bit quicker there as Cam Roger tries to make his way towards this battle that we're seeing for third place right now in the DPI category. But let's see, out of the parabolica they go, and this could be a pretty easy move really down towards turn 1. New tyres for Nick De Silva, slightly older ones for Scalvini, and there's only going to be one winner in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Nick De Silva is tucked up very, very closely indeed. Pulls to the left-hand side. He's still slightly behind. He's got to be brave on the brakes, but gets the squeeze from Scalvini, who manages to hang on, but he does go in deep, has to go over the sausage curbs. Nick De Silva's going to go into the back of him as he rejoins, and oh, that's very, very dodgy indeed. Gets the drive still, and you can see Cameron Roger has been able to close the gap. Are they going to be 3 wide on the run towards the Roger? Cam Roger trying to fill the space on the left-hand side. Nick De Silva still running side by side. Cam Roger committing to the right-hand side over the outside line. Nick De Silva back up the inside of the Roger, still going to be hung out to dry around the outside by Scalvini. Cam Roger finds his way through. Nick De Silva's been pushed off the track. Cam Roger now to the inside of that first esports car in towards the Lesmos. Has he managed to get that one stuck? No, he hasn't. Scalvini hangs on, but very controversially, it must be said.
Yeah, very controversially indeed. Holds on to that one. Well, controversially in the mind of Nick De Silva, certainly, because he will feel that he got pushed off the road entirely out of not Lesmo 2. What was it? The Rettifilio, excuse me. The second chicane is what I was searching for there. And he's, lost out on a lot of time as a result. But the next bit of traffic of Adam Baldwin there has just helped him out a little bit. And so now he's right on the back of them all over again. Let's see as he's in the slipstream towards the Parabolica right now. Roger looking down the inside as well. Half defending, half attacking on the way into the final corner. A little bit wide as well from Scalvini, who's trying to hold on to this place as much as he can. Oh my goodness, they're so close. Nick De Silva bumping a little bit and off the road slightly towards the pit wall. That would have worried him a little bit. But that, as now the race clutch car tries to find its way through, this is costing him so much time as Janssen Vince is out front at the moment, still extending his lead.
He is, and Scalvini is hanging on so well. Cam Roger gets a bit of a snake off the exit of the Rettifilio. That's going to allow Silva to have a bit of a look car off on the right-hand side as they go through Curva Grande. A bit of traffic to contend with. Can Nick De Silva get the move done? Roger going to the left-hand side more to try and clear the traffic. Silva no way through for the time being. They're losing time to Scalvini as well, which are both for both of them is the car they want to try and get through as soon as possible. But battling amongst themselves has proven to make that a little bit more of a difficult task for them. But yeah, well, Scalvini is hanging on quite well through the second Lesmo, but he's having to deal with two very fast cars just in behind it. But De Silva, he's going to be having a really frustrating time in that car, finding no way through for now.
No way through at the moment as the 30 car has gone off the road in the LMP2 car against Jimmy Hughes at the moment. Oh, and he's got no rear wing. This is going to be a Code 80 for sure. Code 80 is going to have to come out here for Jimmy Hughes possibly, but we'll see if we do get the call or not. The undercover car with no rear end, and this is
Code 80 in 10 seconds.
Yeah, there we are. The Code 80 is going to come out for
overtaking while counting down from 5.
This car.
4, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced.
And this, all of a sudden, has come at a very good time for those who haven't pitted yet. Or indeed those who have, because Mark Vate has decided to come into the pit lane. Ruben Correa Alves hadn't made his pit stop yet because he's doing a ludicrously long stint, I should say, and so he has come in as well. We've also got Christian Mikel coming in to take advantage of the fuel that can be taken on board. I mean, we're so soon after a pit stop that you don't really gain that much, but I suppose if the pit entry is right there, then you might as well.
Might as well if you're sort of it's a slightly less time consuming stop, because relative to everyone else you're actually losing a lot less time with people going at the 80km/h mark. So if it doesn't harm you too much, if you can slightly benefit off it and go slightly longer for your next stint, if it's there, you might as well take it, because it's there. And with people coming in slightly early for their stops, maybe they're coming in trying to put themselves back on sequence to not have to take that splash and dash a little bit later on. But yeah, they had to think quickly, had to think on their feet as we wait for Jimmy Hughes to nurse that car back to the pit lane. And yeah, well, that is going to take him quite a long time. He's now coming through Ascari, so hopefully we can get ourselves back on the green fairly shortly. But yeah, fair play to those teams that have decided to bite the bullet and try and capitalise on the full course caution.
Yeah, I think you just said it there. That's the exact reason why people who need to take a splash and dash in this race will need to take on those tyres. As by the way, I believe that this is a little bit of a diversion of discussion, but the 97 car of Go Team Racing in the GTEs right now, they're on the hard compounder tyres, and so are the 73 team, which is much called Maximilian Kalnitz. That's not so much, but certainly the Go Team Racing 97, I think, are triple stinting tyres here in this race, and that would be a surprise. But I guess that must be the only reason he's on hard tyres at the moment. But either way, Jimmy Hughes is about to make his way into the pit lane, and we'll be going back to green shortly afterwards. Yeah, that's just given us a little bit of interest in this race here, and some people now will no longer have to splash and dash.
Yeah, they've been able to do it, and that might actually put them in a better position a little bit later on versus those teams that will have to come in for that splash and dash, as we say. So yeah, it's one of those things you have to take the risk, and yeah, they've certainly benefited off it. And also they're doing it under a full course caution, so they've lost a lot less time. We are going back to green fairly shortly in just a couple of seconds. So here we go. We are back under green flag, and people now have to press on. Still this fight between Roger and Nick Nick De Silva and Scalvini. Actually, no, Nick De Silva's lost a bit of time. It's only Roger and Scalvini now this fight for P4. So, yeah, well, Roger's going to try and find a way through if he can, but Scalvini doesn't like to give up these places easily.
Nick De Silva actually got through and got up the road here. Oh my goodness, Cam Roger there, not expecting the amount of cold brakes there and cold tyres after the Code 80 at all, and went sailing off into the Parabolica, so he is going to lose out on quite a lot of time as a result of that one. But yeah, that battle will continue on further a little bit later on. Valtteri Kajalainen at the moment is in 4th place in the GTEs, and I do firmly believe that this GTE is triple stinting tyres. I don't see any other reason why it would be up here compared to where it was earlier on in the race. The only problem that Kajalainen has got at the moment is Thomas Lorenz in the Scuderia Leone car is right behind. So's the GTC Race Centre car of Miguel Cardoso. They're both on pretty new tyres, really. Very new tyres indeed, and soft tyres, and so these passes are not going to be very difficult, you wouldn't imagine.
You wouldn't, and with Kajalainen just trying to triple stint those tyres, you don't really want to put up much of a fight to everyone else around you, because you're just going to burn out those tyres even more quickly. And when it comes to sort of the last stages of your stint, you do not want to be driving around with extremely worn tyres that have done both a lot of battling and also with the triple stint. So yeah, it shouldn't be too hardly fought for Renz and Cardoso if and when they do catch up. But I mean, fair play to this Go Team Racing car for at least trying to triple stint those tyres. Not something we'd conventionally see, and it's something a little bit different, and that's something that we've seen quite a lot. We've got in all 3 classes the sort of conventional strategy that you would expect, and then a couple of teams trying something different, and it's not actually working too badly for them. They're actually staying in contention, so they could be a bit of a threat a little bit later on. So yeah, that's something to sort of play in the minds of everyone as the race progresses.
Well, that was a big dive from Nico Barkley in the Monaco car there, and so Thomas Lorenz lost out on quite a lot of time, and now he's all got Miguel Cardoso right on the back of him right now. It'll be very difficult for Lorenz to stay in front, and Cardoso surely is going to be able to make his way through very soon in this battle, looking towards the inside into Ascari, and this should be a fairly easy move in the end for the Portuguese driver, and he does make his way through. Scuderia Leone, by the way, have previously competed in the Virtual Endurance Championship. If you've been a watcher of the series for a very, very long time, you remember they were most recently here in 2016, which would have been Season 9, towards the end of Season 9. Would it? Or the end of Season 8? Don't know. But I think it was the end of Season 8. It's been a long time anyway for those guys to be here. It was a season in Season 8 where they did win 2 races at Istanbul and Sebring. I think they won races on that particular in that particular year. But they're back again with a few drivers. Of course, Ruben Correa Alves. They got Thomas Lorenz here as well. And I think it might just be the 2 of them here for today's race. It is indeed. So we'll look forward to seeing how they get on. But I mean, of anybody, this Code 80 has really benefited them, because let's not forget they're on this mega fuel saving strategy where they're going really long on the stints. And so, well, they certainly did in the first part of this race. We know that the new Corvette is certainly very good at that. And so that Code 80 really benefited them, because they were able to take on a whole pit stop during that Code 80, while as everybody else, if they did come in at all, they only took on splashes of fuel.
That is the magic of Code 80 sometimes for some teams. It comes down to the time, and of course there is a lot of luck involved in that, but you've got to be there in order to capitalize on that luck. And yeah, fortunately for them, they managed to have their stint lined up perfectly with it, so fair play to them. That's going to help them out a lot later on with the massive time save that they have had with this pit stop. And yeah, you really will start to reap the rewards of it later on, put them into contention. And after taking quite a long sabbatical for this team, they've come back and they really are, they're punching quite high. So yeah, they're really trying their best to sort of kick things back off with a good result.
Certainly are, as one of the EPI's flies on past. That's the race clutch car of Nick De Silva, I think. Yeah, it is. Going through there, the 15 is Scalvini in the background. But in terms of the leading battle for GTE, it is starting to just develop again. Michal Sedlacek has gotten into the 74 car in place of Adam Baldwin. 91 back in front again. Now, did they change tyres there or not? here in this one. They may have done, hard to tell. I think they did change tyres, and they've both gone onto the medium. So is this a reversion of strategy from NeveRacing.com? Because Christian Mikel now is in that car. Have they said to him, we need you to go and do double stints now, because otherwise there's no way we're going to be able to compete with Juice's Motorsport Club over the distance of the race? Is that a discussion that they have had? It's very possible here in this race, because look, judging by the last stint, Philip Drace wasn't even able to catch Adam Baldwin, never mind overtake him and gain the necessary time that he needed to be pitting and changing tyres every single stint. So I think they might have told Christian Mikel, look, we're going to put you on mediums and we need you to do a double stint on these now.
Got to think on the fly and judge it by ear and how the race progresses. Of course, teams will come in to this race with a lot of preparation and an ideal strategy on paper that they think might work, but then they come in and think, actually, no, that might not be the best idea. We need to change it up a bit. And Michael might have been put on this strategy to try and keep them in contention, but yeah. The Juice Motorsport Club car is very, very close indeed. That gap is closing still, and it could be a two-way fight for the race lead between the two Ferraris. But what can Sedlacek do in doing that? Because yeah, it's one thing to close up, and he might have the pace advantage, but you also have to get through and then stay in front and keep that consistency up for the remainder of this race. So it should be a battle between the two cars, hopefully, to keep it interesting for the remainder of this race. But also they've got Pastor only a couple of seconds back, so they can't get too feisty as to risk their own chances actually and bring yet another car into the mix as well.
Well, this is true, but the John Lacey car may be inevitable anyway. I'm not entirely sure. I think Nicola Pastore is still in that car from the start of this race, having not gotten out of it just yet, as pretty much everybody else has. Really, he has got the help of his brother Giuseppe Pastore and also Jelle Binsbergen as well. Those three are all chatting away at the moment and surely deciding what to do. But yeah, those are three of the four drivers that they have on board here for this season, along with Joseph Herlock as well. But at the moment, it's all about the two leaders. Michal Sedlacek right on the back of the Season 8 overall champion, Christian Mikel. And, I mean, it's hard to know which way this one's going to go, because at the moment, they put the tyres on at pretty much the same lap. Not quite exactly the same lap. Sedlacek's tyres are 4 laps younger. However, that's not going to make too much of a difference. The drivers themselves are going to make more of a difference here on this occasion, and at the moment Sedlacek does look to have the slight edge.
Yeah, he certainly looks feisty for the moment. That gap's still closing in the slipstream. Oh, that got very close with the prototype finding their way through now, but yeah, Sedlacek, that gap is closing quite quickly. How aggressive does he want to be in finding a way through? You can see Michael going to the right hand side to defend, Sedlacek looking to the left, but again, a bit of a lock up from the Ferrari. Managed to get it stopped just about and still hit the apex. That's not going to be doing his tyres any good though. Sedlacek still in contention, not too aggressive though, because if he really wanted that race lead, he might have been interested in just darting to the inside and going for a send, but it seems he's waiting for a really good high percentage chance of getting this one stuck. But yeah, you can already tell that Michael isn't going to give this one up easy.
No, he's not going to want to at all here at the moment, and you can certainly understand why. As a number of these prototypes make their way through, it's quite relentless for these GTs, although as I say that now, they will have a little bit of free space. The next couple are just going through the second chicane now as they make their way a few seconds up the road, so they've got a few seconds of breathing space, but the differences are so large this season that they'll be on to them very soon. Sedlacek's certainly looking to make his way through now, and on the outside line he's going to go. It's always difficult into Ascari to make a move quite like this one, and so it's going to just get squeezed out on the way in. It's very hard to do something quite like that, and so yeah, we're not going to see that pass being made just for the moment. However, he's just going to have to wait a little bit further.
He is, but Michael is putting that car in the best positions possible. Sedlacek to the outside of Ascari isn't really going to work, but what he is doing is putting some pressure on and keeping himself tucked up nicely, because the more Michael defends, the closer Sedlacek can get, and Michael can't actually use the pace to try and keep him at an arm's length. For now, down the pit straight once more, we can see Sedicic looking to the left-hand side. Michael having to go defensive to the right-hand side. What can the Juices Motorsport Club car do? He's got a much better run this time, has got a nose ahead as they get themselves on the brakes, but Michael seems to be even more poised, gets it stopped again. So yeah, still it's going to be yet another lap just in behind, playing second fiddle for Sedicic.
Was very aggressive there from the 91 on the way in. Nothing out the ordinary, nothing that you would really kind of frown at, but certainly it was aggressive there in his defence. And so Sedicic is going to have to try and make a move at another time. And I do think it's very important for the DeepRacing.com car to stay in front here, because after all, if they let them up the road, then if they let Sedicic through, then they could well see him go off up the road and really gain a lot of time. So they really do need to stay in front for the moment, and that's exactly what they're doing. I think it's best really, but it's hard to know which way this one's going to go from here. But as you said earlier, this is all going to allow Nicola Pastore to get involved here, and that may be not really what they want as some more prototypes come through.
He's closed the gap by around about half a second-ish. It's now under 2 seconds. So Sedicic has got to be clever about how he plays the next couple of laps and how he, presents himself in this battle against Michael, because he does not want to be fighting two cars, especially in the middle of them. He's going to be having to look forwards to attack and also backwards to try and keep Pastore at bay. So he's got to think clever. He doesn't want to lose too much time, and he has to just maximise every move that he can get. Maybe just be a bit more confident, go for a send, and just try and get this move done in any way possible he can. Of course, easier said than done, but yeah, he's got to get a move on quick, because that Jean Alesi car is closing in at a rate of knots.
He is indeed. But it might be, as I said earlier, it might be inevitable here. We'll wait and see. Down towards the first chicane again for these two. And no moves being made once again. Just noticed, by the way, in the background there, the Orich Esports car of Martin Hemmingsen. That is at the 28, looking to close in on Adam Maguire out front, and he is doing that at the moment. Interesting to see this now. We're approaching the end of the fourth stint now for these LMP2s, just under 20 minutes away from that, and it's quite interesting really to see that there. Last lap time, 1.5 seconds quicker there for Hemmingsen. It's kind of surprising as well that he's been able to do this, because if you remember back to the first stint, he lost a lot of time. Maybe, I don't know whether he was saving something for this second stint, but he's really powering on now.
He is. It was sort of 10 seconds. We thought Al Hemmingsen's just nursing something. He's not driving to his best, but yeah, he's really come out swinging in this next bit and closing that gap remarkably quickly. As you said, 1.5 seconds a lap. That is a lot, especially at a track like Monza, where it's mainly just straight with a couple of chicanes. You don't have much opportunity to actually make that time back up. So he's done a fantastic job in this opening stage of this next stint, and well, it'll be interesting to see if he can close that gap, and if he does, how quickly that gap closes. And yeah, well, Hemmingsen is he's bouncing back quite well.
He is indeed, as it's side by side for the lead in GTE. It was briefly. Miguel holds on to the lead ahead of Michal Sedlicek, who probably does have a good run out the Parabolica now, and a better entry into turn one is his idea. But is he going to have the inside line? Outside line, it's going to have to be by the looks of it, and he's going to get squeezed across as well. Michal, really aggressive on the defence on that occasion, and so not able to get through. Once again, just coming over a little bit and not allowing Sedlicek to get through on that occasion. So now the John Lacey car once again closes in, and Sedlicek remains frustrated behind. You'd think Monza would be one of those easier circuits to make your way through, but he's struggling at the moment.
It has proven to be difficult because, yeah, Monza, on paper, yeah, it should be really good for overtaking. Straight, heavy braking zones, easy peasy. The Jean Lacey car getting a bit wider. That's going to hamper Pastore's gap closing attempt, because it went from 1.5. Now it's opening back up to around 2.2 seconds. So Sedlicek now, as the prototypes find their way through once more. That's going to cost Sedlicek a little bit of time, but he's still in the slipstream. But yeah, Monza, you can do some really good overtakes, but that's the thing. As soon as Sedlicek gets through, can he hang on to it? Because the same slipstream that he's benefiting off now to keep him in tow and give him a good run, Michael is also going to benefit off if and when Sedlicek does find a way through. So it'll be interesting, and I think if Sedlicek does go for a move, this battle will be far from done, especially if Pastore can sort of close this gap up as well.
Yeah, let's see. It's just ever so slightly a bigger gap than it was previously now, and so there's not likely going to be any moves here, but it is the closest battle out there on the circuit right now. I can tell you. Further around the further up the order, we've still got some things happening, I suppose, but Scalvini is getting away from Cam Roger. Luca Di Melio closing in at the moment on those newer tyres, of course. Nick De Silva trying to close it as much as he can on Janssen Bintz, but at the moment gained about 8 tenths of a second on the previous lap, so not too much on that occasion. Arisi not gaining on Bintz either at the moment in the Simpreme car. So plenty of things happening in the prototypes, but no battles just for the moment. So we'll stay with this one in GTE, and indeed there's one a little bit further down with Valtteri Kyalainen as well as Miguel Cardoso as well, who is still struggling to make his way through really on the Go Team Racing Porsche. And so yeah, still that strategy working out for Go Team Racing. I'm not convinced that they didn't change tyres at the previous stop, but I don't see any other way that they could have gotten up to that position here in this race. They're a long way ahead of a lot of the guys they were around before, and that says to me that maybe they didn't take tyres at the last stop. But surely triple stinting would be too far. Although maybe they have made it work, but we'll wait and see. It's hard to know quite what's going on in this race. It will all come together in about 3 hours' time, where hopefully we do get some leading battles right towards the end.
Fingers crossed, because the difference in strategies and how close it still is remaining is certainly a good omen, I guess, and a good bit of foreshadowing, I suppose, towards the end of this race. But yeah, certainly no absence of action so far, and yeah, some teams really putting stuff out of the bag and trying some different things to get this one and to propel themselves a little bit further up. But this is Michael once more. He's got Selicic once again tucked up very nicely on his rear wing as they go down towards the Rettifilo, who's out to the left-hand side. Selicic, can he finally get himself into the race lead? He's got a little bit more of a nose ahead. Brakes late. Is it late enough? Mikel's still trying to keep him honest. To the outside goes the Juices Motorsport. Ferrari back up the inside of T2. Michael trying his best, gets the drive off the corner, and once more Selicic has to tuck in behind. He's still got that slipstream, but never has he been able to have a look in towards the Roger. So I think maybe Michael's going to hang on for this one once more.
Looks like it. It's offensive line once more. I really thought he was going to lose the place on the last lap there. I thought that would have been it, and Selicic was straight on through, but not this time. Holding on again for LeaveRacing.com. Christian Mikel doing a fantastic job in the lead of this race in GTE as one of the DPRs flies through. Maybe that'll be the chance. Well, not that car, but one of these lap cars trying to get through and in maybe the chance. Although Selicic being the first car to be lapped, it sometimes gets the short straw there, and he has done through Lesmo 2. He loses out on a bit of time, and so there's going to be a little bit of breathing space there now. Selicic still trying to find his way through, but even when he does get an inside line into turn 2, he's still not able to find his way past.
He needs to be on the inside for T1, I think, is the only way he's going to be able to find a way through, because Michael does a great job of just parking the car on the inside. And even on the outside of T2, you'd think that Selicic would be able to claim the corner and stay in front, but that's not the case, because Michael on the outside uses that momentum, gets the car pointed straight quicker, and then drives off the corner so much better. And Selicic really has nothing to say to that one at all. Also, Pastore has closed the gap now to about 1.2 seconds, so the more they fight, the more that Pastore is going to be reeled in. You can see visibly how much closer that Jean Lacey car is certainly there in the mix, and if anything goes wrong, we'll be there to pick up the pieces. Once more down towards the Rettifilo chicane. Is Selicic close enough? We'll have to see. Michael is deterred enough to go to the right-hand side to defend, but he's probably just defending thin air, I think. I don't think Selicic was really close enough to go for the send, but it's yet another lap behind Selicic. He's going to be, that frustration is going to start to boil in him, but yeah, it's so tough for him to overtake, it seems, and it's a shame because, yeah, but well, no discredit to Michael actually, because Selicic has had a fair few attempts and Michael has managed to deter all of them.
He has for the moment, and they're actually getting up towards lapping at one of the GTEs just for the moment. That's the 53 car, by the looks of things, of DX Droids. Daniel Floripe, dear me, I can't say it, but Carrera is just up in front at the moment, as there's a yellow flag in Sector 1, one of the LMP2s off at the first couple of corners there. think it was the 36 car. It was indeed recovering again. Where were they running in the field? Simfreem Esports for Andrea Terzi, I think it was, who went off the road. He drops down. No, he doesn't drop down a place because Mugen Sim Racing are a few laps down here at this stage, but he's gotten back going again. I think it was just a simple spin, really, coming out of turn 2. But either way, this battle going to continue again. Free wide down towards Parabolica. Nick De Silva on the grass there, trying to get through on these drivers, and now Sedlacek going to look to the inside into the final corner. He's tried and failed at the first turn. Now into the final one. He's going to go for it. Oh, that was a squeeze. Mikhail giving him the bare minimum of space, all he had to, and now he's going to get the exit on the front straight as well. This is going to be side by side across the line and into the first couple of corners as well.
It was a good attempt from Sedlacek, not quite good enough. Michael was able to use the outside momentum of Parabolica to stay in front once more in the defensive line for Michael, who's been leading the way. Bit of door-to-door banging as they now barrel their way towards T1. Who's going to be braver on the brakes this time around? It's going to be Michael once more. Oh, Sedlacek forced off. He tried to keep it on the outside, but was once more scared to keep it there because Michael was coming steaming down the inside. Managed to get it stopped, though, and once more stays in front. Sedlacek is putting so much pressure on to that Need Racing car, but yeah, well, he's still managing to stay composed. And Michael, it's so easy to make a mistake in his situation, and pretty much so far for this entire battle, we've only seen one mistake from that car, and it's been a slight lock-up into T1, which didn't actually hamper him too much. So he's doing a great job of dealing with this pressure.
He is. Not a lot of space given out of turn 1 there into turn 2, and Sedlacek might feel a little bit aggrieved as to how this is going. It's so difficult to get through for Sedlacek at the moment, and Mikhail knows that this is the chance, or keeping him behind at least is a really important with regards to how this race is going to pan out here. It's so important, and rising to the occasion at the moment is the German, staying in front once again, and it has allowed Nicola Pastore to get involved. Well, not quite get involved, but he's certainly looming large in the rearview mirrors right now. There he is, on board with the John Lacey Esports 66. And he could very much be a factor in this fight soon. And I think Mikhail's going to be quite glad about that, because Sedlacek trying to make a move when he's got a car behind him as well is much more difficult when it's just the two of them.
So much easier to win a 1v1 than it is a 1v1v1. So he's also going to be second place on that train. As I said a bit earlier on, he's got to look forwards and backwards. So he needs to get this move done quickly before Pastore closes the gap. A couple more prototypes to join into the mix. Mikhail going to the right-hand side to defend. It's literally deja vu lap after lap. Sedlacek has no answer to the outside, and even when he does, Mikhail does a great job of leaving him to dry around the outside of T2. But Pastore has got a front row seat to this entire battle and still is able to close. And he's going to be looking hungry. He wants to get in onto this mix because he knows that, you know, how intense this fight is. He can at least pick up a couple of places, well, at least one place, and hopefully for him a couple of places to get up into the race lead. But yeah, only time will tell with this fight. But at least for now, Mikhail, whatever task he's been given by that team, he's doing a really good job of it. And yeah, it's the same for Sedlacek though. He's trying so hard and it's to no avail at all. And as the laps, you know, tick on, he's losing even more time with each passing lap. And yeah, it gets to a point where how desperate can he get? When does that desperation start to kick off? As in front of him, a bit of a kerfuffle happen as well.
Yeah, that was one of the Go Team Racing LMP2s ending up in the gravel and kicking up a little bit of dirt. Now there's a lap car as well in the form of a Porsche, and so Mikhail's going to really be slowed up through Ascari as a result of that, although just backs off ever so slightly on the way in to try and get the run out and maybe a move here. Let's see. The Porsche looking like it's going to defend, but they're just in fact pulling off the racing line so he can lift off slightly and let some of these drivers through. How early will well, I say some of them. Oh, Sedlacek going to be really have to go side by side there with Daniel Felipe Carrera, who's on the inside line, and Sedlacek is going to be pretty unhappy with how that ended up because the Porsche just stayed on his inside line. There's the flash of the lights. Was not pleased at all.
No, not one bit, and he's lost a little bit of time in Sedlacek, so that's going to be unfortunate for him, and even more reason for him to be getting frustrated in this race. And yeah, well, he's still got the pace to close back up, still in the slipstream, still in contention, but it's one less opportunity that he's been given to try and get through, and it's a bit of pressure alleviated off Mikel as well. So yeah, again, the traffic proven to be a bit of a difficulty, and the Porsche pulls over to the left to let the Jean Lacy car of Nico Pastore come through. Still hovering about 1 second gap between Pastore and Sedlacek, so sooner rather than later this is going to become a 3-horse race for the lead. It will. And very much looking forward to it. There's another battle going on a little bit further up the field between Cam Roger and Luca Di Melio at the moment. The Rookie Monsters driver looking to make his way through in a similar way to what we saw Nick De Silva doing earlier on in the race. They're both on newer tyres, let's not forget. Although Nick De Silva not quite gaining as much time on Janssen Bint maybe he was expecting / needing to. So that's not great news for him. However, we do have a battle in DPI, and we do not have long until the pit stops. We've almost had another 40 minutes without them, and so we're about to see pit stops happen once again. They're going to be especially all over the place now because of that last code 80, where we're really going to see things really shake up over the next few moments because of that code 80. Some people splashed, some people didn't. Here's Lorenzo Arisi though, excuse me, Luca Di Melio on the outside line. Not quite able to do it into the final corner, but maybe into turn 1. This move will be done for 5th place. Yeah, Roger's really fallen off. He had a good start to his stint, was up there with Nick De Silva and Salvini as well, but yeah, unfortunately for him, has lost a little bit of time. So Di Melio looking feisty, Roger looking to defend his place though all the way to the right hand side in order to maintain that inside, and goes in a bit again. He's replicating what Michi Hoy was doing. That car, that Burst Esports car, seems very swirly on the brakes, especially in towards T1, went in sideways, but like Michi Hoy, Cam Roger managed to hold on to that one and hangs on to 5th place, at least for the time being. At least for the time being, but he's trying to get through once again, is Luca Di Melio, although that Porsche of Daniel Felipe Carrera going to get in his way. It's a nice exit off of the Retrofilio, and he gets his way towards the outside, not able to do it into the Lesmos on that occasion. And he will have to stay behind here once again. I think it was very good awareness though from Roger there, just to really be aware that Di Melio did get a really fantastic exit off of the chicane, and he knew to defend straight away, because otherwise Di Melio was going to be down his inside, and when you're on the outside there, it is difficult to hold on. It's difficult to hold on around the outside in most places, really, especially here at Monza. Like, there's not many places to actually keep it stuck. Yes, you've got T1, but the Roger is quite difficult to do it as well. But Ascari is pretty much basically no chance to go around the outside, but Roger's doing a great job at hanging on, despite the fact that Di Melio looks to be at least a little bit quicker. They have just passed that race lead and battle that we saw in the GTEs. They managed to saw their way through, so interesting how the two battles have converged at a similar point. Roger darting his way through a bit of LMP2 traffic. Luca Di Melio not quite close enough to go for a move on this lap. Is Sedlacek close enough? Because he is very much tucked up in the slipstream. Mikel to the right hand side to defend. Could this finally be the opportunity for Sedlacek? Pulls late to the left hand side, outside line for T1. He's very much more brave on the brakes this time around. Mikel tries to keep him honest to the outside of T2 once more. Sedlacek gives him the barge to the outside of the curb, and finally the Jesus Motorsport Club car has found a way through. Finally, it took a very long time indeed, but Sedlacek has made his way through, and Christian Mikel was not able to provide an answer to that question. Finally, after all of the questions he's been answered and he's been equal to so far, now finally there is one that he does not anymore, and so Michał Sedlacek has gotten the lead of this race with 3 hours 20 still remaining at Monza. So great pass in the end. It was a bit of a shoulder barge, a bit of a nudge, however, nothing too much wrong with that one in the end, especially given the way that this battle has been going so far, very much in line with how this race has been run so far here this afternoon. So nice pass from Sedlacek, and Deuces Motorsport Club now in the lead again, but you can be sure that's not going to be it for that battle now. These two teams are going to be going at it for the rest of this race, pretty much. Christian Mikel's next job, after holding Sedlacek for so long, his next job is to stay as close as possible. Easier said than done, though. Of course, the slipstream is very strong. He's had a bit of traffic to contend with, as they fight their way through. So yeah, for Mikel, he just has to do the job of staying as close as possible and stay in contention for a little bit later on. I think that is a fight in the DPI class between Pastorino and Mella just in front. That is them coming through the fight for P8, and they are really going at it. You can just see how quick those DPI cars are as they zip down this straight and really are so aerodynamically capable. Here comes Pastorino to the inside, not quite committed enough to get himself ahead of the Seawolf car of Tony Mella, but fight for 7 still rages on. So yeah, even though we're nearly halfway through this race, what is conventionally seen as sort of the dead part of the race, it seems to be quite lively, at least for now, Ewan.
It is quite lively at the moment. Pastorino looking down the inside, not able to do it into the Della Roggia chicane on the number 6 car, Seawolf Net Race, for Tony Mella, who is a champion of the Virtual Endurance Championship back in the LMP3 days. Was able to win a title, I think, if I'm remembering that correctly. I might be wrong, I'm doubting myself. But Seawolf certainly have been Virtual Endurance Champions before, there's no doubt about that. Winning back in Season 9, but it was in the LMP2 category. Rather than in the top class. They've never been able to win in the top class, either in a singular race or indeed overall. In the championship, they've never been able to do it in the very top class. So maybe not in Division 1 anyway. So maybe today they will be able to do that. But it doesn't look like, or this season maybe, because today may be going away from them just a little bit. It's more likely to be the likes of Jansen Bintz or Nick da Silva. One of those guys up towards the front as Nello Pastorino makes his way into the pit lane. A little while until we see this car, Valley Esports, promoted from Division 2 into Division 1 on the basis of the pre-season race, and now they're here leading this one by quite a margin. It's been a remarkable drive so far from Jansen Bintz, but he's just got to hope that he has the teammates to back him up.
You're only as strong as your weakest link, and in a team sport like endurance racing, you've got to have that weakest link be at least up there and probably level with your best guys. Of course, naturally, you will have drivers that are a little better than others. Look to Burst Esports with Mitchell Hoyer and Cameron Roger. No offence to Cam, but Mitchell Hoyer is a driver that has boasted quite a bit of success. But you have to still be there. Your teammates are going to be jumping in with that pressure, that expectation that they continue strong for the rest of this race. But at least for now, Valley Esports are doing a really good job. 25 seconds clear of Nick da Silva in second place, and don't really look like they're under too much pressure at all. They're just out there as if it's really natural for them and using that promotion and certainly proving why they deserve to be up here. Yeah,
they do, absolutely. We'll see though when they change drivers. We've got Lorenzo Arisi and Gianluca Scalvini into the pit lane after 104 laps. That is very much in line with what they've done so far, because they've been doing 26 lap stints the entire day as things stand. So if you do the maths at home, counting on your fingers, then it will be lap 130 where they will be coming in next, and you'll be probably coming in together as well. But depending on whether you're changing tyres or not as well, we may see some driver changes here. We do know that Jansen Bintz will be changing tyres, and he has got to the end of this double stint on softs pretty well, despite the fact he didn't really realise that he was going to have to do this. He's done relatively well, and it shouldn't be too long until we see him in either at this stage. Well, I thought he was going to come in on that lap. Let's hope he hasn't forgotten, because this is going to be a 27 lap stint for the first time today from Jansen Bintz. Have we got any driver changes in Supreme Esports? We have indeed. Christian Margera makes his way out the pit lane and is onto the circuit once again. And Lucas Scalvini may well change driver as well, get out of that car. So, very much pit stop time if you're driving a prototype, and the field will shake up once again as some teams and drivers will be taking tyres and some will not.
Yeah, it's the difference in strategies really that at different points in the race, different teams are doing different things, and again, we always say it sort of funnels its way back towards the sort of the final hour and a half, sort of that point of the race, and then you really see who's made the right decisions where, because yeah, it's a long thought process. Races can be won or lost in the pit lane. Endurance racing is not as easy as just driving around for 6 hours. Even, to be fair, in that sense, it's not easy at all. But it's made even harder by the fact that you have to compute a lot of different pit strategies. You've got to work with code 80s at different points, the splash and dash, the headaches that come with getting it wrong and trying to think on your feet, as a lot of teams have to do. But yeah, that's the difficulty of endurance racing. And if you want to be in the top flight of it, you've you've got to compete, and you've got to deal with that difficulty as best you can.
Certainly have. Somebody confirming, by the way, that Tony Mellor did win in LMP3 that title with Race Clutch, of course, who were leading this race a little bit earlier. As into the pit lane comes race leader Janssen Binz. We'll see if Luca Di Meglio also comes in here, but we've also got a little bit of a fight going on out the rest of DPI. Well, no, we can't really call it a fight, can we? 3 seconds between Christian Marquera and Cameron Roger for 6th place at the moment. Here's Luca Di Meglio. Will he be coming in here or not? Started off doing this race in 26 lap stints, but extended it to 27 last time around. So might be, well, he's probably going to, well, yeah, he's going to go again here. Going to go on to lap 106 and hopefully come in at the end of 107. So Luca Di Meglio really starting to stretch this one out. And of course, you might be thinking, well, what's the point of this? Because after all, he's not actually saving a pit stop, and he won't save a stop. Well, that's true, but he will shorten his final pit stop just a little bit with a little bit less fuel having to be taken on.
And that could be the difference. When he gets to that point, he'll probably be maybe thanking himself that he managed to stretch these stints out by a couple of laps. Talking a little bit earlier on about the knock-on effect, and if you can stretch this stint out a little bit later, then maybe you can stretch your future stints out a little bit later, and it all helps when it comes down to that final pit stop. And if you can shave off a few seconds compared to competitors, with how close this race has been between certain teams, it could be the difference with the team Ricky Monza's car, who, if I think back to last season, actually had a pretty big crash on the opening lap. So at least for the next season, we've got a car stop there in a similar place that we had the last Code 80. So hopefully that car does move out of the way and we don't get another one. Not entirely sure who that is. Yeah, but once more, yet another crash. That's Jimmy Hughes, who had an off a little bit earlier on. He was the cause of the last Code 80, and he's had yet another spin. Fortunately for him, he's able to carry on, and no major damage, at least visibly, to that car.
Yeah, it doesn't look like. I think it was just a regular spin for Jimmy Hughes on that occasion. So that's all fine for him as the fight for second in GTE just closes up ever so slightly. Nicola Pastore getting closer to Christian Mikel now as Michał Sedlacek gets away just that little bit. All three of these now, we believe, on the same strategy. I think Lead Racing have converted their strategy, but they're just not as quick as things stand. Luca Di Meglio went another lap there. Well, this is impressive now from Di Meglio, who has not yet to change driver here in this, yet to get out of that car here in this race. Rookie Monsters 6th place last season in the standings, and so yeah, they're looking to maybe do a little bit better here on this occasion. Janssen Binz, by the way, has come out of the pit lane now. He is in 4th place, just behind. Well, he will be 3rd. He's and will be 2nd, just behind the Race Clutch car of Nick De Silva here in this race. I say just behind it is a gap of about 10 seconds, possibly even a bit more, 15 seconds just about right now. And of course, he's got 2 stints to try and gain on the car in second as we go and look around the divisions in the Virtual Endurance Championship, looking at Division 2 and 3. Of course, if you are in those servers, then you can see or can watch a live stream from that on the Virtual Endurance Championship YouTube as well. No commentary accompanying it, but you might be quite glad to not hear us, to be honest. But yeah, there it is. You can see around the divisions at the moment, everything running nicely, and people having good races up and down the divisions for the moment. We're approaching halfway here at the moment, Zach, and the promised rain that we weren't quite promised, but we were hinted and teased with maybe just a little bit. I don't think it is going to come by the looks of things, because at the halfway mark, from the forecast I saw anyway, and that I've just re-looked at, from the forecast I saw at the halfway mark, we were going to be clear of the rain from here on in. So it looks like just a little bit of a cloudy phase of the race. Yeah, just teasing us there, keeping us on our toes, and yeah, maybe giving us some false hope that something interesting would happen. Not that nothing interesting has happened in this race, but something to spice it up just that little bit more. But yeah, no, unfortunately no rain, but maybe that is a blessing in disguise, because sometimes when it gets wet, the gaps start to spread as the skill gap does widen a little bit. So it does keep it a little bit more interesting. Of course, it will be a massive sigh of relief for some teams that can stick to that conventional dry race strategy that they've been hoping for, and if they've committed to a dry strategy, they've come into the pit lane, and then straight after the rain starts to fall, it can be really, really frustrating. But I guess that is sometimes the luck that comes with motor racing. But yeah, it's a shame, but at least we know
that from here on out we're not going to have any surprises potentially anyway, and we're not just having that false start. We're not being led on. So at least we've got that clarity in some, I guess, blessing disguised. I'm not entirely sure what to call it, but we're not getting our hopes up with some rain from here on in.
No, it's looking very unlikely that it is going to rain at the moment. We've just been sent an image, by the way, from somebody just about 20 minutes outside of Monza, or away from Monza, I should say, and it is beautiful. By the looks of things, the weather's very nice, so it's not going to rain, you wouldn't imagine, but the locals will be very glad, as we've got the race leader, Luca D'Amelio, into the pit lane at the moment. And he is going to just give over that race lead to Nick De Silva in the end here. There's the race clutch, red and black DPI, making its way towards the line right now. And so Luca D'Amelio will be displaced, and maybe will have to get out of that car. But he's getting alarmingly close to maybe saving a pit stop in this race. I do think it's going to be a step too far. They've saved about 10 minutes on a normal stint in half the race. So even with another 10 minutes, they're not going to save a whole stint. However, they may well shorten their final pit stop. This is what we were talking about earlier on. Their final pit stop may be very, very short indeed. And that may be exactly what they're looking for. And Luca D'Amelio is seemingly doing a lot of this race, because he's still in that car right now. Didn't change tyres on that stint, by the way, so we're not changing driver either. And so we may well see him out at the next opportunity, but he's got to make sure that he doesn't go over 70% of the laps today, otherwise that will be an infringement of the rules.
Got to give everyone a fair share of the driving seat, but yeah, I mean, at least for now, it's not broke. He's doing a great job, so don't fix it until you really have to. But yeah, Luca D'Amelio doing a great job so far in that Team Ricky Monza car. Still driving well up in P3, and it's only about 3.5 seconds off Janssen Bintz as well for second place. So it could still be quite spicy, and with their strategy as well, being able to stretch it and not actually lose too much time in doing it. They're actually saving themselves quite a big chunk of time, which will really help them towards the end of the race. This is Mark V in P3 in the LMP2 category, currently 1.3 seconds off the number 28 in second place. So just driving quite well and looking very much forward instead of backwards, because Nicholas Lemoine is a good 20.7 seconds back. But yeah, Mark V at the moment doing a pretty good job, just chilling up there in the podium places.
He is, and that's a bit of time gained actually for Black Hawk Zancho. But let's not forget they came in under the last code 80. They saved that little bit of fuel. They've taken their splash and dash, and they're going all out now, double stinting their medium tyres as they so often do here in the LMP2 category. So he was able to come in only one lap after the 33 and 28, the two leaders, the 1 and 2 at the moment in this race, which is a little bit it's not quite a big surprise. But then again, the front two have been saving fuel quite a lot. Well, they've been going longer at least. I don't know how much fuel saving they've been doing, but they've been going longer certainly. And so Mark V, with that pit stop, has been able to gain about 4 laps of fuel over the rest of his rivals, and he's got really quite a long way ahead of them now. A good 20 seconds ahead of Nicolas Lemoine, for example. But there will be plenty of battles in the midfield of LMP2 to keep a little bit of an eye on here later on. So let's see what transpires over the next few moments. We're just 7 minutes from the halfway mark here, and the GTE pit stops will soon be upon us. Of course, we've got Michal Sedlacek currently leading out there at the moment for Juice's Motorsport Club. Be interesting to see what these guys do here. I'm especially interested in what Christian Mikel does, because last time around, in the previous stint, of course, we have Philip Drees driving, and he changed tyres at the halfway mark of his 2-hour stint. Will Christian Mikel realise that maybe that's not going to get them the race winner? Will he do a double stint, which is kind of going away from their strategy? It's always risky changing your strategy on the fly, but sometimes it is needed.
Sometimes, especially if you're in a hotly contested fight with, if in this case with Juice's Motorsport Club, you've got to try something different, and if you can get the edge, then absolutely perfect. But yeah, it always does come with that risk that you're going to have to carry. And once you have changed it, you sort of do have to commit to it, because if you change back, you're just going to lose even more time. So they've got to change, they've got to trust themselves that it's the right call, and then commit. The gap still is only around about 4 seconds, but we've seen that Mikel, if he is in front, he can keep that place for quite a long time. So that's going to be something that he's going to be thinking about when he's potentially next in the car towards later on in the race, whatever the plan is, he's going to know that he can maintain track position, which could be something that they play into their strategy of just going for a strategy that puts them in a good place strategically, whether that be double or triple sitting their tyres, whatever it is, and then they can maintain that position really well because Mikel proved it. But yeah, that's going to be those sort of things that are going to be playing on their mind. But yeah, strategy, it's always an interesting one because you never really know what is the best strategy because it's just all up in the air, especially at this point in the race with still 3 hours left to go.
Plenty of time remaining here in this one. We go back to the other Ferrari of Maximilian Kalinic now. We have seen a driver change here as well for Juice's Motorsport Club, of course, because Roy de Munich qualified and started this car for the 73 team. And they're closing in here on Scuderia Leone. Thomas Arens, not surprising because, of course, Arens gained a lot out of that previous Code 80, so will be falling through the field just a little bit, and they're fuel saving quite a lot as well. It's a good race at the moment as far as Scuderia Leone are concerned. They're running quite well, although maybe on the defensive very soon. Oh, dive down the inside from that will be Bins in the second place at the moment. Janssen Bins makes his way down the inside. That's always the worry for the GTE. As Arens just kicked up the dirt just a little bit out of Lesmo 2. It is quite telling though that Kalinic is catching the car in front despite the fact he's on hards and the Corvette on softs at the moment, yet Kalinic still able to close in. Really quite an obvious closing of the gap now between these two. Kalinic just homing in now as they both move aside for one of the DPI fights that's going on. It's Luca Di Melio versus Christian Margera at the moment for third place here in this race right now. Good exit from Margera. Over the line, there's all sorts of traffic. They have to split the difference between, go through the middle. Margera going to look to the inside if he's going to be allowed that lane, and Luca Di Melio going to push him straight into the GTC car, is he? They're going to squeeze through free wide. Margera, though, backs off ever so slightly, lets Di Melio sail into turn one and will maybe try and get the exit, but won't be able to. And through Curva Grande, I think he's going to have to stay behind.
He is for now, at least, but still pressing on and still well and truly in the slipstream. Might have another go towards the Roger Pool to the left-hand side. Can he be brave on the brakes? Not quite. And Luca Di Melio hangs firm for P3 for the time being, but Christian Margera is putting a lot of pressure on, and that is always going to be important, just to try and maybe make a mistake, force a mistake, put Luca Di Melio under a lot of pressure. But yeah, Margera doing everything right, at least for the time being. Not going for anything particularly stupid, no desperate dives, and just playing it by ear and seeing how it happens. Still got a lot of time to make this move stick, but he's going to want to get it done sooner rather than later. Luca Di Melio to the left-hand side towards Ascari, just to discourage the move more than anything. But yeah, Margera probably going to be trying to just stay as close as possible and then have another look towards T1.
He will indeed. In this 21 car, of course, expected to be slightly stronger because the entire lineup of the 21 is basically a copy of the season 13 winning GTE lineup that they managed to take that championship with. Though you'd expect them to be pretty good, and they're looking to get onto the podium right now in the slipstream majorly and trying to get through. Inside line it's going to be Di Melio going to have to back off. He limps off going into the corner, and Christian Margera does indeed make his way through. I think Di Melio realised quite quickly that this battle was no longer going to be beneficial to either of them, so decided to let the Supreme car go through, and that's the smart thing to do really, because rookie monsters after all do have a lot older tyres on right now.
Yeah, there's no point in fighting just for the I guess the pride of maintaining track position, and while it can be fun to have a bit of a fight, you do want to end up at the checker flag in the highest position possible. So Luca Di Melio just doing the right job with a lot of racecraft, just to say, yeah, no, fair enough. There's no point in fighting this. He's got the run, and I've tried my best to maintain the pace and stay in front, but it's to no avail. And he knows that he's in a tricky space with his tyres, whereas Margera will be a little bit quicker. And while it is frustrating, he knows in the back of his mind that he's going to have another chance to get back in front with the strategy. But yeah, Luca Di Melio just has to do his own thing and not be too fast about those around him. And yeah, Margera can now have the free air to press on. 10 seconds to Janssen Bins. It's not the largest gap in the world, but it is still quite substantial, though that gap can close quite quickly. It seems, at least for the time being, this Sim Frame Esports car has got some good pace.
Yeah, looking very good on those new soft tyres. And going very quickly as a result of them, you would imagine. And back in the GTE fight, all of this has stayed the same while we were watching the DPIs. Just a little bit Maximilian Kalinic right behind the Scuderia Leone Corvette as things stand. And may well decide to go for it into turn number 1. We're about to get to halfway mark though, or the halfway mark. 3 hours to go. 3 hours down in the 6 hours of Monza here this afternoon. So plenty of time for Kalinic to make this way through, but you can be sure he doesn't want to wait all those hours. He's going to try and get through right now in the slipstream of the Corvette. Going to look to the inside, and this might well be an easy move, although he's struggling in a straight line to really gain much here, or gain enough, I should say. He looks to the inside, he brakes later, and so that might be what seals in the pass, and it does. So 6th place for Kalinic. In the end, it wasn't too impressive in terms of straight line speed, but the Scuderia Leone car is very quick in a straight line, and in the end it had to be done on the brakes.
It did, and he made a much quicker work, that car in general of Rennes than they did Mikel a little bit earlier on. So yeah, Kalinic doing a great job on the brakes, and now can look forward 3 seconds to Karolainen for the next place up in front for P5, 2.5 seconds, and that gap is closing. So the Juice Motorsport Club Ferrari certainly got some good pace and don't want to be spending too much time tucked up behind other cars with their fight up more towards the front. That's going to be what they're more interested in, at least for now. And just at this point in the race, what more can you do? We're halfway through. There's still a long way to go. You're not going to do anything remarkable that's race deciding. So just be consistent, put the laps in, and stay fast.
Absolutely, as Nicola Pastore comes into the pit lane for Jean Lacey Esports. That's from 3rd position, just behind Christian Mikel and so on. There is Pastore up on the jacks at the moment, getting another tyre change there on the mediums. I wonder if the likes of Christian Mikel or Michał Sedlacek are going to do the same, because after all, the 3 of them ended up on medium tyres there. Will they just be doing medium stints from here on in? Well, I found that surprising with Juice's Motorsport Club, because they of course opened this race with a double stint in terms of the tyres. But it's hard to know really quite what's going to happen. Pastore though certainly is going to drop down the order, and Christian Mikel's going to have to be careful that he doesn't get overtaken through this phase, but I don't think he will. He'll just have to wait a little bit longer to make his pit stop there in the 91. He only did 32 laps, did 32 laps on that last stint, so should probably go to around lap 95, although a fair few came in. Oh, there is first G-Sport. Cam Roger goes around, and really nearly gets collected there. That was quite a move up the inside there from Cam Roger, and in the end it did not pay off at all. Thankfully didn't hit anything, but that could have been a lot worse, and maybe should have been, because wow, those two got away with a big one there.
That was very, very dodgy indeed. Roger to the inside of the final part of Ascari. Yes, those DPIs are very quick, but that is always going to be a recipe for disaster. Fortunately for Mikel, he wasn't tagged up too much. But unfortunately Roger took a spin, and I think did lose the place to Tony Meller for P6 in that Seawolf car. So yeah, unfortunately for Roger, who has actually been driving a pretty good stint so far. But yeah, these things happen. It is always on the prototype and the faster car to lap safely, but yeah, for Roger, it was the tiniest tap as well, but through one of the fastest sequences of the circuit, a slight tap can mean disaster really, because yeah, these cars are so sensitive that as soon as you knock them slightly off edge, they are going to go round. But for Roger, it was just one spin, got it pointed the right way, and was able to carry on. I think we're going to take another look as to how it happened. It's always unfortunately catching traffic into Ascari anyway.
Oh dear, it's a dangerous move to go for. Across the curb, straight into the side of the Ferrari, and it's a miracle he wasn't collected. I do think that was too aggressive there from Cam Roger, and maybe shouldn't have gone for it there. I think he's gotten away without damage, but yeah, that was too aggressive really, and making move through Ascari, even into Ascari, is quite dangerous, never mind through the middle of it. There's just not the space for two cars really. And so was forced up onto the curb, straight into the side of the Ferrari of Christian Mikel there, who thankfully wasn't affected by it, and is span around. But Roger now surely he's going to have fairly warm tyres, really, and straight away has got the more of this E-Stars car right on the back of him. Nello Pastorino is going to look to take advantage of this.
You've got to be in the mix to take advantage of things, and yeah, with Roger being a little bit shaken, Pastorino going to look to the right-hand side, not quite close enough, as Roger once again sideways onto the brakes. That can't be good for that car's rear tyres, or any of its tyres actually, to go into every braking zone, especially T1 sideways. That's not good at all, but Roger doing a great job of keeping the point in the right way and discouraging Pastorino for doing a pretty aggressive move, but very, very close indeed. And yeah, the car behind certainly does look feisty, and that number 4, Cameron Roger, could be in a bit of trouble soon.
Could well be. It's not an ideal situation over the last few moments. Michal Sedlacek is into the pit lane now, and will be making a pit stop here. Will he be changing tyres or not? Let's go and check, shall we? And find out whether that car's up on the jacks. It is indeed. So tyres being changed. Interesting to see strategies being changed down there in GTE at the moment, because we saw in the first stint Deuces go for a double stint in terms of tyres, and LeaveRacing.com didn't. In the end, they've reverted to just going for single stints all over again as the battle for 7th continues into the final corner.
Oh, Pastorino to the left-hand side. Can he swoop around and take the long way around through the Parabolica? Not quite able to, but put Cameron Roger on a bit of an awkward line, and that's going to hamper his run down this pitch straight now, as he wants to get himself in front, right on board. As you can see, the Maradna C-Stars car closing at a rate of knots. Is it enough? Rogers to the right-hand side to try and defend. Pastorino going to brake late to the left. There's going to be the outside line. A very good move if he can make this one stick to the inside of T2. So close to contact between the pair of them. Roger using the full extent of the circuit to the right-hand side. Still side-by-side now on this run through Curva Grande. Roger going to hold his own to the inside. Bit of GTE traffic to get through as well. That's going to be dodgy. Roger forced to back out, and Pastorino held his nerve on the outside, and yeah, unfortunately for Roger, we're sort of caught out a little bit by those two Corvettes going side by side.
Absolutely. It was already free wide up in front, so there was no way they could make it 4. That track's just not wide enough at that part of the track, and so Roger's lost out on a position as a result, as the battle for the lead is sort of developing here. Nick De Silva's getting caught now by Janssen Bins in that Valet Esports car. We could well have a fight for the lead going on. The concerning thing is that Nick De Silva and Janssen Bins has got 53 minutes remaining on these set of tyres. So there's not exactly going to be a gain for Race Clutch a little bit later with these double stints, with these triple stints, because they're not changing tyre at this particular stop, unless Nick De Silva, of course, decides to change the strategy a little bit. But that would make things really weird in the race. So we'll wait and see, really, what happens between these guys, but at the moment Nick De Silva in a lot of trouble.
He is, and under a lot of pressure from Janssen Bins, who has done a great job to close the gap. Of course, that Valet car was doing a great job leading the way for pretty much the entirety of the last stint by quite a fair margin too, but Nick De Silva hasn't had his fair share of luck, so he's going to be interested to try and stay in front for the longest possible time. Through Ascari, flicking it through, and just got to be committed, got to be as smooth as possible as well with these DPIs, because they are going to be very, very sensitive. Nick De Silva defensive towards the Parabolica. They've got a bit of traffic to contend with, bring it back over to the left-hand side as soon as Bins commits, but he's going to try and saw his way around the outside, use the momentum and swing his way through the Ferrari. One goes right, one goes left. Still, are they going to emerge side by side? Yes, they are. Janssen Bins is going to be on the outside, but he's proven to be brave on the brakes, and if he can keep it on the outside through the rFactor, he might have a good chance to get in front of Nick De Silva.
He might well do. He's going to get trapped here by the LMP2, is he? Oh, it's going to be side by side, nearly free wide into the corner. The LMP2 very much didn't want that to happen. Nick De Silva stuck on the outside line for turn 2, and so he's going to lose the place. Janssen Bins already out into the lead of this race, and Valet Esports looking very, very good for a race win here so early on in this at the moment. Nick De Silva going to try and come back at him, of course, but he won't be able to. That's a very important pass for Janssen Bins to be able to get through there already, and he's put himself in a great place, because this battle, if these two were dead equal, this battle was supposed to happen in 51 minutes time.
So he's done it 51 minutes early, so fair play to Janssen Binz, and he's actually pulling away quite significantly. That gap is opening up and utilising the traffic to full effect. It looks so scary. He had to think very quickly and had to make some split-second decisions in order to make that move work, but he stayed true to his gut and was able to get himself in front. Now Nick De Silva catching a bunch of traffic through Ascari, going to lose even more time as he cuts his way through the Jean Alesi car. And still emerges about 1.2, 1.3 seconds back on Janssen Binz, who now is well and truly trying to stretch his legs and build up quite a substantial lead in this race.
He has, and he will be able to continue to do that. We'll see whether Christian Margera can get through soon as well, because he's gaining, although it might just be because of the fight that these two were having. We'll obviously find out pretty shortly. But there's Margera making his way over the line. What was his lap time last time about? It was 2.1 seconds quicker than Nick De Silva, so we can't count out the Simfream Esports car from this one at the moment. We've been kind of focusing on Race Clutch versus Valet Esports, but all of a sudden Simfream Esports are starting to get themselves involved, and as this race goes on, they're only getting stronger.
Yeah, Margera has had some great pace over the last couple laps. Of course, was helped by that battle, but still is closing at quite a substantial rate, and that gap around about 4.5 seconds now between him and Nick De Silva. So very well could have 3 teams in contention for the race lead, and over halfway through now, they will certainly be counting them back and looking forward to that checkered flag, especially. But between all 3 of them, arguably they're all going to be thinking they're the ones that deserve to win. Unfortunately, only one of them can do that. And as the race progresses, as the strategy sort of start to unveil themselves, we then start to see that these 3 are actually those that could be favourites. So Simfream have really, I guess, come out of nowhere to be in contention for this, but yeah, still it's going to be a tough ask to beat the Nick De Silva, you know, in of himself, but also with the Valet Esports car. They just look head and shoulders above the rest, at least so far in this race. But we've been surprised before, and I'm sure we'll be surprised again.
We probably will, really, not least because we're not that smart. But anyway, the battle for the lead in GTE is about 6 seconds apart at the moment. So Michal Sedlacek has come out in the lead again. There he is, going over the line again. On the medium tyres on this occasion, thinks that that's going to be quicker over an hour. Christian Michal clearly thinks that the softer tyres are going to be quicker, although he's he's going quite quick. Of 1 minute 46.0. It's not often that you see fastest laps of the race that come over halfway through because of the traffic and so on, but that does just show the pace in this car is frightening indeed. And Giuseppe Pastore, who's now just in behind, he's going to have a hard time getting on terms, and maybe Michal Sedlacek will be looking over his shoulder by the end of this next hour.
Yeah, Michal has been driving really well, up a valiant defence to Sedlacek a little bit earlier on, and it is now starting to press forward. And unfortunately for the Jean Alesi car, who looked to be in contention with those two, is dropping back just a little bit, but again, only 8 seconds covers our top 3 in the GTE category, so still a lot to play for. But for now, as the pendulum swings more to the favour of NeedRacing.com and Christian Michal at this stage of the race, because that's what happens. Different cars, different teams are going to be quicker at different points, and for now, the torch is being passed to Michal, and he needs to maximise this point in the race now, where he is significantly quicker than his main contenders around him.
He is, no doubt about that, as Maximilian Kalnic is on the back of Miguel Cardoso in this battle for 5th place. It's GTC Race Centre versus Juices Motorsport Club. Going to look to try and get through once again here on the medium tyres versus the softs for the orange Ferrari here as well, but not able to just for the moment. There's going to be another lap car just in behind. By the way, I don't want to curse anyone or curse anything by saying this, but haven't had any retirements yet from this race. Still 37 out of 37 running here at the moment, and hopefully it remains that way for the rest of this one. But normally, first races of any season are chaotic. So is Monza down towards turn number 1. So is Monza on opening day of a season, which is possibly a brave choice, but certainly would be in some championships. But at the moment, we're seeing great racing between these guys, and nobody retired just yet. Not too many incidents either, thankfully.
Very true indeed. It goes to show the quality of driving that we have in the Virtual Endurance Championship. And yeah, everyone is doing so well. Of course, the preseason race was a little bit different as they dusted off sort of the off-season cobwebs in some metaphorical sense to get themselves warmed back up for the season. But yeah, Monza usually is a recipe for disaster. But, you know, everyone keeping it clean. We've had a fair share of action. And of course, the strategical points of this race is keeping everyone on their toes, especially those watching and the drivers and teams down on the track. Kalinch on the back of Cardoso for P5 in the GTE category. Can he make any inroads down this pitch straight? He is very close, utilising the slipstream, pulls out to the right-hand side. He's going to hit a brick wall of air, but still alongside as the DPI cars find their way through. Is the Juice Motorsport car going to be brave enough on the brakes? He is, but not quite enough as Cardoso leaves him to dry around the outside, gets the inside of T2 as well. So Kalinch has to sit back once more, and it is a theme that the Juices Motorsport Club cars can't quite find their way through cars as efficiently as possible. Hopefully for Kalinch, he's not going to have as hard of a time as his teammate Sedalic did a little bit earlier on, but yeah, still Cardoso doing a great job in that very striking orange Ferrari just to stay in front at least for the time being for the GT3 race centre car, hanging on to P5 and trying to maintain that milestone, because a top 5 just sounds nicer than a top 6, and yeah, doing a great job at keeping Kalinch back. But it does seem that Juices Motorsport car, at least for now, has got the measure in terms of pace. Not quite track position, but certainly pace.
Yeah, certainly got the edge for the moment. Speaking of having the edge over someone else, Cosmo Prosciutto seems to have that over Serge Bakker at the moment, making his way down the inside into Lesmo 2. Prosciutto, of course, also clinched Formula Sim Racing Championship last weekend with the Pro Championship, which is kind of the second division, if you like, on that one. So yeah, it's a successful weekend all round for a number of drivers in the VEC order, in the VEC grid. So that's been good to see. Prosciutto looking to try and use some of that to maybe get through here for 5th position on Serge Bakker as well. Christian Marquera also closing in on the Nick De Silva car up in 2nd place. So we'll try and keep an eye on all of those as Prosciutto now tries to seize his opportunity with the slipstream of the car in front. It's of course the number 46 Visceral Esports car that was running inside the top 3 earlier on, battling with Blackhawk Sancho for those positions, but now fighting to stay inside the top 5, and Bakker went too wide into the first turn, and Prosciutto went too wide on the exit of turn 2, and so the two of them roughly stay where they were previously. And this battle will continue on further into the future, really, as Cam Roger also closes in on Nello Pastorino. All kinds of fights happening at the moment, and indeed these two are closing in on that fight in LMP2 as well. Maybe they'll change positions as they're passing one another. Does seem unlikely, but stranger things have happened. Roger looking to recover from that mistake really made at Ascari, diving it down the inside at a corner that really shouldn't have done. And so, yeah, it's a bit of a recovery from here, but not too much. You wouldn't say. It wasn't a huge problem, thankfully. In the end, could have been a lot worse. And in the end, he's dropped down to 8th place. Going to leave Mitty Hoyer quite a lot of work to do at this stage. So going to try and help him out just ever so slightly here with this one. But multiple battles happening out there on the circuit. Roger just loses out on a bit of time there, but Marquera's definitely closing in on Nick De Silva. There you can see the battle for 5th in LMP2 is happening. So is the battle for 5th in GT. There's plenty going on now.
There's a lot to look at, and yeah, not conventionally endurance racing. We said a little bit earlier on how, oh yeah, the next couple of hours are going to be quite dead. It's probably the worst place for me to jump on into the commentary booth, because nothing's really going to happen. People are going to be starting to do their own things, but nope, it's been kept nice and close, and people are still fighting tooth and nail for these track positions, and it's been a great watch. I hope everyone at home is enjoying it. That's why we usually come to Monza for the opening race of the Virtual Endurance Championship, especially recently. We had a crazy race last year, and we're having an equally good one, I think, now this year as well, because Monza is a nice track to come and get this season going. It's not a difficult circuit, really to get settled into the season, but also can bring out some really good action. This is Margera on the back of Nick De Silva, soon for second place. And we were saying how the Sim 3 esports car could be in contention, and well, they are certainly proving it with this resurgence of pace.
They are only about 5 seconds behind the overall lead now of course, Valet Esports into the first chicane. Go these two with not a lot between them. A lot of cars just up in front though. Lots of GTEs, some LMP2s as well to negotiate here, and that's going to affect things down in towards the Della Roggia chicane. Oh, is there going to be a look? Yeah, there is a look down the inside from Nick De Silva in the race clutch car, and quite well negotiated actually from the R8G Esports LMP2. They both swing. Oh, and free wide. Almost Nick De Silva goes around the Ferrari while there was already Christian Margera alongside. That'll be a controversial one, but once again, everybody has gotten away with that.
Just about. That could have ended in disaster very easily. Nick De Silva, yeah, maybe not being too aware of his surroundings, thinking that he didn't want to lose too much time, and Margera tried to capitalise on all of it, and that's what can happen in the lap traffic. But they are still very close. Margera needs to clear this P2 fairly quickly to stay in contention. Has lost a few tenths to Nick De Silva, but yeah, that is certainly going to be a controversial one. And I guess it happens. Traffic can give and traffic can take, but when there's all three classes and a fight for position in one of them as well, it can always spell disaster. Certainly, this is Kalinch still fighting with the GTC Ferrari and down towards the Roger. This fight has been far from done because Kalinch was able to get in front, but I don't think Cardoso has been willing to leave him alone, at least for now.
Not quite. It was a move into turn one and a bit of a defence, and then a fade back to the racing line there from Kalinic, but either way, he's gotten away with it. As we see Nick De Silva also into the pit lane right now, so that battle will end. Will there be a tyre change here? Oh, they're going to go through with it. They're going through with the triple stint here, and you can't really blame them. But are they going to be able to catch this car of Valet Esports? It's looking more unlikely by the second, really, because Nick De Silva ended that stint 5 seconds behind the Valet Esports car. They're both going to end up changing tyres on the 2-hour mark, and I think that's where Valet Esports are really going to start to pull away from that point on. I mean, it's difficult to see how Race Clutch can claw this back, really.
I mean, we've been surprised this race is full of them, so maybe they have something left in reserve that they haven't quite shown us yet. But yeah, this Valet Esports car has done so well for their debut in Division 1. Of course, was promoted from Division 2 after their showing in pre-season, and yeah, they haven't waited around to settle in. They've come in and really started to show why they deserve it, and to lead and potentially win the opening round is always a good start in a new division. But yeah, they're doing a great job and getting their season underway well. Even if they don't end up winning this race, even if it's second or third, it's still a fantastic result. But they're racing drivers, they're a team, they're always going to be hungry for more, and Jansen Vince is doing a great job at helping his team out. This is Cosmo Prosciutto in the LMP2 category on the back of P5, and yeah, once more, yet another very close on-track bit of action. Can he get past Sergei Bakker?
We'll see if there's a move, but this has been the way that the battle for 5th place in LMP2 has been for quite a while now. There's not really been too much change between the two of them. Prosciutto hasn't really gone for any moves here for Go Team Racing. And there hasn't been too much defence from the Visceral LMP2 either. So let's see quite what goes on. Obviously, pit stops for LMP2s pretty soon as well. We've seen 25-ish stints, roughly 25 lap-ish stints, roughly for these teams and drivers. The 46th car of Visceral Esports, Serge Bakker here, going to look to come into the pit lane. Not this lap, it shouldn't be anyway. This is lap 119 at the moment, but on lap 121, so in 2 laps' time, we could well see Bakker coming into the pit lane. And I don't believe, no, it's not one of those stops where they're going to change tyres, so it's going to be simply a fuel fill-up. And by the looks of this battle as it stands right now, and what the pit stops are going to be, I have a feeling it might be like this on the other side of the stops.
Hopefully, so then we can have a bit more on-track action as opposed to it being decided in the pit lane. Valet Esports also into the pit lane with 2 hours and 37 minutes left to go. Cosmo Prosciutto still on the back of Sergei Bakker, pulling to the left-hand side. Very aggressive dart, really, to maybe have a look and spot his braking point correctly. But no, Prosciutto is certainly breathing down the neck of Bakker, at least for the time being. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see in the pit stops, maybe Prosciutto can try and get a bit of a jump. There's really nothing much in it. All it could take is Prosciutto hitting his marks a little bit better, or pulling out of the pit lane, or just getting up his tyres up to speed out of the pit lane. So, or back up to temperature, sorry, if they aren't taking tyres after this next stop. So, yeah, it's not much in it at all, and it doesn't take much for the for the positions to swap at all.
No, it doesn't. So let's see. As Valet Sports make their way out the pit lane again, it's now Stavros Moutsadis in the car, and looking at the kind of the fast lap tracker and the information on on what these guys have been doing in practice, can say that Moutsadis has done a whopping 640 laps on the practice server beforehand in this race. That is a lot of laps in that car. So expect him to be on pace with the Anson Bins so far in this one. Colin Spork, well, did he make a tyre change in that most recent stop or not? Is the question, because he is now 15 seconds behind. That's not long enough for a tyre change, is it? Although Nick De Silva got out of the car, so maybe there was a tyre change for the race clutch car there. But either way, we'll wait and see on that one, as Cosmo Prosciutto is in with his Go Team Racing teammate. It's a bit of a mystery what Race Clutch intend to do from here, because 4 stints to the end of the race from here. Now, have they decided that maybe it would be a smarter idea to go to the end on doing double stints, try and catch them in that way? I think they've decided here to start off with a triple with Colin Sport. That worked quite well. But Nick De Silva's stint there didn't quite as well. So they did a double, and now it's going to be 2 double stints to the end for Colin Spork, and that should be manageable given what he did on the soft tyres to start this race.
Yeah, no, he should have a pretty plain sailing run to the end with a couple of double stints, and again, that's a tribute to his hard work earlier on with that triple stint that really helped his team's chance of success. But yeah, no, he's just still got to do the work, still got to be quick as well with those double stints. While tyres might not be as big of a problem for him to double stint on softs as opposed to triple stint, but he still has to keep the pace up, still has to be consistent, because Race Clutch as well is one of those teams that we expect to be towards the sharp end, fighting with Valet, especially because I think Race Clutch probably have the best chance of anyone to really topple that Valet car, but again, only time will tell, and Spork has got a lot of hard work to try and bring this car home.
It has indeed, although it's only a 15-second gap to Valer Esports also. So they also have decided to maybe revert to double stints, have they, with Moutsadis now? Not entirely sure, but I mean, if we saw Bins go any further in that race, then we were going to reach 70% of this one, I think. Well, he might not have quite gotten there, but he would have gotten relatively close. And maybe Moutsadis didn't want to do a triple stint to end off this one, so it really is between Moutsadis and Sport between the end of the race now. Can they both change tyres? Margera, what strategy is he on at this point? Well, it's hard to know, really. It's very difficult to know how these guys are really going forward with this race now, but it certainly is a lot closer. And we haven't even talked about rookie monsters coming into play here either, because Luca D'Amelio's still out there. He will go out there for more laps as well. This is that 134. He can do at least another 2 laps at the end of this one. So we've got to factor them in as well. There's 4 teams with who are all over the place, of course, but it's fantastic to see 4 teams fighting so close now.
Such an unknown as well, because that Team Rookie Monsters car, they're doing something different. We spoke at the last pit stop cycle at Luca D'Amelio going slightly longer, just a couple of laps longer on his stint, and he's doing the same here to obviously, when it comes to that splash and dash towards the end, limit the amount of time he spends in the pit lane. So as long as he can, keep the pace up and not lose too much time, he can then gain it back on that final stop when anyone else has to put in a little bit extra fuel compared to him. So this will be really interesting to see where the Team Rookie Monsters car are in a bit more of an outside shot at the moment, but it's still a sort of an unknown, and it's that uncertainty that can really be a deciding factor a little bit later on. But yeah, it's still 4 teams, the top 4 as they stand and actually no, not the top 4 as they stand. But yeah, we've still got a lot of teams in the mix, especially the DPI, which, yeah, for what was last season, I think it was quite a fairly dominant display from Burst Esports. Yeah, it was 65 points clear of Seawolf Net Race for the championship. So already starting off this new season with quite a competitive field up in those DPIs.
We are. It's yeah, maybe going to be a little bit closer in that championship than we saw. We saw two, a particularly great one in LMP2, but in DPI and GT a little bit unclose, if that's a word. In the maybe I've just made it a word. So yeah, there we are. But into the pit lane for RHG Esports in terms of the LMP2s. They're just making their stop around right now. That's Ulas Ozildrum making his way in and making his way out pretty soon. We've also got from the LMP2 Sabakis of Pescarolo Esport in the pit lane. They both exit together. Going to be Ozildrum in the car, or remaining in the car. Nicolas Lemoyne also makes his way down pit lane. So still waiting for the 33 of John Lacey Esports and the Blackhawk Sancho cars to come in to the pit lane. Liam Duval might well be in this time, as Rookie Monsters car of Luca D'Amelio is in as well. So this pit stop phase is very nearly over.
Very nearly, as the last couple of stragglers come in fairly soon, and we'll see where Luca D'Amelio comes out relative to those around him. Liam Duval now in for Jean Lacey Esports, while leading the LMP2, but of course that is all provisional. With the pit stops, we'll see where they come out after the whole pit stop sequence. And John Lacey actually having a pretty good day in the office with their GTE entry of Pastore at the moment at the wheel up in P3. So be a good day in the office for John Lacey Esports, and to catapult their, I guess, new championship campaign up with a good start, because last season it was John Lacey pretty much versus Red Bull in the GTEs, but yeah, now they don't have Red Bull as a competitor. Maybe they could be a little bit more spicy in the GTEs and maybe catapult themselves for the championship. Who knows? We've still got a long season, a longer season as well than last, so even more races to decide what will hopefully be quite a close competitive championship.
Absolutely, as we've got second place Mark Vate into the pit lane here as well. So that's the same lap as John Lacey Esports to make his way in just for the moment. Getting a bit of confirmation. Yeah, Nick De Silva just mentioning that throughout his stint it was affected by a sound bug. I don't think he was able to hear, or was not hearing normal car noises and just weird noises. I think it was just no sound at all for Nick De Silva. So I had to come in early and make an early driver swap. I'm not entirely sure whether they changed tyres there or not, and I don't suppose they'll be too eager to tell me, really. But let's see about that. But it's certainly one of these things that can happen from time to time. You can lose sound, but Colin Spork doesn't seem to have any of those problems of his own. The gap is increasing, actually, to Christian Margera, so maybe they didn't change tyres there for Colin Spork, and they're sticking to their guns, just changing driver one stint early, which is a big task for Colin Spork to come into tyres that are already 1 hour 20 old.
It is. It's so tricky as a driver, because you come in, you get into a car, you're like, okay, nice, I've got some nice fresh tyres, I can really push. No, you've got to get back used to the car. Of course, Colin Spork did a great job earlier on with 3 stints to his name. And he knows how to nurse some slightly older tyres, but jumping in and trying to get used while the tyres aren't exactly at their peak can be really difficult. But Colin Spork is certainly he's a decorated driver. He's very good, one of the future prospects of esports, only 17 years old. So yeah, he certainly knows his way around a race circuit, and is going to be pushing to try and bring home a good early start to his career of race kite for the win in the Virtual Endurance Championship. But again, time will tell. He's got a tough ask with that one. But yeah, it's still that strategy. It is so difficult. And for Nick De Silva as well, we're talking about Colin Spork's problem with having a bit of dodgy tyres, having no sound at all. That must be absolutely dreadful. You must be just getting bored. Maybe he had his teammates in his ear, or some music playing or something like that to keep something in his ears and keep his brain occupied. But to have no sound, to drive a car, changing gears and all that sort of malarkey must be so difficult. So to be like, from an outside perspective, we didn't know until he actually told us in the YouTube chat. So for him to drive pretty much almost unnoticeably with issues, it's he did a really good job despite that.
Yeah, no doubt lost out on a bit of time compared to what he could have done, though. And will that set them back just a bit too far in this race is the question. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. from this point, as Luca Di Melio still in this car, and he's got to be careful about the drive time limit now. I'm not sure what 70% exactly would be of this race, but 66% would be 4 hours through. What would 70% be? It's going to be pretty close with regards to him actually going over the limit, because I do believe that rule is still in place about not being able to do more than 70% of the race as a driver. You can do that all in one go if you want, but you just have to get out and let somebody else do the remaining percentage, and it's a percent with regards to laps as well. But Luca Di Melio not wanting to get out the car anytime soon. He's still there and pressuring Cam Roger right now out of the Parabolica. Outside line for him at the moment, and they're going to go either side of the Mugen car, are they? Or they're going to squeeze in to the left. The Mugen car just having to get out of the way slightly. Cam Roger just flashing the lights, but it's not going to be anything to stop Luca Di Melio here. Outside line for the Italian. And Cam Roger slides in straight into the side of Di Melio as well. That burst car is so difficult on the rear brakes. He's sliding into the heavy braking zones quite a lot, and Luca Di Melio very nearly got caught up in that accident.
Very, very nearly, Roger. That is always going to be precarious by yourself, let alone when you're fighting with someone. He was brave on the brakes, probably a bit too brave, and asked a bit too much of the car. But yeah, that Best Esports car looked very dodgy as the GTC Ferrari tries to avoid, or Roger tries to avoid the GTC car, I should say. Had a bit of a blonde moment there as he twitches his way through the first Lesmo. Luca Di Melio is well and truly on his way now, but that could very easily have spelled disaster. And you do put a lot of trust in the drivers that you're overtaking. Of course, Di Melio was a lot quicker, and that move should have been easy, but all it took was a little bit more contact from Roger's side, a bit more of a lockup or something along those lines, braking a little bit later. And that could have spelled disaster for Luca Di Melio. He could have had a spin. And with Team Ricky Monsters being one of those teams in the mix for the race lead, they're going to be counting their lucky stars that they managed to make that wave through cleanly. And I think we're going to take another look at it on board with Roger.
Oh, dear me. Oh, and he just hit the side of Di Melio quite heavily. In the end, the DPR on the outside wasn't affected, thankfully. But it could have been a lot worse. Either way, Di Melio's through. And he'll be on his way now for another few stints. Now, further down, Federico Suave, just to briefly mention, has had a poor pit stop here because Simpreme Esports found themselves in 10th place. That's not the car being driven by Christian Marquez in second. You understand, there's a very different affair going on at the front of the field right now. However, their sister team all the way down the field. Now, Devin Brown has also lost out a bit of time. I think he's changed tyres where some others haven't. And now Cosmo Prosciutto and Serge Bakker have managed to find themselves in front. Visceral Esports on the provisional podium at the moment, but Devin Brown is back in the Blackhawk Sancho car. He's got some new tyres on. He's going to double stint 2 sets of these tyres towards the end. He's going to go to the end, you would imagine, of this race, and he might well get through into 4th pretty quickly here.
You would imagine so, very close to the back end of Cosmo Prosciutto, pushing him through Ascari, trying to stay as close as possible to the Go Team Racing car just in front of him. But yeah, well, we can see what Prosciutto can do in order to defend. How eager is he to keep Devin Brown at bay? Because with that speed of that car, it seems that the Blackhawk Sancho car is going to at least try and find a quick way through, because 3 seconds up to the next car, Sergei Bakker, which Cosmo Prosciutto was actually putting a bit of pressure on a little bit earlier on, has lost a bit of time, so might have dropped a bit of pace, might have to use Devin Brown to bring him back into contention. You can see, pulling to the right-hand side goes the Blackhawk Sancho car, and it should be a pretty easy affair. I don't think Prosciutto is too interested in fighting this one too hard. Braking in towards T1, the rFactor chicane, and yeah, there goes Brown up into P4, and now can set his sights forward. 2.5 seconds, let's call it there, 2.7 seconds to Sergei Bakker in front. What can he do with this newfound pace? Is a question that we are hopefully going to have answered very, very shortly, as Devin Brown is going to be trying to push forward and utilise some pace. I think we have got Ewan back. You just forgetting how your mic works again?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I did. Sorry about that. Yeah, just saying that. We'll see how quickly he can close in. Really, I mean, it is going to be a fairly quick closing in job, I think, for Devin Brown. It has been really for Luca Di Melio further up the order. Another 9 attempts on that last lap, so expect to see a battle for 5th place coming up our way very shortly as well, and maybe even one for the lead as Stavros Moutsadis loses out on a little bit of time. I wonder if he's been shoved onto some old tyres as well, although we're not going to get any answers from Bally Esports either. here in this one. We're not going to get answers from anybody really. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting battle for the lead if that happens. Koningsborg is losing a little bit of time, but not too badly on the other guys. So it is a real mystery. And given these guys aren't really changing compound anymore, they kind of found one that works and are running with it. It's very hard to know when they've changed tyres or not. But Christian Margera is closing in. On the last lap, it was half a second. There may be a little bit more on this lap as well, especially with that little bit of traffic that's just happened and put itself in front of Mercedes right now. And he's got to negotiate that, so maybe Simfream Esports are really just getting stronger and stronger and stronger and might well steal this one at the end.
They might well do. Christian Margera is at least putting him in that best possible opportunity in order to do so. Thread to needle between the two GTE cars. But yeah, this last couple of stints for Margera, his stint in the car has been phenomenal. He's put the pace in, put the laps in, and he's closing the gap now for the race lead. So what thought to be a dominant display, maybe between Valley and Race Clutch, now Simfream have got themselves involved in and could be a bit of a headache for both teams. Because Margera, yeah, as we say, absolutely sensational pace, and they may have to maintain that. Of course, they've done themselves a world of favours in this last couple of stints, but they have to maintain this now for the last 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race, and that's going to be a fairly tough ask. But they're going to be hungry. They can now see that they've got that chance, and yeah, you sort of do you do find something else when you know you've potentially got a chance to win. So yeah, it could be fairly interesting. We said we've got at least 3 teams, maybe even 4 for the race lead. So yeah, hopefully for Margera, he's going to be doing his best to put Simfream right at the sharp end and give them the best possible opportunity to be across the line first in 2 hours and 20 minutes time.
Absolutely. It's going to be a really interesting end to this one. Just over 2 hours. By the way, you'll be glad to know that Cam Roger will be taking over from me to the end of the race pretty shortly. I say pretty shortly. He's still driving, so we got to let him get out the car first, and then he'll join us. So yeah, he'll be taking you to the end with Zach. So yeah, we'll look forward to. Well, I'll look forward to watching on from the sideline. I hope everybody at home will enjoy kicking back and watching the end of this race as well, because there's only 2 seconds between 1 and 2 as things stand. As further down, Cosmo Prosciutto involved in a real scrap here, right in the middle. He's gotten through again on Serge Bakker. So Devin Brown got through on Bakker, and now Prosciutto follows him through as Bakker goes straight off the road down there at the Della Roggia chicane, running way too wide. The pressure just getting to him a little bit, and he dropped from 3rd to 5th, I think, in just 1 lap.
It was in just a single lap. That is absolutely gutting for the Visceral Esports team and for Sergei Bakker to, after a strategical call, put themselves into that place. But yeah, no, they're still not completely out of contention, only a couple of seconds back to Devin Brown and Cosmo Prosciutto, who, after relinquishing that place to Brown and was able to push forward, it did actually work out in his favour, and was able to overall maintain the place, but was able to get in front of the Visceral Esports car out of it. So yeah, Devin Brown pushing forward. This is the fight between Luca Di Melio and the Pastorino down and towards T1, and that is again an easy affair. So Luca Di Melio doing a big chunk of this race actually, and he doesn't seem to be tired out at all.
Well, yeah, this is the concerning thing. I do believe that rule about 70% is still in play, which would mean, well, I don't know what 70% of this race would be. I know what 66% is, but what's the rest? What's the other 3.33% equate to? Not entirely sure. At this
2 hours.
4.2 hours. It's about what's that? 2 hours 22. Sorry, 4 hours 24. I think 4 hours 24. That's about right.
No, it's 4 hours 12 minutes.
4 hours 12 minutes. Yes, you're right. Sorry, yeah. 4 hours 12 minutes. So I think he's just going to do it, but I mean, it's going to be close. And either way, driving for more than 4 hours when you've got possible teammates to support you is, I would say, a little bit. Maybe you're doing a bit too much. But then again, I did see Bradley Sellers, who's the only other driver with him at the moment. I did see Bradley Sellers join the TeamSpeak, and it wasn't that long ago. So I just wonder if Luca Di Melio has had to do this all on his own, really. But I mean, fair play to him. To drive like this for what is going to be more than 4 hours is a really good effort.
It is. He's been absolutely remarkable, as have a number of drivers, really. They've been so hotly contested, so competitive. We've got a massive field of some of rFactor 2's best drivers, and yeah, still doing his absolute best. And it is so easy to just get tired because even, especially in an endurance race, just to maybe even get a little bit bored driving by yourself. But he's pressing forward, he's staying consistent and just settled into a nice little rhythm, keeping the pace, doing everything right to keep that Team Ricky Monza's car in contention. Maybe he's got a bit of company or some music or anything just to keep him in the zone, but it's so easy, especially when you've been driving for so long, to just get a little bit, your mind starts to wander, you start to think what you're going to have for tea later that evening or whatever it is, but no, absolutely not. Lucas Melio has not been getting complacent at all, not been wandering or getting tired or making silly mistakes at all. He's just done everything right, and yeah, fair play to him, and hopefully when he does relinquish the seat, his teammate can do an equally good job to bring it home, and hopefully for Team Ricky Monza's car a little bit higher up than maybe they were coming into this race expecting.
We haven't seen too much of the Seawolf Net Race car so far today. They've been running in the lower part of the top 10. They're now in 8th place with Jan Katau driving at the moment, the German, taking over from his compatriot Benjamin Gelsinski earlier on in this race. They'll also be accompanied by Tony Mellor at other points throughout this race indeed. All three of them been utilised through this 6-hour race. Has become the norm actually in the Virtual Endurance Championship, certainly in recent seasons, to do these 6-hour races with only 2 drivers, especially in GTE and well, even everywhere really in the VEC. It's been quite normal to do 2 drivers, but yeah, Seawolf starting to use all 3, and fair play to them. Oh, it's one of the Ferraris just goes off there. One of the Juice's Motorsport Club Ferraris indeed. That was the 73 of who's driving that at the moment? Maximilian Kalnich still driving that one at the moment, but just going slightly off into the first chicane. But either way, yeah, the reason I bring Jan Katau up is because he's closing in on Cam Roger. You can just see the Burst Sport car going through there. But another man who's closing on the car in front is Christian Marquera. The battle for the lead is developing. It's less than a second for the first time in a long time here in this race. Valet Esports versus Simfreem Esports. It's about to be on between these 2 drivers. It could well be these 2 going to the very end.
Let's hope it's a mighty duel all the way as we approach 2/3 of the way through this race, and Margera has done a really good job to close that gap, and it's really been boiling down to this for so long. Of course, Mercedes is going to be starting to feel that pressure, has been able to see that interval start to close bit by bit, and now can really see Margera prominent in his rearview mirror, and we'll know that this could be a fight for the race lead come to the checkered flag. Of course, a couple of pit stops still to negotiate it, but you still don't want to be losing any more time possible when you can be fighting track position with the same driver to the end of the race. You do want to keep it as close as possible. Of course, Margera did get caught up a little bit behind that Corvette going through Ascari, has lost about a second or so, Stavros Mercedes has had a bit of pressure alleviated off their shoulders for now, but yeah, it's only a matter of time really, I think, before Margera closes that gap up and is really established in that slipstream range.
Yeah, that might well just help him. That little bit of lap traffic just didn't there on that particular lap. Jan Katau did get through on Cam Roger, by the way, just a little bit further down. There's other battles that are happening down the field. Michael Leroux and Charlie Rigo are fighting over 6th place for Go Team Racing and On-Off Racing. 2 of those only half a second apart here at this stage. But is a pass really likely? Well, we'll have to watch to really get an idea. Looks like Michael Leroux has got the control over this one for the moment. Charlie Rigo not too far behind. You see throughout the race, the Go Team Racing cars have been just climbing through the order ever so slightly. On-Off Racing falling back 1 or 2 places, but it's not been too bad for them just yet. They're still in 7th place, still putting in a good performance. But a lot of these guys, anyone outside the top 2 really, can only dream of winning the race from here. They're more than a minute behind, nearly a minute and a half behind the overall race leader in LMP2 here. Now it's really is a 2-horse race.
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult to close a minute and a half in it's 2 hours. It'll be hard to close a minute and a half in the full race, actually. So, yeah, the likelihood of them being able to seize the win is increasingly unlikely with as the timer ticks down. But they're still going to fight for the best position that they possibly can. And maybe that's P6, maybe that's P5, maybe even what would be, I guess, maybe even P4 potentially. Still a lot to unfold in this race and a lot of questions to be answered. But for now, Michael Roux just has to do what he can in that Go Team car. He has got Charlie Rigo just in behind about half a second, so could be having a bit of a fight over 6th place, but maybe that's all they can really hope for. Maybe they're just going to try and anchor down and secure this 6th place the second Go Team car. But he looks very, very twitchy, and that could invite Rigo through.
It could well do. Oh, he's going to be very close. He's going to get a mighty slipstream from there, and there's not many places he can go as they go past the Black Hawk Aston Martin. Now once they clear him, they go through to for on-off racing, outside line into turn number 1, looking to make the move. Oh, it's late on the brakes and sliding on the brakes as well, round the outside into turn 1, into the inside for turn number 2, and Charlie Rigo is through. As further up the order, Stavros Mercedes has been ousted as race leader because Christian Marguera now is leading. It must have been down in towards turn number 1, or indeed the Della Roche chicane, but we have had a change for the lead. Valerie Sports, for the first time in a good while, are no longer leading.
They are not. Mercedes relinquished the race lead. Now Marguera, after what seemed to be inevitable, really was able to get through. But Mercedes, we've seen how strong that slipstream is. We've seen how battles, even though they might seem over, are certainly not over because of how strong that slipstream is. Can Stavros Mercedes still maintain that pressure onto the Simfrim car just in front of him? But it should be, I think, a race, a race on battle, or what remains of the race between these two to the end, hopefully anyway. But Mercedes is pushing the limits and not letting Marguera get away, but with the second lap now since Marguera got in front, he's going to need to try and maximize that. We're going to have a look at how it happened. It was down towards Parabolica, just a better run off of Ascari because of how Mercedes had to avoid that Ferrari, and then there was Marguera able to capitalize and down into Parabolica. So a couple of laps ago, it was the traffic that stopped the offense, but then it was the traffic that reignited it for Marguera, and so he was able to capitalize on that. But he's grown that gap very marginally, so he's not exactly running away with it, but still increasing that gap slowly but surely.
Yeah, that's how he's not running away with it at all. And they're both running really quite fast lap times now, in the low 29s. The little bit of free track they've got here probably helping them out quite a lot. Almost certainly is helping them out quite a lot here now, and that's why they're able to run such fast laps. Still 8 laps until we'll see Marguera in first, and then Mercedes 1 lap later than that. And we'll wait to see really what they do from here, because if they're changing tyres, then it will be for the final time today. If not, then it won't be. But it would be helpful if we knew whether they changed tyres at the most recent stop or not, because at the moment there's no real clues, because Marguera didn't get out the car, but Mercedes did get into it at that most previous stop, and unless he was given old tyres to start his stint, then he will have changed tyres at that most recent stop. So it's a difficult battle to work out just for the moment, but either way, Marguera certainly seems to have the measure of the Valerie sports car as things stand, and so he's just able to get away that little bit more as we approach the 4-hour mark in this race.
Not long left to go, 2/3 of the way through. Mercedes now making those little mistakes, running wide off the exit of the Roger. But yeah, 2 hours and 8 minutes left to go. We are approaching the final third, so not long left to go in this opening round, of the of season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Your class leaders Marguera, Liam Duval, and Sedalec, who lead the way in the DPI, the LMP2, and the GTEs. All of them have been. They deserve to be leading the race at this stage, and they've had to work hard for it, because across all 3 categories it's actually been quite hotly contested. Less so more in the LMP2s, but certainly in the DPIs and the GTEs. It's going to be an interesting one all the way to the end for the race lead.
Probably worth going back to the GTs and looking at them again, because the gap has fluctuated a little bit between Michał Sedlacek and Christian Mikel as well. 5 seconds between them at the moment. The gap was as small as 1.5 seconds it did, but Mikel then has just been losing a little bit of time from there on in to as we go right now. Both of these drivers doing just around 32, 33 laps on a stint. They're not too far away from pit stops because we are near the hour mark after all, and so we'll be seeing them in again soon. However, it really depends who gets in, how it develops, because what we're expecting now is 2 single stints to the end in GTE, and it's going to be between these two really. Giuseppe Pastore just losing a bit too much time to really be involved. He's about 16 seconds down at this stage now, and just losing a bit too much. So we'll see where he ends up, but I think it is going to be between those two. The dark red Ferrari you can see in the background, and this white Ferrari in the foreground, the Juices Motorsport Club Ferrari now still leading, and we'll see if they can hang on to it, but it is going to be close. The difference in soft and medium tyres that they've selected as well is pretty interesting, but it doesn't seem to be making a great load of difference.
Not really. It's I mean, what Mikel is going to gain on those softs, he has to sort of relinquish to try and make them last for the entire stint. So it's sort of level pegging, because Cedelec can push those medium tyres a little bit harder. They can take a bit more of a brunt. So yeah, it's sort of leveled itself out really. But we'll be interested in sort of the last stint and how much they can push, what tyres they choose to go on to as well. But yeah, it should be between those two, because after what has been now 3 hours and 55 minutes of racing, the gap is only 5.6 seconds that covers our top two. So not much in it at all, and all it can take is a small mistake both on track and in the pit lane to really be the deciding factor. But yeah, it has been close between both of them, and whatever Mikel did in that last stint has sort of really worked to keep him in contention, because yeah, this Juices Motorsport Cup car has seemed really quick pretty much from start to finish of this race. So yeah, Mikel and his team have done a pretty good job to keep them honest and keep them on their toes, at least this far anyway.
The other Juices Motorsport Club car closing in on the Go Team Racing at GTE, you can just see up in the distance there, 1.3 seconds now between Maximilian Kalnic and I think it's still Valtteri Kyalainen. It is indeed. These two now nearly a minute adrift of the 3 leaders. And once again, similar situation to what we see in LMP2. A bit more of an even spread in DPI really, but in LMP2 and GTE we're seeing 2 or 3 teams emerge as certainly the strongest, and we'll see if that trend really remains over the season. But as Cam was saying earlier on, despite the fact we've had a number of people with issues today, I'm thinking in LMP2 of the likes of Mugen Sim Racing, Pescarolo Esport and Undercover of course have all had problems. The likes of Sim Racing for Holland and Moradnes Estarts and Ramada Motorsport for the GTEs. All of those teams, despite having problems today, given the fact it's an 8-round season, they've got a bit more chance of getting involved again by the end, because it's a longer race season than we had last year.
It is, and that just means the battle of attrition will last longer. You can't, of course, you might be able to afford one off race maybe, but you still have to be on it, race in, race out. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Of course, the longer race season, 2 extra races. We get 8 as opposed to 6 that we got in season 14. So more opportunity for action, and of course it does spice things up with extra tracks and how different teams can do better at some tracks than others. It just spices things up, gives it more variables, and yeah, well, really looking forward to how the rest of the season goes, because if it's anything like today, with a 6-hour race, we've got a variety of different race distances as well. It should really interesting, and if the action like this can maintain throughout the whole season, we have certainly got one to remember.
We should do. As Cedelec now, sorry, not Cedelec, his teammate Kalnic has gotten through on Valtteri Kyalainen. So changing position for P4. Juices Motorsport Club back up the order, but once again, the Go Team Racing Ferrari on the hard compounded tyres. I'm not sure whether they have been triple stinting, but they certainly have been double stinting those tyres, and they've not gotten away from that throughout this race. So fair play to them for that. They've decided to just continue on, press on with what they've got really in this race, and you can't really blame them. Sticking to their strategy. It will be interesting to see how this develops into an 8-hour race at Spa, not only because it is an 8 hour, but also because it is at spots a little bit different, although it does have the same overtaking chances, I suppose, as Monza. Maybe a tiny bit less, but there's not too much difference. Just to see how an 8 hour race is going to affect these guys rather than a 6 hour, because obviously it's a 6 hour kind of leaves both triple stinting and double stinting in the prototypes and single stinting and double stinting in the GTEs kind of open, but remains to be seen whether the same can be said for an 8 hour race.
Yeah, it is a whole new kettle of fish, really, and it's only an extra couple of hours, but it can really be the difference. So we'll see when it comes to it. But yeah, Spa's a great circuit, both for any type of racing, really, and hopefully the entirety of the 8 hours will be interesting. It will be tough on teams, as we say, with strategies, and of course sorting the drivers out as well. 8 hours is a long time to split, but yeah, it's hopefully going to be a good one, and the strategical aspect is going to be left wide open. And with a 6 hour race, you can sort of get away with it. Like, oh yeah, I'll do a triple stint on the softs, then do this, then do that. But because you know the checker flag is going to come out a little bit sooner, whether it's an 8 hour race, you've got an extra 2 hours on top of that to try and contend with. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Hopefully there's a lot of action on track to sort of counter the whole pit lane sequence, because it at least gives us something to talk about while we wait for the pit stops.
It will do. One of the cars looking to go down the inside of the Go Team Racing Ferrari there. Number 1 of Cam Roger into the pit lane from 8th place, by the way. The reigning champions. As Luca Di Melio also comes in here in the 154. That's a surprise. He must be worried about the drive time limit there. But this is going to be a short stop for them. Goes just 1 lap longer than Cam Roger, where previously he went 7 laps longer on the previous one. So that's a surprise, but Di Melio is going to have to get out of that car, and we're going to have to see also Bradley Sellers into that car, as we've got Yanka Tao at the moment on the back of one of the cars just up in front of him. For now, that is Nella Pastorino in this battle for 5th place. Bradley Sellers does get into Team Rookie Monsters car. Michi Hoyer gets into the Burst Esport car. It's very much the time to make your final driver changes if you haven't already.
It is just to round us off for the final couple of hours. Cameron Roger will step out of that Burst Esport car. Michi Hoyer back in. He did a good job in that first stint. Cameron Roger did all right to sort of maintain the car, but now Michi Hoyer is going to try his best to drive that number 1 machine back into contention. But yeah, we'll have to see where he can be, and of course he'll be joining us back in the commentary booth in just whenever he gets out of the car, gets a sort of a 5-10 minute break to sort of stretch his legs, and he's back in for the final couple of hours with myself to round us off for the first of 8 races here for season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. And so far, I say so far, even if we don't have any action from here to the rest of the race, it really has been a fantastic race, full of action. And a lot to remember, and also a lot to take out of this race, because it does give us a bit of insight as to who's where in terms of on-track pace. Of course, we've got a variety of circuits and things, but still the sort of the front-running teams do remain true. So at least we know we've got at least a few teams in with a shout this season.
Yes, we certainly do, and that is great news indeed. Consborg into the pit lane, by the way. Let's see who. Sorry. Is he taking tyres here or not? I don't think that doesn't look like a car on the jacks to me. Although he could have done earlier on in the stint. I'm not entirely sure. There we go. Back out again. So what can Colin Spork do for the remainder of this race? He's got a big stint on his hands as Margera and Mudzadis come into the pit lane. Margera's up on the jacks at the moment. Mudzadis is as well. They're triple stinting here, so it does look like Mudzadis and Spork were both left out there on the older tyres to kind of just make do with it, really, and that's really difficult for them to deal with, of course. But on this occasion, they did lose out on a bit of time. Christian Margera got the lead, but will he be able to hold on to it? There they are.
We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, still Margera, no discredit to them, but pushing forward, and still a long time stopped for the pair of them. Of course, it takes around about, I think it's like 37 seconds to change the tyres, but yeah, it's a long time to be sat there waiting. But yeah, That's the thing. You got to do the job early on to then set yourself up a little bit better. That is one of the cars. That is the Simfreem car. Get ready to go. Of course, you have to change tyres, then fuel up, so it's even longer. But you know, it's going to be an interesting dash to the end in terms of who's taking tyres and things. But they both start driving away at a similar time. So Mercedes still, I think, in with a shout of putting some pressure on.
He certainly is going to do that over the next few laps. Bradley Seller's not even going to be that far behind. Neither is Jan Guitar's actually only just come to a halt, hasn't he? So not going to be too close there. But this is going to be, it's going to turn into the battle for the race lead here. Chris Shepherd in the Wanaka car still does lead overall because he hasn't made a pit stop just yet. However, this is going to be the battle for the lead. It's going to be Christian Marquez versus Stavros Mercedes. Bradley Sellers is going to be in third place by the end of this, and there he is on those tyres. He'll be, what will he be doing to the end of the race? Who really knows at this stage? But Race Clutch have changed drivers again for the second time in 2 pit stops. Now Rory McDuff is at the wheel of that car. It's been a lot of chopping and changing for that team. It looks like Colin Sporky is done for the day.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. He's done a monster job in this race so far, so it's only fair that Rory McDuff gets to go behind the wheel of that Race Clutch car and try and bring it home for a team that really have been in contention from start to finish. So, yeah, well, he has got a task, but he's only got what will be 3 stints, I think, left in this race. So, yeah, well, we'll again see how it goes. But he's got a really, really tough task, as I say, because he's got the other 3 teams that are in contention of the race lead, and he's got to drive faster than all of them. They're sort of all on similar-ish strategies, and now it just comes down to who can drive quickest and cross the check line first. And yeah, Rory McDuffie's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders as well, really, because of the job that his teammates have done.
He has got a fair amount of pressure on, but I'm sure he'll be able to stand up to it, really. The American, let's see, as he makes his way down the straight and over the line once again here. So let's see where the other battles are. The GTE leaders have been in, by the way. Philip Drace is back in to the NeedRacing.com car, and Deuces Motorsport Club have ended up quite a way in front now. Is that still... No, it's Juha Mäki-Jupi who's now in that car, but how has he gained quite so much time? The gap is fairly large. Juha Mäki-Jupi is under pressure a little bit from the Scuderia Leon car in behind, but not too much. And he's now got a really quite nice lead. It's nearly 10 seconds over the rest of the field. That is a bit of a surprise to see here in the GTEs, because I thought those two would be having very similar pit stops over this next stint, but it seems that has not been the case. And now Deuces Motorsport Club begin to pull away.
Yeah, no, they seem to be the team with the slight edge, but yeah, no, they're still after the pit stop phase have continued that pace and been able to drive away just a little bit. But yeah, Mäki-Jupi has jumped into the car with a bit of pressure on his shoulders as well, and has been able to perform at least early on. Still an hour and 54 minutes left in this race to go. So we will have to wait and see if anything else can be said by the competing team. But it's certainly helping them out to get that margin done early, because at least now they can chill. They're the team that's ahead, and with the race to lose, and so now it just sort of makes the whole rest of the race a little bit more easy.
I think there's been a disconnection for Scuderia Leon. I didn't see them go off the road, but Thomas Lorenz is back to the garage. He is indeed, and it's a disconnection, I think, for Thomas Lorenz in the Scuderia Leon car. That's such a shame for them. They were having a fantastic day. Admittedly, things did fall their way a little bit with the Code 80, but they certainly had to do the business to be there, and they did. Unfortunately, though, it looks like it's ended in disconnection, and that has certainly halted them as we go side by side, battling with Serge Bakker here, trying to get back into the top 4 ahead of Charlie Rigo in LMP2. Don't want to force it free wide here with DX Droids, but they now decide to. Oh, it's very tight there. They don't want to do that. Rigo on the inside line. He has to let Bakker through eventually, although he's got a good exit. And free wide again, going towards Lesmo 1. He's on the inside line. It's difficult to make your way round the outside here, but Serge Bakker looks like he's done it. Still on the inside there for Rigo. How can he do it into Lesmo 2? He does. There's a bit of contact, but the two of them get away with it. A good race between the two, and Charlie Rigo holds on.
Yeah, you would expect so, but Bakker tried to tuck back in to get the run off of the second Lesmo, just tapped the rear left of Rigo in front, but still there, still utilising the slipstream, and is still going to try to apply the pressure down through Ascari and then down to Parabolica. And of course T1, if Bakker has got the pace, but it seems Rigo has got the measure of the Rissel Esports car, and you would expect that he would sort of soar away a little bit. He's got a massive gap to Devon Brown in front for P3, a margin of around about 26.5 seconds or so. So this might be it for Rigo, but still P4 is certainly better than P5, a couple of extra points, and yeah, Bakker actually pulling his way into the pit lane. So this is certainly the battle over.
Didn't realise he still had to come in actually, but there we are. Rigo probably still has to come in as well here, but we'll wait and see when slash if he does here at this stage. But yeah, it's a bit of a surprise really for 46. Is that a drive-through penalty? Oh no, we are actually in scheduled pit stops. Of course we are, because the LMP2s are getting quite far out from their 40-minute stints now. They're getting a little bit over that, so we're not really on every 40 minutes anymore. Serge Bakker is in after 24 laps, which is completely normal for Visceral Esports. They're normally in first, and it's just happened again here on this occasion, which is absolutely fine. So the LMP2s are going to continue to make their pit stops as Roy McDuff now closes in, homes in on a podium position. Rookie Monsters just up in front with Bradley Sellers, and I can't imagine this is going to be a very long battle really between these two. McDuff does seem a little bit quicker.
He does indeed, is closing that gap at a rate of knots, and that race clutch car I think did take tyres in the last pit stop. I'm not entirely sure, but either way is looking pretty feisty. That gap 1.5 seconds now is closing to under a second as they go through T1 and 2, the Retafilo chicane, and it shouldn't be too long really. You would expect if he's managed to close about half a second in the span of a couple of corners, he'll be right onto the back of Bradley Sellers soon, and that race clutch car will probably inevitably be back onto the podium, and I can't imagine Bradley Sellers putting up much of a fight.
Well, no. Whether he'll be able to, whether he needs to, and whether he'll think it's a good idea, I think will result in a pretty easy pass for Roy McDuff, but he's got to get through. He still has to do it, so we'll see if he can. Out of Les Mode 2, it's not a bad exit, and into Ascari would be a little bit unexpected, but may still be an opportunity. Tries to drag alongside. No, not going to be able to. Not close enough. You see how close he was. It almost looked like those two Cadillacs to become one there, going towards Ascari, but indeed it's just McDuff getting as close as possible, and now maybe into the final corner where he's really able to make this move. Here he is on the inside line, and Bradley Sellers breaks that little bit earlier just to try and grab a late apex and lose as little time as possible. He may even be able to save a little bit of fuel on the back of the race car in front for maybe a lap or two, but Roy McDuff has made his way past and is up to third place. Now we'll set his sights on the two cars in front.
He will a bit of a gap, 17.5 seconds up to Stavros Muzeidis in the Valley Esports car, but still an hour and 49 left to go. That gap can close, and with Roy McDuff's pace at the moment, might be able to actually bridge that gap just a little bit, but Bradley Sellers is absolutely nowhere compared to the race clutch car, the number 14. As probably not going to be able to save fuel very much. He maybe got the pitch straight, but that is about it. But still, these are the top three that we expect. We've got Christian Malguera, Stavros Muzeidis, and Roy McDuff probably to the end. They're going to be the three that we expect to be contending for the race. We've only got about 2, maybe 3, I think, pit stops left in this race. So not long really left to go, and it's now really crunch time for these teams to maximize everything they can get come the checker flag.
We've seen pit stops, by the way, in LMP2 now as Martin Hemmingson gets into the RHE Esports car to go to the end. We've also got Jean Lessie Esports car into the pit lane. That's Liam Duval at 1 lap later than we saw Devon Brown bring in the Black Hawk Sancho car, and indeed the RHE Esports car come into the pit lane. But Hemmingson makes his way back out there onto the circuit and will likely complete this race with the final 3 stints. Devon Brown also exits the pit lane right now, so he's not that far away from Hemmingson actually, which is interesting. Was certainly a little bit closer than earlier on, as everybody makes a tyre change by the looks of it as well. We'll see if they triple to the end, or it's more like a double and a bit really. They may well decide to do that here instead. You would imagine so, with the amount of time that we have remaining here in this race. As Andreas Curley gets a penalty. That's our first of the day. First that I've seen anyway, but unfortunately they are the 37th and last running car out there at the moment. A real shame for them, but something that the drivers will have to watch out for, I suppose, is that there may well be some cut track penalties to come a little bit later on, as that free-eyed moment up towards Ascari. Valerie Sports making their way through. Let's just see or who's going to make their way out the pit lane here for John Lacey Esports. It is going to be Liam Duval by the looks of it. He is going to exit well in front of Martin Hemmingson, and so it's a very nice lead now that the 33 car actually has. John Lacey Esports possibly on their way to a win here, but still plenty of time to go.
Certainly so, but Liam Duval doing a fantastic job in the LMP2 category just to consolidate this race win onto the hard, so probably going to be taking us to the end. No, I'm not actually too sure. Maybe they're going to try, or at least just take one extra set of tyres for their final stop, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, no, what seemed to be a two-horse race in LMP2 certainly has become the Jean Lacey Sports car as the team to beat. They have set the standard and have really seemed almost unmatched, especially over the course of the last couple of hours or so. But what can Martin Hemmingson do? Because we saw, actually, he come back from quite a far way back. He was sort of 10, 11, 12 seconds back on a car. We thought it was all over for him, and then just had a second wind of pace and was able to close the gap very quickly. So Martin Hemmingson back at the wheel. Could be something spicy happening for that RAG car.
Yeah, he wasn't against Liam Duval, but he did certainly do that and close it late on. So maybe he'll be hoping for that again, or indeed just close throughout both stints this time. Would be possibly beneficial, but we'll see how easy that turns out to be, as we're going to get another three-wide moment with one of the Simpreme cars making its way straight through the middle. Couldn't tell you if that was the race leader or not. We'll find out. It was indeed Christian Marquera in the race lead. So he continues on with that as Liam Duval puts a lap on one of these LMP2s. Just gets himself out in front. As the Scuderia Leone car makes its way back out again. That's Thomas Oranz who's back in, but unfortunately he's now running 37th and last. It is such a shame for that team. There's so much fuel saving earlier on. They caught a code 80 in the perfect spot. Things were looking great on their return after 6 years away from the Virtual Endurance Championship, but unfortunately it has just turned sour towards the end here, and it's a real shame for them.
It is, and it's one of those unfortunate things with the disconnect. It's like the equivalent of real life, a sim racing equivalent of real life, just your engine blown out or something like that. Fortunately for them, they've been able to get back into the race, but still not ideal to say the least, and now running in last place, but still carrying on, because it's so easy for a team in that position to just sort of give up. It's all very close between the valet car and the John Lacey Esports and towards the first Lesmo, but yeah, no, I don't think Mercedes is waiting around. And again into the second Lesmo as well, forced to the Ferrari off. That's one of the Juicer's car, and he is certainly not too happy about that with the flash of the lights.
More than a flash of the lights there. That was multiple from Roy de Munich, it was, who got pushed out wide, and I have to say it was very aggressive from Stavros Mercedes through the two Lesmos, diving straight down the inside into the first and then into the second as well. He did exactly the same, so it was very aggressive, and I can totally feel Roy de Munich's pain there. We do apparently have a slow car out there at the moment in the final sector, but yes, a couple of dives from the valet car as we go further up the orch to Chris Shepherd, because Conor Fernandez has just gotten through on him, I think, and Shepherd is going to try and get his way back through again. Somewhat surprising to see Wanako, Moradness and Burst, for example, ending up behind these guys, but after all they have just changed tyres, I suppose, so they will be on the up right now, trying to gain that little bit, and Chris Shepherd is surely going to make light work of the DX Droids car just up in front into turn number one. So it'll be hard work again, the slipstream not really helping too much. Free wide down the inside with one of the GTEs. It's later on the brakes from Shepherd, who really does have to mind himself on the way in. Nearly went very wrong, but he's able to slow it nicely, and he's able to make his way through into sixth position. And you'll be pretty sure he's going to continue to do that over the next few moments. Now, very interesting to see up front here, by the way, Liam Duval on the hard compound tyres in LMP2. That's a bit of a surprise to see. But yeah, I mean, he's gone for it anyway. I think realises that with 1 hour 50 remaining, he can't really afford to change tyres again, but maybe he can't go to the end on those mediums. So has decided to go for a triple stint of hard tyres towards the end here, or whether that was a mistake or not. We did have it indicated to us that Valet Sports did this earlier on in terms of selecting the actual wrong compound of tyre to actually run on. Though that didn't go particularly great for them. Although in the end, Jensen Binns did a very good job of just managing that, and it was almost unnoticeable, the change in the end. So yes, interesting call. There it is. Hard tyres for Liam Duval just for the moment, and his lead is 17 seconds over Hemmingsen. It expanded by 1.3 seconds on that previous lap, so that's a bit of a surprise. As Reutemann is closing in on Alan Terzic here. Battle for fourth. Is the highest performing non-Ferrari at the moment. The P1 Esport car of Alan Terzic just up in front. Not sure if they've stopped yet actually here at P1 Esport. They may well have done. Not entirely sure, but either way, Reutemann is closing in this battle for fourth. I think it says it all about GTE here today. The fact that this Porsche is in fourth and it is the highest performing non-Ferrari. This car in particular is quite strong around this circuit.
Just a little bit. I mean, it's a fairly dominated class as GTEs with these Ferraris, but if it's the fastest car, you've got to take it. You've got to do the best you can as a team, and if the Ferrari happens to be the fastest car, then you're not going to purposefully go to a slightly slower one. If you can drive the thing, of course, maybe those that haven't gone for a Ferrari have felt that they prefer the Corvette or the Porsche driving style, because you've got to feel comfortable, even though it might be slightly quicker. Yes, at least for now, the Ferrari seems to be quickest, but we have got a long season, so it might not be the quickest come certain tracks, and that's where maybe the Porsches or the Corvettes can bring themselves into their own. Because look to last season, Red Bull Racing won the championship in a Corvette, so over the 6 races it proved to be maybe towards the sharp end of the better cars. So the whole performance of cars can top and change as the season progresses, but the dominance of the class in GTEs does show that maybe it might be the slightly better option. But the balance of performance, I mean, we were talking about it a little bit earlier on, or at least you and Cam were a little bit earlier on, that yeah, it's never going to please everyone, but it does its best to try and keep everything nice and fair.
Absolutely. As we've got a battle for 5th place overall, just developing at the moment. Jan Katau fourth place. Jan Katau closing on Bradley Sellers, who decides to stay behind into Ascari, and now Katau is going to be so close to the back of the Rookie Monsters car, which is losing time quite drastically in the latter portion of this race now, with Bradley Sellers at the wheel. Moves to the outside of the LMP2 to make his way through. So it's an easy move on the straight in the end, but once again halted into the parabolica, and now Katau, oh my goodness, trying to go through the middle now. Katau on the outside line, and this should be a move down towards turn 1. He's got the extra straight line speed as well with that wide line. Bradley Sellers struggling, flailing on the straight. Katau going to be able to move in front of him, maybe a little bit early. I think Bradley Sellers would have got quite a shot there, and there was definitely contact made. That was a questionable move from Jan Katau, really, given that he didn't really need to go anywhere near the Rookie Monsters car on the straight there. But either way, he is through a position, and he's up to 4th place.
Yeah, and yet another very close call in this race, with how the theme has gone, with a couple of cars getting a little bit too close for comfort. But Jan Katau, it really was just an unnecessary risk. I don't think Bradley Sellers was particularly interested in launching a counter-attack back into T1, so sort of just trying to defend thin air, and nearly swiped them both into the barrier at one of the, well, you're literally going top speed you will be down into the braking zone of T1. So yeah, maybe not the bright side here, but no harm done, and he's up into P4. Bit of a gap up to Roy McDuff, so I think this is going to be the fight for 4th with Jan Katau and Bradley Sellers. But it seems that Bradley Sellers, unfortunately for the Team Ricky Monsters car, they seemed really good, but over the course of the last sort of half an hour, 40 minutes, the last stint in particular, they've just sort of tailed off a little bit, and I think it's going to be really, really difficult for them to recover with how little time they've got left.
Yeah, it's there's not long to go at all. Just over an hour and a half remaining here in this race, and we're going to have a bit of a switch around in the commentary box in the meantime, as I'm going to make way for Cam Roger when he's ready to bring him in. Here he is. Cam, welcome back to the commentary booth. We had a lot of fun watching you drive, I'll be honest. But yeah, welcome back, and yeah, enjoy the final hour and a half of the race.
Yeah, thanks, Ewan, for this first 4 and a bit hours. You've done a great job, and yes, it's certainly been a chaotic race, that is for sure. But yeah, that's just how races go sometimes. And so it's certainly been interesting how the strategies have evolved over the course of the race. Loads of different teams trying different things, different fuel numbers, different tyres, and hopefully we're going to get a great final sort of 90 minutes of the race.
It's been the theme of the race so far, Cam, and yeah, it's been awesome to watch the amount of battles that have managed to unfold up and down the order and the classes as well. We've had fights in the DPIs and the MP2s and in the GTEs. It's been so competitive, and really a great way to kickstart the season. I think it just is a tribute to Monza, because last season we came to Monza as well. It was a really good way to open the season. So yeah, no, it's certainly a good track to kick things off at, but not long left to go relative to the race and the amount of stints that teams have got left. Is really the final push to try and consolidate where they are, or push for just that little bit more.
Yes, it's actually been, just how the gaps have sort of spread, and they've flip-flopped a few different times with all the strategies. I'm going to be very interested to see when we get to the sort of final round of pit stops how that one is going to work out. As you say, the teams need to really start to think what they are. Well, I mean, they've obviously got it planned, but they need to start thinking if there's anything else they can do to try and work its way towards the checkered flag. It's certainly been a tricky race for that one. You've had to be on your toes with the calculator and knowing what to do and trying to work out exactly where the leader is going to be. And at this moment in time, it is Simfream Esports leading the way in the DPI in the number 21 car. And for sure, they've certainly worked out. They're a little bit lower down sort of earlier on in the race, or 7th, 8th place they dropped down to, and now they're back at the front.
Yeah, no, they were just that silent horse that carved their way through. We thought it was going to be a race between Valet and Race Clutch, but then Malguera put in this monster stint in that middle of the race. And me and you were just like, wow, he is quick, and was then able to push forward and grow the gap 11 and a bit seconds over Stavros Musadis, who has been able to sort of consolidate P2 role and tough 15.7 seconds back on him. So what seemed to be a 3-horse, maybe even a 4-horse race, the race leader sort of followed its way down to just Simfream Esports trying to bring it home. Not entirely sure if Malguera will take the car to the end or not, but if Simfream can get away with keeping Malguera in, I mean, he's doing a pretty good job as it is, and maintaining that pace, he might be the best option just to try and bring it home.
Absolutely, it's it's obviously quite a big differential in their pace. The driver before was obviously got pole position, but then dropped off quite a bit in the race, and I don't know if that's because of how they strategize with the tires and stuff, but for sure Christian's come in and he's been so fast, bringing them back to the top. And also Mercedes and his teammate Vince there, the 223, how they've been able to recover from what we understand was a misclick on the tyres at that second pit stop is certainly very good indeed, because sometimes it can easily let the race run away with you, but that is good that they've come back into that second place, and they're showing to be a very very good contenders for this. They're only 10 seconds off the front of the field, and they are nicely ahead of Race Clutch.
They are indeed, and for their debut, as we said, for Valet, they are absolutely smashing it with being promoted from Division 2 and Division 2. Can't speak apparently. That doesn't help. I'm getting tired, a bit tired. Still got an hour and a half left to go as well, which is fantastic. But yeah, no, they're from being promoted from Division 2 up in Division 1. They're really making a statement, making a name for themselves. And in fact, actually, Musadis over the last lap or so has closed about a second or about half a second on Malguera. So it's sort of been a stalemate between the two. Musadis isn't exactly driving badly, and he's maintaining the pace of Malguera. But as you say, they had to play with the cards they were dealt. They made the mistake, but have really recovered well from it. They didn't let it get to them, and they just said, okay, this has happened, what can we do with it? And then was able to mold their strategy and everything around that one mistake, which in actual fact might not even be noticed as a mistake. Yes, they maybe have lost out of the race lead, but they're still running really well, comfortably in second place. They've just been really, really impressive.
And the main gap that they were worried about at one point of the race is race clutch, and they've easily got ahead. You see Mercedes here coming up towards Ascari, whereas McDuff only coming through Lesmo 2 now, so plenty of gap there. And if you look at the previous laps, Mercedes was about 7/10 quicker as well, so such a great debut there for Valet, and I think they will be very happy with their promotion from Division 2. So that is certainly something that they need to look forward to over the course of the race. But of course, we can't forget the other classes out there. Liam Duval leading the way in the LMP2s, trying that hard strategy to the end, and I think this is probably the best way of doing it. I heard you were mentioning it not too long ago as well, because with the hards you can probably go for a triple stint with them, and of course it's a little bit awkward with an odd number if you're generally double stinting, but then you get an odd number of stints. With that final stint, you have to choose: do you change tyres for it, or do you go for the triple? And I think this is probably going to work out. But of course, they have an 18-second lead, so they've been doing a good job all race so far.
Absolutely. And Jean-Lacy Sports Liam Duval absolutely dominating in the LMP2 class, has not really been shaken at all. Actually, let's have a little look at the gap between himself and Hemmingson. Yeah, well, me and you were saying that Hemmingson might be able to close that gap like he did a little bit earlier on. Last time he had to close a gap, but that gap has only just grown by slight amounts from Liam Duval, so really is driving well. And John Lacey Esports as a whole really are doing a pretty good job there, running P3 at the moment, then GTEs, and of course P1 in the LMP2 category. So yeah, a good day in the office as a whole for John Lacey Esports, who historically in the Virtual Endurance Championship have boasted quite a lot of success, and doesn't look like that's changing at all for season 15.
Absolutely not. Amazing way to start the season, and of course this team, in terms of VEC, their first attempt at the LMP2, which is a little bit different, but of course the drivers are, experienced enough and smart enough to be able to jump between the cars. It's not like maybe it is in real life where some drivers specialize in different ones. You see even from Simfree in the DPI as well, drivers can jump from the GTE to the DPI pretty easily, but for sure it's certainly extra things to learn, different setups, different tires, and different ways of racing as well. And it's good to see the teams can just move around a little bit and get into the different class that they feel is most suited to them during that season.
Yeah, and the adaptability of drivers as well to be available for their team across both categories is also pretty remarkable. Just goes to show the quality of drivers that they can acquire in sim racing, and just being able to say like, okay, I've got to sit in the P2, and then a couple of hours later I've got to actually go and jump into the GT3 or whatever it is a little bit later on. And it's just that versatility that can really prove your worth as a driver and impress teams, is to be like, okay, well, whatever you put me in, I can drive, and I can drive it quickly. And that really does, it's a nice thing to have on your sort of virtual resume, your virtual CV, whatever it is, just to be like, yeah, I can do anything. And it really does attract teams. And of course in endurance racing as well, having that consistency and versatility does prove, because not even just in cars, but also from different disciplines. You can learn a lot from endurance racing, and you can apply a lot that you learn from other places in endurance racing. And it does really help. This is Philip Dreys at the moment, the NeedRacing.com Ferrari, who were actually really in contention with the Juices Motorsport Club car, but unfortunately haven't really been able to put that pressure on since, and the gap has opened to around about 8.8 seconds. Do you see that closing back down with an hour and a half left to go?
Yeah, I was wondering this over the course of my driving stint as well, because obviously every time you sort of came back and lapped them, you could see just how close they were, and they have slowly been dropping off. I hope there's no damage from when I made a little bit of an oopsie into the side of their car, but if they do, I do apologise for that. However, I think Juices do have just that little bit extra this race so far. They did have it earlier on, they had it in the tyre strategy as well. And I think it's just been such a close fight that over the course of 4 and a bit hours, those seconds have just slowly increased.
Yeah, it's just marginal things bit by bit, but it certainly does add up as time goes on, as we see Philip Dreys getting lapped by the the prototype down in towards the first Lesmo. Getting lapped sensibly this time, Cam. I'm sure you can take a lot to learn from that prototype finding his way through. Going through it into the second Lesmo, not into the final part of Ascari, is probably the better idea. But yeah, no,
you are correct.
You learn a lot, lap by lap. That's another thing. We'll cut to that. You know, as a driver, lap by lap, you do learn a lot, and I'm sure you've learned a lot from this race as well.
Yeah, to be fair, that is the most difficult place to overtake on the track, of course, for Ascari, but it is possible, but you just have to be there a little bit earlier. Of course, the issue arises when you get to a point where you realise that it's not going to work, and getting out of that situation is very difficult with the big sausage curbs on the inside. But you're right, over the course of the stint, and even in practice, you do learn where you can and cannot overtake. But of course, even in practice, maybe people either give a little bit more room or don't give as much room and things like that. So where you can overtake might change ever so slightly, because of course in the race everyone wants to do the best and they want to try and get into the track space that they can, and especially in the faster classes this is massively important to get through the traffic quickly. But of course there are good and bad ways of doing that, and certainly that one you're referring to wasn't a good instance.
Live and you learn, I suppose, and you can only improve upon it. It's not the fact that you make the mistake, it's how you learn from it and be better, essentially. But yeah, no, that's a thing, and it's just something you have to learn with experience. Really, that's the thing about endurance racing, is that it's not really a skill that you just have. It's one that you have to learn, and you can't exactly just be taught it. You have to learn through trial and error and through experience and just learning what's right and what's wrong. And I'll throw myself under the bus because I've done it a lot to you recently, Cam. It's just that my first endurance race, 6 hours of Le Mans, and the first lap I got absolutely smacked into, which wasn't great at all. Probably attributed to me being a little bit too overly aggressive. But again, it's my first endurance race. I went in with sort of a sprint racer's mind, and that's certainly not something you can really get away with.
Yeah, you are right. Although in this instance, I mean, I've been doing this a long time now. I should know better. But that is certainly something to improve on. You're right, and you are very correct in terms of the sprint and endurance mindset, because even though your specific driving stint, like there, I just did about 2 hours, which isn't too much longer than some of the other formula races and stuff that I've been used to, where it's an hour and a half, that sort of thing. So you individually see your driver stint as the sprint itself, because to be honest, in endurance racing you can't take it too chill. You see already just how close the times are. You can't you can't just sit there and just be really safe. You got to push. But of course, you have to think there's obviously your teammates to think about, the team in general, and the overall result. And sometimes it is better to just be a bit more consistent and not go for every little gap.
Yeah, and it's again one of those things you learn with experience, how to switch between mindsets. But yeah, there's a lot of things you can take from endurance racing back into sprint racing actually as well. So the two disciplines do go sort of hand in hand, even though they are vastly opposite things. But yeah, no, it's interesting to see, and of course with different drivers and their different strengths and weaknesses as well. I think we have got a pretty close fight going on in the LMP2 category. Only a couple of attempts separate Moritz Mel and Rick Van Earl. Between the pair of them, the fight for 5th place rages on. The Go Team Racing car, Moritz Mel, Cosmo Prosciutto was at the wheel. But Rick Van Earl is only a couple of attempts back and fighting for P5. It's a nice milestone, and I think these two teams have actually been at it for quite a while as well.
Yeah, they have. The battles have been continuing throughout the whole race, which is what we love to see. And as we were mentioning earlier with this Go Team Racing, maybe they would have been hoping to get solid podiums, but P5 would still be a nice way to start the season. So holding on to this would be very good indeed. But Rick Van Earl in the reigning champions as well with this team. They've slightly changed their name, but it's basically still the same team that is trying to work their way to the front. And they as well maybe wanted to be on the podium, but they're now fighting for P5 and they're getting very close indeed. We have a tyre differential. Go Team must be trying that triple hard to the end, whereas maybe this car, the Simfreen car, is going to be doing an extra tyre stint or being quite slow, tripling the mediums to the end.
It'll be interesting, and it's something that we've seen. Across all three categories, across the entire grid, it's been a case of different strategies, different tyres, and some people trying the more conventional thing, and some others trying something slightly different. And that's exactly what Go Team are doing on those hards compared to Simfree at this stage in the race. But it will be again very tough, as you can see. The Go Team car quite squirmy down and towards T1, and of course we were seeing that with your car as well, the Best Esports car, how snappy it was under brakes into T1. Is that the quickest way? Is that how you have to drive these cars?
I mean, most of it is sort of the same in the LMP2 as well, and a bit in the DPI. Obviously, the quickest way is to be aggressive with the downshifts, but obviously the quicker you do that, the more rear locking that you get as well. Because obviously you get the engine braking literally, or you're forcing the rear tires to turn slower than the car is moving. So that can always happen. Oh, that is very close with race clutch up the inside there. They managed to do so. So for sure, you're always pushing the limits of the brakes in that scenario, and the LMP2 is way more sensitive to that as well, so you have to sort of brake and downshift in a certain way, although the DPI doesn't yet have the downshift protection, so therefore it is a lot easier to do that. And in general, the rear tires is what you have to worry about. So if you start maybe overheating them or just using them a little bit too much compared to the front, then the rear starts to be an issue.
This is the team Ricky Monster's car. Bradley Sellers has been falling back for quite a while, actually. Now he's got Chris Shepherd on his tail. Looking to the left-hand side in towards Ascari. Not quite close enough for Chris Shepherd on this time around. But unfortunately for the Wanako car, it's Ascari. There's really no way through. But Bradley Sellers and the team Ricky Monsters, they looked good to be in contention, but unfortunately over the last stint or so, they really have fallen off in terms of pace, whether they be saving a bit too much fuel and through the parabolic. Bradley Sellers just getting a little bit squeamish, and that could invite Shepherd to have a little bit of a look. Getting into the slipstream of the P2 in front is Sellers. Both go to the right. Is Sellers going to be forced to defend? Which way does Shepherd want to go? It's going to be to the left. How late can he brake? Gets the squeeze from Sellers, but brakes so much later. A bit of a squirm as he turns in for T1. Sellers goes over the curb, has to back out, but Shepherd goes in a bit too deep. That allows Sellers to go back underneath him, and despite Sellers' lack of pace, he's really hanging on to this one well.
He certainly is, and Shepherd hasn't been able to make that move stick. Much later on the brakes, though, is he going to try it here into the second chain? Unfortunately, they've got a Porsche that they need to try and just get past. I think it's a Ramada car, but Shepherd just not having quite enough space there. But for sure, Sellers holding on really well there. And this Ricky Monsters car having a very solid day so far. And I'm sure they'll be enjoying that one as this battle continues. Visceral just in front of them now, slowing him down a little bit. Can Shepherd now get the run as we can't to Ascari?
We'll have to see, and it seems that as soon as Shepherd gets in front, it will be a done deal for the Wanako car. In towards Ascari. Has he got the run? He's a little bit too close to really maximise the slipstream. Still pushed to the left-hand side, not quite enough. Fill in the rearview mirror of Bradley Sellers, but it's going to be very, very difficult indeed for Sellers to hang on for at least a meaningful amount of time, because it seems that Shepherd just has got the measure of pace over him, at least at this point in the race. But Sellers, he's putting up a much bigger fight than he was to anyone else that he is on Shepherd. But through the Parabolica once again, Shepherd is a nice distance back to really properly utilise him. Well, Sellers into the pit lane anyway, so that settles that one.
Yeah, it certainly does, and that's just lost cars in the pit lane actually. Valet, Race Clutch, and who else is that? Seawolf in the pit lane as well. And this is pretty good for them because it's less than an hour 20, and then we will be able to they'll be able to get to the end easily on 2 stints with roughly 40 minutes a stint.
Should be fairly easy going for them, and then can bring it home. So we'll see if they probably just take one more set of tyres. Depends if they've already done that. But this is Alan Turgic, fan favourite in the YouTube chat, it must be said, in the P1 Esports car, running P5 at the moment. So really doing a fantastic job as we see how the DPI cars funnel their way out after the pit stop sequence. And it seems pretty unanimous. They seem to all be in sync in terms of their strategy, which is surprising really at how differing they have been at different points in this race. But they've all chosen to come in at this one point in the race.
Yeah, it's flip-flopped, all sorts of different strategies, different lap that people are pitting on. But then, of course, it comes to it, because at the end of the day, everyone's trying to work out to try and not do that splash at the end. And of course, the maths will always add up roughly to the same amount of laps, and therefore drivers trying to get themselves in the best position for that. And anyone going longer early on in the race will obviously have it easier in the second half, but obviously there'll be some teams trying to catch up to that to make sure we don't have a splash, or that you don't then run out on the final lap.
That would certainly be less than ideal. Monza is always an invitation for things like this to happen. We've seen the cross series that endurance races at Monza can end in I guess, a split decision, whether you come in for a splash and dash or try and nurse it out to the end. And it's just that split-second decision that you have to make. Can you save it? Will you make it? And then, of course, which one comes out to be the right decision? Because, of course, you can look back in hindsight and be like, oh, yeah, we probably should have stayed out, probably could have gotten away with it. But in the moment, it's that thing that the decision you make in panic, in haste and, of course, in panic. And you just have to think on your feet and decide which is the best option. But, yeah, they surely have known for at least the last while that it's going to boil down to this sort of stint that is awkwardly placed. Do teams sort of probably have a good idea of what they're going to do, which avenue they're going to take?
Yeah, I mean, most of the teams will obviously have a plan that they're going to, and it's pretty, the math is pretty simple to follow, but it's certainly something that you need to keep on top of, and it's something that you need to look out during the course of the race, because every single lap you use a different amount of fuel, because it just depends exactly where the traffic is, how much you could, or how much you need to lift off to try and pass the cars in a better place and that sort of thing. Or maybe you get a clean lap and you might end up using a little bit more fuel. So it's certainly something that you need to constantly look out for.
Have to be on your toes, and these is why these teams are the best of the best. Christian Malguera, after I believe coming into the pit stop, has got Chris Shepherd for company, who I believe didn't come in after the pit stop sequence, but getting in a bit of trouble with a couple of lap traffic, some of the P2s. Is that Michi Hoyer as well? Just in front.
Unfortunately. Here comes Chris Shepherd, though, around the outside of Curve Grounder, getting very close, side by side towards the braking zone. We know Chris loves it, up the inside on the brakes, and he's managed to get through there and gets that position. So he's technically in the race lead at this moment in time. And there goes Mitchie letting him back through. Of course, blue flags are active in the same class, so he would have had to get out of their way, unlike the slower classes that obviously can do what they want in that regard. But Chris Shepherd takes the lead, and as you said, I believe does need to do a pit stop though.
Does, so it'd be interesting as to why he was so eager to get in front, but of course Malguera didn't really want to risk fighting him too hard, knowing that he is just going to be able to get back in front come the pit stop sequence for him. But yeah, Chris Shepherd is certainly looking really quick actually to be able to close up onto Malguera and pass, and then press forward a little bit more. So yeah, that Monaco car certainly has got some pace. Maybe unfortunate how their race has gone to not put them in this position, but yeah, no, Chris Shepherd would be interesting as where they come. Is he going to come in this lap? I don't think so. Oh, no, yes, he is. He come in that lap. So Malguera back into the race lead, and it all settle itself back out, and we'll see where Shepherd comes relative to everyone else. I'm expecting it's probably around about P5, P6 area.
Yeah, I just want to see if he's changing tyres. 2 stints to the end. No, he doesn't change tyres, but he's on the softs. So that might mean that he needs to triple those a bit later on, which could be an interesting one, because of course they've gone a little bit longer, so they've got a few laps less. However, that's still going to be a little bit tricky towards the end, but they're trying something different, and we never know how that one works out until the last few laps.
Very, very true indeed. Different isn't always a bad thing at all. And maybe they're just waiting to change tyres at their next pit stop. Bradley Sellers, 0.7 to the next car in front for P7, and after his pit stop has only managed to come out in P8. Hopefully hoping for a little bit more on the back at the moment of Michi Hoyers by around about the gap of half a second, closing the gap in towards Ascari, and it does look a little bit quicker. They're closing up onto some GTE traffic, finding their way through past the Juices Motorsport Club car, and now Bradley Sellers are going to be eyeing up this move. We are really into that stages now, only an hour and 13 minutes left to go. It really is crunch time for these teams. It's probably now or never.
It certainly is. It's you just got to see the opportunities ahead of you. And here comes Sellers getting the slipstream up. this front straight. Let's see how the top speed is of that rookie Monsters car compared to the Burst Esport number 1 as we come up towards the braking zone. Doesn't look like Sellers is quite going to be close enough, but they do have the Mugen car. That's going to get right in the way. Mitchie sliding into the braking zone, and just enough gap between the two as we're getting the run out up through Curva Grande, and Sellers once again gets the slipstream.
He is, and can he do anything about it down in towards the Roger? That was a close call by Michi Hoyer to send it in sideways and manage to get past the Mugen car. Bradley Sellers looking to the left-hand side, not much, and Hoyer manages to hang on to P7 for the time being. Sellers certainly looks eager, certainly looks quicker than the Burst Esports car in front, but it's only a matter of time. But we were talking to you in a bit about this earlier as well, Cam, is that Monza on paper seems like a really good circuit for overtaking, but in practice, it's actually a lot harder than it might seem.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think maybe because it's narrow in some sections potentially, and maybe because, for instance, just where the GTs have to take the line at certain points, and obviously Ascari here as well, we were mentioning before, it's very it's actually very tricky to get past some of the traffic. And I think it's just because some of the tracks is a little bit not straight really, so even though there are all the straights, it's certainly a little bit more tricky. And when we get to some other tracks later on in the season where it's more tight and twisty, that'll be very interesting with how the drivers work their way through that. The Sellers once again getting slipstream towards turn number 1. Michi Hoyer had to defend a little bit last time, locked up the brakes with the Mugen car. Now we've got on-off racing in front. Michi Hoyer keeps that position once again. Of course, this is for 7th place, and I'm assuming that these teams are trying to do something a little bit different. The Sellers there is on the soft tyres, as you can see.
So that differential between the softs and the mediums could be the explanation as to the delta in pace between the two cars, but the Porsche car just getting in the way a little bit and preventing Sellers to make any inroads, and has in fact lost about 1.5 seconds. The gap now is about 1 second. He's probably lost 1.5 seconds. He's probably lost about a second in that exchange, and we'll have to reclose that gap back to Michi Hoyer, but that should be too difficult for Bradley Sellers, who will certainly be getting a little bit frustrated. But that's just that's how it goes really in endurance racing. Sometimes traffic will really help you out, sometimes it will be a massive burden for you and ruin your opportunity, and it could certainly be the difference.
It could, and the traffic is the real difficult part, because it doesn't matter if you're the same speed as someone. If you can't get through the traffic as efficiently, or you're not quite making the right decisions, that is how you end up losing time, because you can easily get stuck behind someone and you then obviously lose maybe 2 seconds just in one corner if it's behind a GTE car, as actually the Michi Hoyer is going back past the race leader there. So I think McLaren had a bit of an issue coming around the final corner. Did see a car going a bit wide. I thought it was the GTE ahead of them, but actually I think it was the race leader, and now that is going to be him slowing down a bit. Michi Hoyer is now back on the lead lap.
Back in indeed. Not much you probably will be able to do about that one, but we'll wait and see. At least he's not finishing a lap down and back in front. But Margera, again, just trying to do his own thing. He's got 16 seconds back to the Valley Esports car, Stavros Muzelis at the wheel. There's not really much point in fighting. If these guys are quicker at this point in the race, just let them unlap themselves. There's really no point in fighting or risking anything, because all it takes, it's the smallest mistake from anyone can end in a massive disaster from Margera. He does not want to take any chance at ruining this race than he needs to.
Yeah, certainly not. Of course, the main factor here for Sinfree is the fact that they've got a 16-second lead. So as you say, they don't have to fight for every single 10th on the track, and that is a very good position to be in, because, of course, while you want to increase your lead, maintaining it or stabilizing it is also a very good position to be in. We're coming up already to 1 hour to go, and therefore that the amount of seconds per lap you need to be quicker to gain 16 seconds is just increasing and increasing. It becomes even more difficult. Sellers now is getting a bit of a run towards the leader, but not quite thinking about a move just yet.
Yeah, probably just happy to sit back for the time being as they approach the Porsche just in front. And both of them should be that was close. Again, that's all it takes is a lap car doing that, getting a bit sideways and then taking you out with them. It it doesn't take much at all, flirting with disaster pretty much for the entirety of the race. Anytime you go for any form of an overtake, whether it's for position or on a lap slower car, you do take that risk and just hope that each time you go through that it doesn't end off badly in your favour. A couple of LMP2 pit stops now coming through. That's going to be their penultimate stop, but they are going to have to do sort of a 20-minute dash to the end, and it doesn't seem, well, at least for now, not the entire grid has come through. So is it just a sort of a some team problem, or is it going to be every team that's going to have to take that splash and dash?
Yeah, it's certainly an interesting one. 20 minutes is so, yeah, it's a difficult position to be in because it's literally halfway. So, yeah, you're quite far from saving the pit stop, and then quite far from sort of maximising as a sellers now. Good to the outside of Michi Hoyer in the background of this battle. Tried to get a run round the outside, but he's just knocked a tiny bit by the leader there. Actually, they're trying to fight. They've got traffic there. They need a racing car, and now Michi Hoyer's going to be getting the slipstream, and the leader's just getting completely involved in this battle for 7th and 8th place. Of course, he's just trying to do his own race, but so are the cars behind, as this is going to be a difficult one for sellers. They both try and get past the leader here towards turn number 1, but at the same time, they're trying not to overtake because, of course, the blue flags is something to worry about, but somehow Hoyer's still holding on.
He is still, and Bradley Sellers, despite putting a world of pressure onto him, Hoyer refuses to flinch, and yeah, everything has been thrown against Michi Hoyer, but still managing to hold firm. Bradley Sellers now to the inside. Can he brake late enough? Not quite. So once more, Hoyer hangs on. And yeah, well, Bradley Sellers might be getting a little bit frustrated, really, stuck behind the rear wing of the Burst Esports DPI. But again, he's going to be not only frustrated for that, but also frustrated how downhill this race has gone for him and his team, being contending for maybe a top 4 or a podium now to fighting for P7. It's certainly quite a disheartening feeling for them.
Yes, it's always just, you know, a balance that you have to get, of course, with where you put drivers, where you put speed, and it's not always the you know, the fastest outcome that you have. Most of these teams will have multiple drivers, of course, but they'll also have, you know, other events going on, other cars that they have to separate their drivers out, and it's just you know, finding that ideal solution. It might not be the perfect solution, but as long as it is the fastest one overall, that is what you can that's what you can hope for. And over the course of the 8-race season, I'm sure we're going to see some of these teams yo-yo up and down with where they finish, as it's so difficult to be consistent every single race.
It is, and that is the difference between the good and the great, the champions and the runners-up, that you have to be in with it every single race, up there fighting, otherwise you don't have that consistency that is required. Of course, it's not as big of an issue this season. We have got 8 races as opposed to last season 6, so each round does occupy or account for you know, a slightly lesser percentage of the total points earned, but that still doesn't change anything. You know, you've still got to revive. Yes, you can maybe afford one bad round, but after that, you've got nothing. You've got nothing really to fall back on. And yes, you've got a massive variety of circuits as well, which really plays into the fact and just goes to show how versatile teams have to be able to perform at each and every single one of them.
Indeed, and the tyre strategies we've seen have been all over the place today, and I'd say this is one of the more average tyre wear tracks. When we get to some places that may be a bit higher than average, we'll then have to see how that one works out. And of course, we're going to, for instance, Daytona, where slipstream and overtaking will be a huge factor down the big straights, but then of course you have the real tight and twisty middle sector where getting past the traffic in all the hairpins is going to be important as well. So there's, as you say, it's a versatile calendar, and therefore the drivers and the teams need to be able to get on top of that and really just work out the quickest way around the track and around the race, and that might be a little bit different to the other ones. So that is why I say the top teams have to keep on it. But of course, we are seeing quite a few of the different drivers sort of try and work its way out as we come back to this battle for P8. A couple of tenths between them. We got Guillaume Mas and Andrea Terzi here fighting for 7th place.
fight in the LMP2s. We're seeing the Valley Esports car of Stavros Muzedas come into the pit lane for their penultimate stop in this race, onto the jacks as well as that, I think, maybe. So, no, is it? I don't know, there's front tyres are off the air, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, either way, it's their penultimate stop. This is Andrea Terzi fighting P7 with Guillaume Mas, and looks certainly very, very feisty. Tucked up in the slipstream, we're right on board. You can see Mas going to the right-hand side to defend. Terzi committing early to the left, using the slingshot that comes with the slipstream. Is he going to be able to get himself ahead? He's got to be brave on the brakes, getting his nose ahead. Very, very close indeed. Mas on the inside decides just to back out of it. Terzi gives him the space on the inside just in case, but up in the 7th place. But yeah, interesting call from Valle.
Yeah, we've just been told that I think they went off at the last corner and have had to pit. Unfortunately, didn't quite get to see what that one is, but this could be quite big because this is also so early that they're also going to have to take another pit stop after this as well. So this is not only this is an extra pit stop, but also they it seems like they've got some damage repairs to that because they've been sitting there for quite a while now, and that's going to give a position to everyone behind them. But for a team that we're potentially saying are going to be challenging for this championship with the space, a couple of mistakes that they have been slipping in there.
Yeah, and they've been driving so well for Valle, but again, it's that pressure of jumping up in Division 1, and for the most part, they've dealt with it quite well. But yeah, sometimes things can slip through, and which is slightly unfortunate for them. Hopefully, they can recover to at least a decent position after pit stops, but it does seem unlikely. Or it is the smallest of things, but still, regardless of their result, they have impressed, and I'm sure we'll bounce back. As you can see, Jan Katau and Liam Rance are fighting as they battle their way through some of the lap traffic, the Jean Lacy GTE Ferrari, and also one of the LMP2s as well. Out of the parabolic, Jan Katau on the back of Liam Rance, as once more they have to duck and dive to the inside to avoid some lap traffic. Liam Rance already to the right hand side to defend. Jan Katau can't exactly go to the outside because there's a couple of cars in his way, might get boxed in, and that's exactly what Rance is going to do, is to box Jan Katau in, as one of them goes up the inside of the Go Team LMP2. Rance just about managed to hold on, and despite being on a compromised line, actually come out better off than Jan Katau.
Yeah, this car, starting from the back of the sort of the main order of the DPIs, has done really well. This Maradna C-Stars car, and I think they'll be very happy with the pace so far. Up into that 4th place, and really able to hold on in this battle with Katau as well. Pace is looking very strong, and with Valle out of the way, that obviously gives them another place, which is how they've got up to here, and I think they'll be very happy. But of course, we come up to 1 hour to go, still a pit stop to go for all of the cars, and maybe some splash and dashes as well, so still loads to play for.
Absolutely, some teams will get it right, some teams will get it wrong, and a lot of questions left to be answered, especially this fight in the DPIs over P4. It's been a great race for the Maradna C-Stars, and also for Seawolf. Of course, they finished 2nd place in the championship last season. They're starting to maybe kickstart their championship campaign, or aiming for a little bit more season. Who knows what the season can hold, because yeah, it can certainly top and turn very, very easily. But Liam Rance is doing a great job as to pull away from Jan Katau. 1.6 seconds now is the gap between the two of them. So lap traffic really wasn't nice to Katau on that lap.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, that's just how the racing goes sometimes. As Rance was able to pull out as they come past the lead racing car, the number 91, who's actually slowly but surely getting a little bit closer to the Juices car, but not quite enough to make any sort of major inroads. And of course, this car of Liam Rance is holding on nicely to that place. And just looking, Mazardis still in the pit lane. That is some huge damage for them. They must have had a big accident.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't been able to take a look at the replay cameras to see that one, but a big shame for Valle, and yeah, I'm sure pretty much anyone watching along can sympathise with them, even their rivals who were fighting with them for the race. It is a shame to see, but yeah, what can you do apart from bounce back next time? At least they have got the positive that they know this is Jan Katau trying to be a little bit spicy on Liam Rance towards Ascari, as they once more have to battle their way through a line of traffic. And and getting stuck behind. I think that's the GTC racing team Ferrari just in front of them. Jan Katau trying to follow Rance in the slipstream and get as close as they can. That's the Mugen P2 just in front towards Parabolica. How brave can Katau be? Is it brave enough? Yes, it is. All to the inside, so close to contact. Liam Rance going to try it around the outside, but Jan Katau with the absolute send and trying to capitalise off the lap traffic indeed has done so. Up into P4 for now, but it's going to be a drag race as Liam Rance tucks back into the slipstream. Are we expecting a move down in towards T1?
Yeah, they're getting very close. Runs to the outside. Katau's managed to keep that position in towards the braking zone. Runs bit of contact between the two multiple times as Katau jumps there to the inside at apex of turn 2 and keeps that position overall. But that was certainly a feisty attack.
It was certainly aggressive, certainly elbows out. Jan Katau did not want to relinquish that P4 once he'd gotten it, and is now trying to use his pace and try and spread his wings and get ahead of Liam Rance to prevent any more battling to consolidate this 4th place with less than an hour left in this 6 hours of Monza to kickstart season 15 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. And yeah, it's been so far a really good race, and hopefully we can have an even better finish. Jan Katau, he's got the RAG LMP2 just in front of him there at the moment, running P2. So again, a really good start to their season, their campaign for RAG. But Liam Rance is not exactly being dropped by Jan Katau, and is certainly going to be hungry to try and keep that 4th place in his grasp.
Yeah, this has been a good recovery from the Seawolf car, that is for sure. And they've really been able to capitalise on the pace. Of course, they are a way off, about a minute and a half off the leader, according to that tower. So it's not been in terms of the pace maybe that they would have wanted, but that Simfring car has done very well. Here's Mazidis. Oh no, this is going to be a fast crash. I wonder if it's similar. Oh. I wasn't expecting it to be on the entry. Very interesting.
That is, yeah, it's a shame because it snapped once, and yeah, it just went barreling. Was a passenger just went straight towards it, tried to recover, and then the car went sideways and bonked itself into the barrier, and that is a fairly hefty whack. And yeah, has really put them out of contention. I think has just really hampered their chances of anything in this race. I think they. I don't know if they're still sat in the pit lane or if they've actually been able to get back out onto track. I think they are. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it's just been such a shame for them, and yeah, we keep coming back to it, but you've really got to feel for him. And with a crash like that, it didn't take much. Just slight spin. Parabolica is a tricky corner in these cars as well because you're carrying a lot of speed into him, and you've got to be committed. But the smallest thing, and around it goes. This is the undercover racing car. I think this also had a bit of an issue earlier on, and once again, for them, it's been yet another one. And there's also the GT just behind, following it, crabbing. So maybe a bit of an incident between those two.
Which juices is that? That's the 94. So that was the leader. That was the leader in GTE. 94 has been involved in an incident somewhere, dropped down to 4th place. The sister car has now got the position at the front of the field, but there's definitely been some sort of issue here at the beginning because that car is crabbing. That would have been a big hit.
It would have been, and from P4 as well. Code 80 is in force. All cars instructed to go down to 80 kilometers an hour until the issues on track are resolved. And yeah, we'll have to see if Makipi can get it back to the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure what happened between the two of them, but it certainly must have been big for them to be crabbing in sort of the same place. And that does not look like a fun car to drive one bit. And Makiupi is going to have to nurse that back to the pit lane, and that's probably going to be their day done. There's not much they can do. They can't exactly recover with less than an hour left to go. They haven't got any fast repairs or anything like that. You don't get any of that. You've got to do the entire damage, and yeah, that is a shame. We're going to take a look at it here. This is what happened. You can see the undercover car going to the left-hand side through Curva Grande. Oh, actually. Oh, that is... was that Michi Hoyer? Did he take a leaf out of your book?
It might have been. So it's gone to the inside of the P2, but the P2 has also come right as well. Probably assuming Michi's going to the outside. And unfortunately for Makiyuki, that is his lead gone. But that was definitely a very tight situation. Where, yeah, for sure, there was definitely a move right as well from P2. Hoy tries to go through the middle and unfortunately ends up making contact with both.
Yeah, big hit, and I think the P2 had good intentions to try and let Michi through on the outside, but at the same time, you've got to be predictable. Michi was probably better off just going through the middle and chancing it, keeping his foot in. And that's such a shame for you and Makiyupi, because their race was going so well, and they were just a complete passenger in that crash. They did nothing wrong, kept their marks, and that's what happens when you get all three classes intertwined on the same bit of racetrack, and the differentials in speed and predictability and things like that, it all comes into effect. But there are a couple of teams that have used this code 80 as a bit of a reason to come into the pit lane. Most notably, I think out in front, our race leaders in the DPIs, Malguera is coming in. And now coming out for Simfreem. We've also got a couple of cars also amongst the GTE, so that should be their final stop.
10 seconds.
Yep, code 80 is ending, and this is a very interesting one for the strategies. So, as we now come back to the green flag, those who have pit now, they obviously need to make a stop at the end. However, they already needed to make a stop. So all this does is help them with their fuel target. So anyone who is tight on fuel is now going to be fine, because they all have that stop anyway, and now they can work out exactly, because it's basically a free pit stop. So now they just need to work out exactly where they're going to be, which is going to be roughly 13 minutes to the end.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult, especially for the GTEs, but for those in the prototypes, it might be a little bit more awkward. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. This is Moritz Mel, I think, Neil now running in P4 in the LMP2 category, 13.5 seconds off P3 of Mark Viet, and yeah, that's going to be a tough ask to close. Michi Hoyer on the back. Then this is still the fight between the Team Ricky Monsters car of Bradley Sellers still at the wheel. So Michi Hoyer has kept him honest. And is still there, half a second between the two of them, and still fighting over 7th place.
Yes, so these two, because they're right next to each other, Michi came into the pit lane during the code 80, so they both must have come in, but Sellers just getting out ahead. So let's see, as we come towards turn number 1, what is the state of that burst car, because of course there may be a little bit of damage from the contact there. As we're coming out of turn number 2, is Sellers now going to be finally able to pull away from Hoyer after battling for so long?
Maybe so. That could be the case, because Hoyer is struggling after that bit of contact. Just a moment ago, might have actually suffered a bit of damage, and that could be hampering his car performance maybe. It was a fairly sizable whack, to be fair to him, so he's doing well to nurse it. But yeah, Bradley Sellers edging himself in front as Michi Hoyer has to get tucked up behind the R8G, and it'll be 2-3 wide on the run towards the second Lesmo. That didn't work last time he tried that, but it's worked this time around as he gets through the Porsche and the LMP2 as well. But that gap has grown to 2 seconds now. It seems unlikely that Hoyer can really make much of an indent for 7th.
Yeah, that's certainly going to be difficult, and of course being on those mediums where the cars ahead are on the soft as well, there'll be a couple of tenths advantage their way from that regard, so certainly going to be a difficult finish to the race from him. I've just seen Muzadis, he's back out on the track, but he is in 10th place, which is also last, unfortunately, in the DPI category, but he will of course get points. So that is really what they're aiming for now, to try and not be way too far off, and that is really just the best that they can hope for. But at the front, this gap was about 30 seconds, and because of the code 80 it's now 4.6, but of course the final pit stops still need to be made, and there's going to be, I think, some differential in how much fuel they need to take.
And it's been all pretty much boiling down to this is what we've been waffling on about for the last 5 hours and whatever, in terms of stints, and when teams, it all funnels down to this point, how much fuel do you have to take on, and yeah, this could be the deciding factor actually, and we'll have to wait and see. Rory McDuff is going to try and bring home a good result for Race Clutch. Of course, his teammates Nick De Silva and Colin Spork have done a great job in that car, and he's going to try and bring it home, and has kept up some really good pace at the moment, running second, but where that funnels out after pit stops we will soon find out. Final 15 minutes then of this season opener here at Monza, but yeah, a lot of questions left to be answered, as we still always say we are still left in an uncertainty, which is not something you can usually boast about with most endurance races. Usually you sort of get an idea and it's almost all wrapped up, but yeah, this race has kept us on our toes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great race so far, and obviously we're trying to obviously see some of the racing as the strategies coming all together at the end, and it's good to see that we've got some close battles now. So first of all, in the DPI category, we do have this one we've been mentioning. We've got Sinfreen, the number 21 car, who's had a brilliant second half of the race, got himself in a good place, and are now 6 seconds ahead. So they have a little bit of pace on that race clutch car at this moment in time. However, I think maybe the race clutch car didn't stop under that code 80, and therefore are going to have a bit of a shorter pit stop to the end. So this battle is going to be very close when everything works itself out. And then at the front of the LMP2 category, we've got the Jean Lacey car still leading the way. Deval and Maguire have done a great job so far, and they've got a massive 34-second gap on R8G, and then also another best part of a minute back to the Blackhawk Zancho team as well. So these two teams really pulled away, but especially that Jean Lacey car just showing they have some great strategy as well, because from the tyres you can see that Jean Lacey car is going for a triple hard at the end to try and make sure that they don't have to do an extra tyre stop than needed. And then in the GTE category, we now have needracing.com leading the way because of that issue and that incident that's happened for the number 74 getting collected in an accident. They were leading the way so nicely, but unfortunately for them, they've dropped down, and it is now the Need Racing 91 leading the way from Podium in the Juices Motorsports Club car. But this is the second one because the other car is still having damage repairs from that accident.
Yeah, it's going to be in there for a while. But the other Juices car was the one that was hotly in contention for the race lead, so it should be fairly close. And we'll see what Rodemanek can do versus Christian Mikel, who's back at the wheel of that very dark red Ferrari you can see now of the needracing.com car. He put up a valiant defense earlier on in this race, but can he do it again? He has to maintain that track position all the way to the end of this race, as I think he might be able to. It depends if Rodemanek can actually close the gap, or if there's any pit stops in the way, or whatever. Only time will really tell, but it has been a sort of a two, maybe even a three-horse race. Of course, Pastore and Jean Lacey as a team have sort of been there languishing, but not really had much enough of an answer to be in the fight. More just there if anything goes wrong, they can be there to pick up the pieces, which in all honesty it's not a really bad place to be, because of course we can talk about fluky wins and luck and things like that, but if you're not there to pick up the pieces, then you're not going to really succeed when those things do happen.
Yeah, that is true. You sometimes, if you don't quite have the pace, you have to, as you say, be there for when things happen. And some would say it's lucky, but it's not, because if you weren't there, if you were slow, you were a lap behind, then you wouldn't be the one to be gifted in that position. So sometimes you do have to help yourself and get yourself ready for what is going to come your way. And it seems like that needracing.com certainly have done that so far, and of course on debut here in terms of the team as well, with the drivers obviously knowing what they're doing, but the team entering VEC this year, and good to see that they're jumping straight to the front.
Yeah, no, not at all a bad way to get your Virtual Endurance Championship career underway. Really proven to be a mighty force, and potentially will only get better in time. So we'll have to see. 45 minutes, 3/4 of an hour left to go, still a lot of action left to be unfolded as we wind down and approach the checker flag in this race. It has been a mighty one. It's been one to remember, really. It's been one of those that it's not been too action packed. It's not been constant. But it's been enough. It's been enough spread out over the course of the entire race, enough to keep it interesting, enough to keep it nice and lighthearted and really fun to watch. But also equally a lot of drama and things that have thrown curveballs towards everyone's race, really.
Indeed, and here let's get a quick look at the live cameras from Division 2, Division 3. As always, we have 3 divisions running at the exact same time. And we mentioned previously about how there's the promotion and relegation situation every 2 races, and there we will be able to basically align drivers roughly into more realistic divisions. So if anyone's doing well, then they will be able to jump themselves up. We see there Satellite Racing 206 leading the way in Division 2, and for Slovakia leading the way, the 348 car in the LMP2, because there is only P2s and GTEs in Division 3. And it looks like they are enjoying themselves so far this race, but of course they also have roughly 45 minutes left in their race, so still plenty of things can happen all in.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, do definitely go and check out across all the Virtual Endurance Championship streams if you've got a mate or someone you're supporting down in Division 2 or 3. No commentary, of course, it's just a live action feed, but still interesting if you want to go and take a look at how the lower divisions are getting on. I don't think it's actually something that we've boasted. It's not something we did last season at all, so nice to get insight on how the other two divisions are getting on. But this is where the Division 1 guys are hosted, and well, it's where they are putting on a fantastic show to keep all you viewers at home very much interested and in the loop. As we say, it's been very, very nicely presented for the first round here at Monza. It's a nice, calm way to get the season undergoing, as I was talking about. Christian Michael, doing a fantastic job just leading the way and trying to maintain the gap, just being consistent. He can't think about Roy de Munich behind him. He's got some clear air now. He's leading the way. He can't let that pressure get to him. He just has to keep doing what he's doing.
He certainly does, and this is really the point of the race, where if you're in that position, you got to push enough to keep yourself occupied, but you don't want to over push and cause an issue. And that is really where obviously the best drivers can get themselves in that zone, in the balance of pushing or not pushing, because if you start to back off too much, you then put the car in an awkward situation, because you're not going to the limit where the car sits there nicely. You're sort of being unloaded in certain places, and the car just in general doesn't act the same, and therefore it can actually be harder to drive if you're not pushing enough when you're used to the certain slides, the certain micro corrections throughout the corner. And it seems like Michel is able to hold on nicely, 3/10, about 4/10 almost quicker than the car behind of Juices on the last lap as well, so just doing a nice job.
Yeah, that's all he can do. He's been given this position. He just needs to press on and keep doing what he's doing. There's not really much more he can do unless you're doing your best and driving consistently and driving quickly, and just hope and see where you end up afterwards. But yeah, at least for now, driving very, very well indeed. A nice margin of 9 seconds back to the Juices Motorsport Club car of Roy de Munich. Behind that is, we'll take a look if there are any close battles on the circuit. I think it is sort of found its way out, but it is close, I will say, relatively speaking anyway, between the two leaders in the DPIs. We've got Christian Malguera and Rory McDuff separated by around about 7.5 seconds. And now, with how dominant Sim3 Esports seemed a little while ago, the fact that Race Clutch has been able to bring this margin back to around about 7.5 seconds, of course this is barring any last pit stops or things like that, it's pretty close.
It certainly is, and yeah, for sure, we mentioned they do need to make an extra stop, and I believe Race Clutches will be shorter, so therefore this gap, McLaren does need to worry about that, because that 7-second gap could easily come down by quite a big margin if the fuel numbers work their way against them. But for sure, this car's just had the pace either way. After everything's worked itself out, this was probably the fastest car today, with 40 minutes to remaining now in the race, and therefore they just need to try and bring that home. But they know there's still a fight on, because Race Clutch are going to be competitive in that final stint. Just a shame really for Valet dropping down almost 4 laps really, trying maybe a little bit too hard there in the final corner, making a mistake.
Yeah, it's it's all on them. They were completely by themselves. They made a mistake, but you can't help but feel sorry for them, as I've said many a time, because it does sting, because you put yourself into their shoes and you just think, that'd be so gutting if that was me. and yeah, it must just suck a lot. But there's still a lot of positives to take. That's all they really can take. There's no reason to dwell on the negatives. Bounce back, come back next time. You know, from being Division 2 in the preseason race last time out to round 1 and being a good contender in Division 1 right amongst some experienced guys, some really fast guys as well. They made a statement, and they're proving themselves to be at least maybe a threat for race wins, for podiums over the course of the championship. And maybe if they're not consistent enough to be in that championship hunt, they can certainly cause a headache.
Yeah, they certainly can, and it's one thing I want to see is how much prep they do for the next race. We mentioned Vince and Zidis both did about 700 laps each on the practice server. Of course, I think that would include from practice from the preseason earlier, but of course it's only one week before. When we come to the next race in Spa, are they going to have that same dedication to get up to speed, to push, and to get on the speed that they need to? I'm sure naturally they'll be naturally fast, because Spa is a fairly similar sort of track, but still, are they going to be as prepared? We will have to wait and see, because hopefully they don't get too disheartened with the result, because obviously the speed is there today.
For sure. And again, you just have to see how the season pans out. We've been talking about how the device, Jesus Christ, doing a Lewis McVeigh there. The diversity of tracks that we've got. We go to Spa in around about a month's time. Then a couple of months after that, we go to Laguna Seca, Daytona, Road America, Road Atlanta, track to be announced, and then of course to finish the season in fantastic style over at Le Mans. So we have got quite a big, diverse set of races and tracks to venture ourselves around. Going slowly, Rory McDuff losing a lot of time. What's happened here?
Yeah, I noticed he was about 30 seconds off. I don't know. It looks like he's on the code 80 and everyone else isn't. He's going very slow indeed. And this could be massive. I'm trying to think what it could be. I'm thinking it might be fuel. I wonder if he's missed the box, like forgot to pit, and now he's having to go around with maybe 1-2 litres left in the tank. And this is going to be, wow, this is going to be a huge still part of this race. That really gives it to Sinfreen, and he is going to really struggle to come back from that one, because I would assume maybe Seawolf are going to be close to, at least they're going to be a lot closer, but either way, they've given the place to Wanaka.
What happens when the car gets so low on fuel then? Is it just it goes into a low fuel mode and you can limp it home really slowly, or is it just dead, the tank's empty, that's it?
It's just, wait, he's going a bit faster again, that's weird. No, so basically, once you get, it depends on the car, but once you get to like 0.5 litres or something, the car will cough a little bit, and then when you get to 0, it just turns off. That's it. And there's no coming back from that. So he is probably pretty lucky that he still had maybe half a lap of fuel and he wasn't cutting it close, because if he missed the pit box with, say, 0.1, 0.2 litres, cutting it close, then he would have never been able to get back. But he's still in third place. And it does look like Seawolf are going to be getting past them, but that, of course, they'll probably need to do a pit stop of their own at some point as well.
I mean, at least he's to the end now. I suppose that's some form of yay, a bittersweet moment, I suppose. But yeah, it's a shame, because Rory McDuff was only about 6.5 seconds back off Christian Malguera, so could have been an interesting fight between the two. But it's going to be probably a smash and dash, and then off you pop to the end of the race. 35 minutes left to go. And yeah, it's such a shame, because this car has had pretty much a seamless race for the majority of it, as Malguera now comes down the pit straight. But they've had a pretty seamless race. They've had not many mistakes. Their pace has been really good. Their strategy's been all right, and it all unfolds right at the last second. It must be so heartbreaking.
That's why we go endurance racing. I always like to mention this, because obviously if this was a 4-hour race, we would have been packed up and gone home 90 minutes ago. But no, we're still racing, and therefore things can happen. And you just got to keep going, keep it consistent, keep the pace up, and see where you finish. It's not easy, and that is why, of course, there's only ever one winner in each class, because to get towards the front at the end of the day, someone has to win. And it's especially at this sort of level, the driving has been so fast between these guys. really on the limit of what the car can do. And it's just pretty crazy actually how the gaps have eventually spread out. We've only got 4 DPIs now on the lead lap.
And it's well, to be fair, for the category that we thought was going to be the most competitive, this is just the start, I think, of McDuff's troubles. He's going quickly at this point. Does he just miss? It just doesn't go. Just doesn't go into the pit lane. So nothing major. Actually, maybe it just cuts out a little bit there. I'm not sure really what's going on.
That's probably when he realised.
Yeah,
probably realised. He was like, oh no, I need to save fuel.
Not great. And he probably had his head in his hands at that point, just being like, what have I done? What have he done?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that he just forgot to pit. And it looks like he
distracted him.
Yeah, maybe something, I don't know. Obviously, he didn't even make any intention to go to the side, only after he went off the finish line, and then he probably was like, oh no. Has been done before, but yeah, what that has left is, as it stands, this car, Simframe number 21, now has a 41-second lead, but does still need to make a pit stop. So that will potentially come down a little bit, but either way, they are going to have a nice, comfortable finish here. And from where they started on poles and drop all the way down and then to come back up, certainly been a pretty decent race for them. Actually, no, sorry, it wasn't them who was on pole. It was the 15. So even better from a lower qualifying position to jump back up.
Yeah, not been a bad day in the office at all for them, and Christian Malguera especially has really come in clutch over the sort of the last 2 hours, really. However long he's been in the car, he's really pulled his weight and driven phenomenally from the start of his stint all the way till now, and he's got about half an hour left to go. And yeah, what seemed to be maybe Valet's day or Race Clutch's day, Simframe has just come out and really delivered. Chris Shepherd, the Wanako, coming in for his final stop of the day. A bit of a, not quite a full fuel tank, but enough to get him to the end. Bradley Sellers up into P4. And maybe even P3 if he can get onto the back of Chris Shepherd. Of course, was fighting with him a little bit earlier. I don't know if this is actually for position whether Bradley Sellers has made his final stop just yet or not. But yeah, no, Chris Shepherd as well has been sort of just driving his own race and doing quite well in that Wanako car as well. Coming out of the pit lane and up in a P3, it's not a bad result at all.
Absolutely not. And Chris Shepherd did get a bit of a slap on the wrist after the pre-season race with his involvement in that first lap incident, and was basically told not to start the race this week, which obviously changed their plans within the team a little bit. But they've been on the practice server all week doing so many laps in the car, and getting a podium today would be rather nice. But Bradley Sellers is trying to get closer with it. I think might still need to stop. I'm not exactly 100% sure on that one, but look just behind me. So this is P3 and 4, and here's McLaren, almost a whole lap ahead of third place. That is just crazy.
Sensational. And yeah, puts into perspective how well they have driven today as a team. It's always going to be a team effort in endurance racing, but yeah, have been head and shoulders above the rest, set the standard, and will be a tough ask for anyone to beat. It could be quite close as well between Bradley Sellers and Chris Shepherd a little bit in front. You can see the Team Ricky Monsters car now pulling to the left-hand side to go for the offensive maneuver, looking, and you can see on board looking to the rear end from Shepherd's car. They've got a bit of a Ferrari in front of them, though, that could play a factor and force Sellers' hand to back out of that move, and doesn't quite get the best drive off the corner. So at least for now, Shepherd's going to hang on.
Absolutely. This is getting to be a very nice battle indeed, and let's see how this one comes up towards this second chicane. Sellers getting closer and closer, but they will have the blue flags coming for the leader, so that might just hinder this battle.
Could play a factor, and maybe Bradley Sellers wants to move out of the way quickly so that when Chris Shepherd has to let through Malguera, he can then capitalise on that. But yeah, it's so awkward, and you've got blue flags and you're trying to fight for position as well, for a podium position as well. It's not even like it's for P8 or P9 or something like that. It's for a pretty important position in this race, P3 in the overall and the DPI category. So yeah, neither of them really want to back out, and they're not going to be too interested in Malguera and their blue flags. Of course they have to be, but yeah, you can see Sellers on the limit through Ascari, pushing the absolute limit of that DPI to try and get onto the back of Chris Shepherd, and I'm going to be very interested on how this fight pans out.
Yeah, this one is getting very close indeed. Sellers really trying to get past before the blue flags are coming his way. Out of this final corner, Shepherd holds on, keeps it towards the inside, the shortest line to try and get every last meter. But now we have McLaren there right in the slipstream of these guys as well, though not quite close enough to make an overtake. Sellers isn't letting him pass just yet. He's trying to get closer to Shepherd. He's trying to get closer as they go down the inside of the GTC centre car as come through the first chicane. And Sellers once again close enough, but we've seen this a few times this race. This Rookie Monsters car not going past cars in a straight line.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the legs down the straight to get it done, which around Monza kind of helps. Around any circuit, actually, straight line speed will help in wheel-to-wheel combat. Of course, through the corners, you might be able to lose a little bit of time, but if you're not quick down the straight, you are going to be a sitting duck because you can't make moves mid-apex. It doesn't matter how much quicker you are, you can't get that move done. It's all decided down the straight, and then, of course, on the brakes when you slam on the anchors. And for Bradley Sellers, neither of those have been of benefit to him. Maybe he's lost a bit of ground, lost a bit of momentum to Chris Shepherd. Might be a good idea to let Margera through early, and then, as I say, use him as sort of a something as a, I guess, a battering ram of sorts, not in the literal sense, but as a way to try and follow him through and then get past Chris Shepherd himself, because whatever Bradley Sellers is trying right now certainly isn't working. But I guess in his fairness, the traffic isn't helping. This could be interesting though through the Parabolica. Shepherd on a compromised line.
It certainly could. Out onto the start-finish straight once again as someone coming to pit lane. There's on-off racing in the LMP2 as Sellers getting the run. He's actually got the slipstream this time around. He's getting closer. He's getting closer. Cars up ahead. They shouldn't do this to the inside. Can Sellers outbrake Shepherd? No, Shepherd manages to cover that one off. And these guys still there ahead of McLaren. Haven't seen sort of spamming, flashing the lights, but I'm sure he wants to get past this battle as he's been held up just a little bit as Sellers now drops off the back of Shepherd.
I'm sure he's not too interested, actually, Margera. He's got 70 seconds back to Jan Katau in the Seawolf racing car. He's not too fast if he gets past these cars. He's not under no pressure, so he's not like, move out of my way. He's happy to just sit there and let them do their thing because it's no hamper or anything to him. He's just there enjoying the view, really, getting the front row seat to all of it. Of course, it will help if both of them move out of his way so he can press on and do his own thing and limit the risk of anything bad going wrong. But yeah, you can finally see that's Bradley Sellers moving out of the way of Margera and having to tuck in behind as they still, once again, combat their way through this train of cars. And yeah, Bradley Sellers really been held up in that sort of ordeal. He's lost a lot of time onto the back of Chris Shepherd, so it's going to take a while for the Team Rookie Monsters car to get back into contention for the podium.
It certainly is, and Shepherd now is in a good place because he will be able to make potentially a slightly nicer or sort of let through the lead a bit nicer and then maybe not lose as much time, and therefore Sellers overall has net loss there. As you see, I think Butler Power in the background getting into the pit lane for their final pit stop as Blackhawk Zancho are also in as well as we enter this final 30 minutes. And you will see, of course, the splash and dashes come here into fruition as the drivers now need to do the calculations of how much fuel to add.
It's going to be, you have to think on your feet. Think on your feet. You have to hope that you've made the right choice. You don't want to put too much in, but you don't want to put too little in. And it's definitely better to put too much in, but it can cost you a couple of seconds. And you do have to get that sweet spot. You don't want too heavy of a car, but also you don't want to run out of fuel on those final couple of laps. So it's going to be very tricky to time it to perfection. But yeah, that splash and dash has been looming over a lot of these cars, a lot of these drivers as well. But Bradley Sellers, despite any of that, ignoring all of that, he's 0.8 of a second on the back of Chris Shepherd, who doesn't have to stop. Of course, did make that fuel stop about 32 minutes left to go in this race. But once more, Sellers are getting so unlucky with this traffic. And it's not even like he's catching him and then it's like through the Lesmo or something like that, where it's like, okay, I can sacrifice a bit of time here, or it's through a genuinely slow speed corner like the rFactor. It's through a Scari, which is probably where the difference between those DPIs and the GTEs are going to be the widest.
Yeah, they certainly are. Sellers, as you say, lost so much time on that lap. He's really is far behind, so much so that Hoyer's actually caught up behind now. 1 second behind is Michi Hoyer for that 5th place currently. although he does need to stop again, which is going to change the course of that one. But for sure, it's been an up and down race for a lot of these teams, and I'm sure at some points they didn't think they were going to be fighting for where they were. And then another 19-20 seconds back is Race Clutch for 6th place. So yeah, just pretty crazy how these guys have yo-yoed during the race. But that is endurance racing and is just that close, but somehow the McLaren car is so far ahead of all these other DPIs. I'm sure all the DPI teams will have to analyse after this race and try and work out how they can catch up to to that number 21 car.
The best way to learn is to go against someone that's better than you, so you can see what they do and then think, oh yeah, that's what they're doing. They're braking here, they're doing this, and this is what they did in their strategy or whatever it is, and then you can learn from that, apply it to yourselves, and then try and bridge the gap. But yeah, for the slightly lower down teams that have been lapped, some teams, Valet and Race Clubs, have had an answer to them. Unfortunately, their strategy or mistakes have gotten in the way of that, but on pure pace, they were relatively matched. But yeah, for a lot of teams, they're going to have a look at that and think, what did we do wrong? And there's a Corvette off through Parabolic. I'm not entirely sure if that was by themselves or they were helped around. But either way, they should be able to get going. But Bradley Sellers already onto the back of Chris Shepherd. He closed that gap back up really quickly, looking to the right-hand side. Can he seal the deal on the brakes?
And he might be able to. Shepherd has been good on the brakes. So side by side through the first apex. Sellers around the outside now, the second one. And he's managed to make that move. Mitchie Hoy tried to get involved in this battle as well. Side by side through Curva Grande now between these two drivers. Shepherd there still side by side. And getting very close between the two. Onto the brakes now we're going to go. Shepherd naturally has been a bit better on the brakes, but Hoy's got through there to 4th place. Ricky Monsters up into 3rd. And Wanako losing 2 places in 2 corners.
I mean, that's how the pendulum swings, as you said, yo-yoing up and down the field. And yeah, that's unfortunate for Chris Shepherd to go from 3rd to 5th in the span of not even half a lap. Bradley Sellers getting a big old switch though off the exit of the second Lesmo. Mitchie Hoyer might actually be able to go for the move for the podium. Down in P8 not too long ago, had a bit of an incident with some of the lap traffic. Not too long ago either, but has really recovered well, bounced back, and could be in contention for this P3. They dart their way to lap the Porsche. You can see Bradley Sellers has only just got into that P3, but already under pressure as Mitchie Hoy pulls to the left-hand side. It'll be the long way around of the Parabolica. Can he be brave enough on the brakes? You can see Sellers dives in deep. Is it too deep? No. Mitchie Hoyer around the outside using the momentum. Has to tuck in behind though, but has put Bradley Sellers on a compromised line and might have the run with the slipstream.
He might just about do. Ricky Monsters want to be holding on to this 3rd place. Mitch Hoy, though, wants to be getting up into that 3rd place. Goes towards the outside in that burst eastward car on Ricky Monsters, but it looks like Ricky Monsters is going to be able to hold on to it on the exit of turn number 2. We'll get the slipstream up once again towards turn 3, but one of the Ferraris there on the inside. These guys need to go all the way around the outside, which they do, but Sellers are able to hold on through Curva Grande.
Curva Grande isn't the final 21 minutes of this race though, so he's managed to hold on for now, but how long will it last? Mitchie Hoyer is putting up a mighty offensive campaign to get himself onto the podium, and what a recovery it would be. This is our race leader, Christian Malguera, doing a fantastic job out in front, but we have to avert our attention to these guys because, yeah, what a fight it is. You can see Chris Shepherd is there, ready to pick up the pieces. You know, he's in the mix, but Bradley Sellers trying to hang on, and I think Cam's having a bit of a mare with the cameras. We are instructed to be in charge of the production and the cameras now, so it's our first time. Just give us a bit of slack, but we are still trying to focus all our attention on this fight. Mitchie Hoyer once again maybe having a look down to the Parabolica. Maybe he doesn't want to do it though. Maybe he's played the wiser and going to use that slipstream towards T1 once more.
Absolutely. Sellers getting a good exit though out of that final corner. Hoyer couldn't quite hold on as they come across the line to start another lap. 20 minutes to go in this race, and we still have a three-way battle here for the final podium place, and it's just going to be heating up even more as we've got traffic to come by and everything, and we still have a couple of splash and dashes to be made by some of the teams.
Very true. And we'll have to wait and see. Bradley Sellers seems to have the measure over everyone else, but Hoyer is there, looming. The slipstream not as strong as some people would have hoped, but still strong-ish and still enough to keep Hoyer in contention. and that's that pressure that Bradley Sellers will start to feel as we close into the final 20 minutes of this race. It's been boiling down to this over the course of the last 5 hours and 40 minutes of racing. And what a finish it should be. Not the fight for the race lead that we potentially would have hoped between 4 teams, as was once maybe promised earlier on, but still a magnificent fight all the way to the end, hopefully with this podium.
Yes, absolutely. It's getting very close for these guys, and they'll be trying to get ahead of each other. But of course, this battle is going to be very quick and very fast indeed as we come towards turn number 1. The final corner, I should say, Parabolica for another time, and then we'll be coming down the start-finish straight. And is Richie going to be close enough? There's a slow car. Is that the Sinfreen? Is that the Sinfreen car? They're having a bit of an accident. It's certainly one of them as we get this run towards the line first of all. It's not McLaren, it is the other car there is having a bit of an issue. Bradley Sellers third place, trying to have this battle with Michi Hoy as we come towards first corner. Is Michi Hoy going to be able to hold on around the outside turn 1? No, between the two doesn't look like. Fair battle through turn 2. And Hoyer holds on to this third place for now. Crazy
stuff, and a bit of a scare there for our race leaders. We thought it was, had to cut away just to confirm it, but yeah, it's not Malguera, but Michi Hoyer up into P3. A magnificent move around the outside to utilise the brake pedal, and now Bradley Sellers has got to do all that hard work again. He managed to get himself up into P3, but Michi Hoyer was not letting that go easy, and now he'll start to feel the pressure. Going to take another look as to what happened. This is the other sim frame esports. Smurray, Glio, and on the exit of Ascari, a big hit as well. That is not for the faint-hearted. That is going to be a couple of pirouettes as well. Taps the rear end of the car for good measure, and yeah, it was the slightest tap as well. It wasn't even much contact at all.
Yeah, that was a big hit though. That's going to be a lot of damage repair. I can't remember exactly what the maximum damage repair is, but I think it's something like even maybe up towards 10 minutes. So they're not going to get too long if they have to repair from that. Some regular it is, and rejoining the track, that is certainly going to be a bit of a Austin Powers moment, and hopefully he doesn't come on to the track. Oh, that's how he lost his rear wing. Was himself there. That's going to add, yeah, that is going to be. And yeah, that's going to be a big damage repair for him.
Yeah, not great. All on his own as well. It was the slightest, just reverse back into the wall to try and get going again. Of course, didn't want to go onto the circuit, so had to go forward and back and then forward and back to get it back. And unfortunately for him, just tapped the wall. It was the slightest thing as we see Michi Hoyer into the pit lane. So he got up a good chance for the podium, but has now had to tumble down to P7. And I think Chris Shepherd is to the end. I'm not entirely sure if Bradley Sellers is to the end, but if that is the case, then Shepherd should be secure for this P3, because we saw him come in with 30 minutes left to go. He should be okay to the end.
Yeah, he should. Anyone pitting after sort of 40 minutes is going to be okay, because even if it was sort of 1 lap long, they might be able to save that lap of fuel if they need it. But there, Michi Hoyer comes out in 7th place, as we see who else is out of the pit lane. Yanka Tao in the pit lane. And we've got a slow car on track. I wonder if that is Smereglio. For some reason, this is another lap he's gone around without a rear wing. I wonder if maybe he didn't choose a damage repair or something like that correctly. But he is coming back in. And that car, the number 15, is unfortunately, their race has just gone, gone from bad to worse, unfortunately.
I think we've all been there though. I'm talking about my first endurance race. Had that crash, towed back to the pit lane, and then after the tow, didn't select the fast repair or anything. So I then had to go around the entire Circuit de la Sarthe, pull back into the pit lane, and then sit there for half an hour while I waited for the damage repairs. It was horrible. And I feel so incredibly sorry for my teammate Tony Rodrigo as well, because the poor thing had to deal with me. Fortunately for him, I only did about an hour and a half of driving overall. He did the rest of the race. But yeah, no, we've all been there. Can empathise with that a little bit. This is the fight though for P5 in the LMP2 between Lemoyne in the on-off racing car and the driver just in behind for P6. And that is Andrea Terzi, again trying to fight for P5, and again has been quite close between everyone up and down the field, and it's all funneling down to this final bit.
Yes, certainly is. On-off racing having a really nice result with a P5. Of course, they want to hold on to that, but the reigning LMP2 champs in P6 are trying to have their say about this. And is that just a car a little bit further up now? Unfortunately, the car ahead of them is also I know it is. I'm trying to work out. No, it's Moritz Mel, sorry. So the car a bit further up the road, Moritz Mel, that is 4th position. The one in between the arms car is not 4th position. So if this 5 car, the 5th place car, the On-Off Racing, can work themselves up, they might just be able to get, you can see the Goating car in the middle of the straight here. They might just be able to get them with some good pace.
Maybe so, but he's not got long to do it. 14 minutes left. That's around about, I want to say 6 or 7 laps left of this race. Not long at all. So time is running out. Time is certainly not on Andreas Terzi's side. So needs to get this move done quickly because you never know when it's going to, if you can get the opportunity again. Needs to get that track position and then needs to get up ahead. But talking about the interval, actually, he's fallen off quite a lot. Onto the back of Lemoyne, Andrea Terzi. It's now tumbling down. Oh yeah, coming to the pits, of course. Had a blonde moment again, and is into the pit lane for the splash and dash. Now, I'm not sure if Lemoyne has to do it as well, though. That could bring them back together in a couple of moments' time.
Yeah, that is the splash and dash coming the way of some of these teams as well for Liam Duval, who's now down to that 2nd place. I haven't been keeping up to date with their pit strategies, but you would hope that Hemmingson is also doing that. Otherwise, that is going to be an awkward moment for Shauna Lacey, who have been leading this way rather comfortably so far, as Go Team coming into the pit lane, as well as Visceral there with Godrecki as well. So final splash and dash is coming your way.
Yeah, and shouldn't spice things up too much because I think everyone's really in the same boat. No one's really going to try and nurse it all the way to the end because that's going to be, I mean, unless they've been planning it for the entire race to, go the final 12.5 minutes. They've been saving 12.5 minutes of fuel throughout the final 6 for the whole 6 hours. Then fair enough. But I think everyone is going to be in the same thing and have to come in as Hemmingson is in, so he's not going to pull some absolutely remarkable thing where he's going to stay out for the final 12 minutes and take the win over Liam Duval. But yeah, who will inherit the race lead back after a dominant display in that Sean Lacey esports car. Jan Katau in the Seawolf net race car. They've all funneled their way out, I think. So this is the fight for 2nd place. Chris Shepherd in the Wanaka car has inherited it, and now Jan Katau is trying to chase him down. 1.3, 1.5 seconds is the gap between them, and Chris Shepherd has done just a miracle here to put himself into this position. Can he hang on to it, though? That is the question.
Can he indeed? Very close, and you can just see behind how far Race Clutch are. 18 seconds now. That was a very costly P2 that they have lost from that one. 11.5 minutes to go. And it is starting to spice up indeed. Final pit stops coming your way. Top 4 all on the soft tyres in DPI. Then the next 2 are on the mediums. And you can see also in LMP2, all the different tyres being used, as well as in GTE. So these new tyres, certainly this season, have been a very good factor. There's a bit of a late dive down the inside there from Shepherd on the Ramada. I believe that is Porsche coming out of the final corner, as Patel is now within a second, and we'll start to get the slipstream here and there. He lost a bit of time on that on the lap before the one we just did, but he's now starting to close back in.
He is indeed. You can see it's going to be a fight as Chris Shepherd seems to be struggling. Jan Katau a bit more committed, a bit more confident on the brakes, and was able to close up a couple of attempts down in towards T1. The Retfilio chicane, that might be where he's eyeing up the move. If he can be a bit more confident on the brakes, he might actually eye up the move to the inside. That's another thing. You sit behind your opponent, you start to analyze, you know their strengths, their weaknesses, where you can capitalize, where you can find a way through. But Jan Katau certainly looks interested for that 2nd place. Is Chris Shepherd too fast in fighting for it, though? Because 2nd or 3rd, it's still a podium. Does he want to risk it?
Does he indeed? Let's see. It's going to be a tough battle, though. Between the two. Shepherd is not the type of guy to give up a place, but how much does he want it? Jan Katau now getting the slipstream up towards Ascari once again, but it seems like that Wanaka car's got enough there in the straight line to hold him back. Of course, this is not going to be an easy overtake for 2nd place. It's the top positions, and no one gives anything. Final 10 minutes now of the 6 hours of Monza, the first race of season 15 here for the Virtual Endurance Championship, the first of 8 rounds. And we still do not know exactly the finishing order, which is great to see. At least in this DPI battle, we are getting some very close some very close battles as we come across the line now to start another lap. As the slipstream comes the way of Kitao once again. Is he going to be able to get close enough to dive it down under the brakes? Shepard, as we've seen before, very good on the brakes indeed. Kitao's going to have to do something late, but Shepard enough there just to defend.
Trying to deter or threaten him is Jan Kitao, really, to the inside of Chris Shepard, just to say, oh, I'm here, I'm going for the move. And then the theory is that Chris Shepard could be like, oh no, and then dive out the way. But unfortunately for Kitao, he didn't flinch. So it was worth a good attempt trying to spot his breaking point, see if there was an opportunity to the inside, but has to sit back for now. But how much longer can he sit back for? Because time is running out. He needs to make this move done sooner rather than later if he is going to get this move done. 6 tenths between the two. They are pretty much firmly established as a battle. Jan Kitao, though, is not quite close enough to go for the move. We saw Chris Shepard keep Bradley Sellers and Michi Hoyer back for a couple of laps. He's going to be trying to replicate that now with Kitao.
Yeah, these guys just battling so much, and they're trying to really work themselves out. But of course, it's easier said than done. Kitao losing some more time on this lap, and just falling a little bit out of that the sort of slipstream window that he really needs. And while this battle just calmed a little bit, just want to go over the fact that Duval has finally regained that lead with Hemmingson, as you mentioned a few laps ago, going into the pit lane, so no worries from their side. But also in this battle, the gaps have been very big indeed. Hemmingson some 20 seconds behind Duval, and then Mark Veit for Blackhawk Zancho is another 75 seconds back and is the last car on the lead lap. Such is the way that has worked out. And in your GTE battle, we have Christian Michel here leading the way for the number 91 needracing.com, and he has a comfortable lead over Roy Demunck there for the other Juices Motorsports Club car in the 73. And the update on the 74 is that they are 3 laps down, unfortunately 10th in class.
I mean, that's to be expected after the hit that they took and had to crab their way back, but still pressing on, trying to get some points out of this race as we cut back to this fight for second place in the DPI category between Seawolf Net Race and the Wanaka car. Chris Shepard at the wheel in P2, Jan Kitao just in behind in P3, fighting for the podium places to settle it, because they've got a big old margin back to Roy McDuff in P4, 22.5 seconds, so they can afford to fight if they're interested in it. Of course, they both want the podium, but they want to finish as high up as possible in a race of attrition, it must be said. Jan Kitao looking to the right-hand side and towards the Parabolica. Is he brave on the brakes? Is Chris Shepard going to give him the space? Contact! Oh, Jan Kitao's been sent off. What a shame for him, but what an opportunistic move. You have to say it was a little bit too ambitious. Chris Shepard coming across him, slight bit of contact, and Kitao's chances of P2 are well and truly over.
Yeah, I'd like to see that from Kitao's onboard to see just if he was a little bit too late, but for sure minimal room was given as well, as it's such a hard fight. And Kitao just just having some forces put on his front end, meaning going for a spin. And I think just a little bit unlucky there. It was a bit late, that has to be said, but I was thinking just a little bit unlucky with how it ended up being him the one to spin. But he had to go for it, and it hasn't worked out. But is he going to be close enough? 8 seconds, yeah, probably too far away to come back from that.
It's going to be very difficult indeed. We're going to take a look on board with Jan Kitao. Bit of a way back into Parabolica. You're not on the brakes for very long. It's a big send. Shepard, to be fair to him, he's already turning, and by the time Jan Kitao is alongside, Shepard is already committed to that corner, and there's not really much you can do with how sensitive these DPI cars are. He can't exactly just completely bail out and give Kitao a world of space on the inside. It was a good effort, but there's better places to go for the move. He had the pace. If he was just a little bit more patient, probably could have actually got that move done quite easily.
Yeah, it looked a bit closer from the TV camera. That onboard definitely shows, yeah, way too far back. If he, properly dived on the brake, got himself alongside, he might have been able to do a little bit of door banging and be okay. But because he was so late, he only had his nose in there. Oh, as he goes a little bit wide, I think, coming out of that final corner this time around. So, yeah, just not quite doing what he needed to. I mean, most people probably would have gone for that as well, because the move was certainly coming, but it hasn't worked out, and they're probably going to finish in third place now.
Yeah, I mean, still P3, not the worst result in the world, but they would have been hoping for just a little bit more. And yeah, now just accepting that reality, and trying to settle it and bring it home for the final 4.5 minutes of this race. Not long left to go, so not really much you can do, and it's a shame for them, and it's a shame that it ended that way, because I'm sure it would have been an absolutely titanic battle between the pair of them, but nothing that Chris Shepherd done wrong there. A bit of desperation for Jan Katal, getting a bit impatient, stuck under the rear wing of him, which happens to the best of us. But yeah, still P3, P2, P3, similar results, so not at all too bad. This is the fight then for P9 in the LMP2 category. We've got Alex Voitala on the back of Zitiello, just in front of him, so very close still, and just goes to show that there are a couple of battles on track left to be decided.
Certainly are, and it doesn't matter if it's for 10th place. Drivers are going to fight for every position. As you say, Voitala there trying to get the run on Zitiello as we come towards the first corner, and that car ahead of him, Zitiello, actually is a 200 number car, the 242, which means they started in Division 2, so they were also another team to get promoted after the pre-season race. And here they are in P9 today. 2 laps down, but P9. And Voitala trying to get on the back of him. But for sure, that is going to be a tough battle. Only tenths between them on pure pace. But is there going to be enough to make that move? 3 minutes to go. And just a couple, probably 3 laps to go for them to make the move.
Absolutely, not much in it at all. Also talking about close battles left to be decided, it is pretty close for P6 overall between Michi Hoyer and Bradley Sellers, only a few tenths separating them as well as they come down towards the retifido, so we'll have to split our attention between both battles. But yeah, Michi Hoyer and Bradley Sellers has been boiling up. It was a fight for a podium a little bit earlier on, but after the splash and dash sequence settled itself out, turns out it's only for 7th place. So very, very close indeed. And what's happened?
Sellers went off the screen. DNF disconnection that must have been for Bradley Sellers.
Ouch.
That is such a shame. Coming through Curva Grande there, just disappeared off the screen and disconnected from the session. Rookie Monsters had such good pace today. P6, P7 probably wouldn't have been what they would have hoped for, but they definitely have some potential in that car. So I do hope they come back strong in Spa. That is such a disappointing way, because there isn't really enough time for them to come and rejoin. It may just be enough, but yeah, that is such a shame for that team.
It is. It's so disappointing and so gutting. So close to the end. Your broadband, everything's hung on so well the last 5 hours and 58 minutes, and then the final 2 minutes, it's like, nah, not gonna happen. You're not gonna finish this race. Just to be out of order, really. But yeah, it's a shame for them. But I'm sure they'll bounce back. They're an experienced team. They're a feisty team. They're a fast team as well. So I'm sure there will be more to come. Also, in the LMP2 category, there's a fight for P7 Guillaume Mas with Godrecki just in behind as well. So still got 2 battles nonetheless to focus our attention on as we head towards what I believe will be the penultimate lap of this race. And yeah, still looking forward to seeing what these guys can do for sort of the lower midfield range of the LMP2 class.
Yeah, I didn't quite see when the leader went by, but I think it's going to be close to another lap. But let's see, side by side in towards the final corner. Visceral there, down the inside. Lovely move. Go Team Racing, give them the room, but that's a bit of a wiggle on the exit. So Go Team Racing, Guillaume Mas is going to be coming back indeed as we're getting the slipstream towards turn number 1 for another time. Can Guillaume do this inside the final minute of the race? Getting the slipstream towards turn number 1. Towards the outside now he's gone, but that is certainly going to be a bit of a defensive line. As you see, Division 2, Division 3 also coming towards the end of this race. Satellite and Force Slovakia both leading the way still from where we saw them some minutes ago. And we're just now 35 seconds left with the leader, number 21, coming up towards the final corner. So I think we are just going to sneak into another lap for Christian McLaren. He actually does have the gap to slow down, but I think he will continue. 20 seconds to go as we come out to the final corner. Is he going to slow down? Doesn't look like it. We've got 1 more lap to go here in Division 1.
1 more lap, and it's going to be a victory lap really for Christian Malguero, who has been so dominant, it must be said. Has done a fantastic job from start to finish of their stint. The team as well has put in a fantastic amount of effort in a race of attrition with how close it's been with Valet and with Race Clutch. They are the ones that are going to reign victorious, and weren't the ones that flinched. They put in the work with a strategy and everything of the sort. So very, very interesting. But Division 2 and Division 3 now coming through their respective final corners to take victory.
They certainly are, and it looks like it's going to be the number 205 Satellite Racing to take the victory there for their race, and then it is going to be the 348 for Slovakia car as well, wanting to win that Division 3. Then we have the Armed Cyber car there of Martino for the LMP2s in the Division 2 category as well, because Division 2 still has all 3 classes before we go to the GTE category, with Juices Motorsports Club taking the victory and Geo Sim Racing 6 taking the victory in the GTEs there as well. And we also have to look on the screen for Division 1 that we've been following for the last 6 hours. It's been up, it's been down, but at the end of the day, it is going to be the number 21 Sim3 Esports, Christian Maglera, taking it home. What a monstrous stint that was in the middle of the race to get them back in contention. And in the end, they're going to win by best part of a lap. Everyone has got to do a good job to beat them in a few weeks at Spa, but it is the 6 hours of Monza for the number 21 Sim3 Esports. They will be very happy with that. And now, coming to the LMP2s, Liam Duval, the number 33 John Lacey Esports car, coming through Sector 2. They, of course, need to finish their own race, and they as well have a nicely 22 seconds they have made up over the course of the race, and they'll be very happy with that one because they've done the strategy. They've made sure they haven't done the extra tyre stopping, and Zach, is safe to say they've done an amazing performance today.
They have. Dominant. Liam Duval hasn't really looked back since the start of his stint. This is Christian Mikel, who's done a fantastic job in the GTEs to really have a surprise victory.
Certainly indeed. KneeRacing.com on debut, come across the line. They've had a couple of issues here and there during the race, but the Juices car unfortunately came cropper to an incident, and Need Racing there coming across the line to take victory for the GTE category, followed by the other Juices, the number 73 in that second place. But back to the LMP2s, we are going to see, there's a slow car there, almost in the way of Liam Duval, but he manages to avoid and takes victory in the LMP2s. They'll be very, very happy with that one indeed. Good pace, good strategy, and overall there's not much more you can say about that one. But this race was a bit crazy. Strategy was all over the place. The updated sort of physics to the cars, the updated tyres, it certainly put us in a good step for how this season is going to go.
It's certainly setting us up for a good season as Goodrecki smokes his engine across the line, and that is an unfortunate way to end this race. Still coming home in P8 though, still coming home, so that's that. But yeah, what a race it was, and really looking forward to Spa.
Indeed, and here is that confirmation of the race results. Simfreem getting that P1, followed by Juanaco and Seawolf on the podium. Race Clutch, after that running out of fuel incident from Roaring McDuff, managed to salvage a P4, but really that should have been P2. They'll be a bit gutted with that one. Maradna Sea Stars coming from a bit lower down in qualifying to get to P5. Burst Esports, their reigning champions, but unfortunately P6 for them today. DX Droids in 7th, and Rookie Monsters with that disconnection. Just a couple of laps to go. They'll be, looking to come back better from that one. Then Valet Esports, what a job that 223 car did. Look out for them over the course of this season. And then Smregio there, unfortunately, having a bit of a crash in the final hour of the race. On to the LMP2s now, and there is confirmation of Jean Lacey Esports, followed by R8G and Black Hawk Zancho to round out the first podium of the season. Go Team getting 4th in the end. The race wasn't looking so promising in the mid part, but they managed to come back. On-off Racing, they're rounding out the top 5, followed by your reigning champions of Simfreem. Their Go Team Racing in their second car, Visceral, Armed Cyber and Butler Powell, rounding out the top 10 of the LMP2 category. Before we go down, have a couple more LMP2s, Mugen, Pescarolo and Undercover Rage in there, unfortunately being some laps down before we get to the GTEs. KneeRacing.com, followed by the number 73 Juices Motorsports Club car. Jean Lacey Esports getting a double podium today in the LMP2 and GTE category. GTC Race Centre and P1 Esports rounding out to the top 5, followed by Blackhawk and DX Droids there in the top 7 of the GTE category, followed by Seawolf Net Race, the other Go Team racing car. Juices Motorsports Club, who unfortunately got involved in that incident while they were in the lead. They'll be looking to come back stronger and get back the points that they lost today, followed by Ramada, Maradnis, Sim Racing for Holland, and Scuderia Leone, who had many, many issues today. That's your 37-car field for this 6 hours of Monza. But Zach, we don't have to wait too long. 1st of October, 8 hours of Spa coming up. It's going to be exciting.
Should be indeed extra 2 hours onto the clock. A very similar-ish circuit to Monza, actually. A lot of straights at Spa. Very, very wide, very good at overtaking as well. And a very historic and iconic circuit. So it should be an absolute cracker in a few weeks' time. I, for one, can't wait.
Absolutely. And then we got 7 races to go before we get to Le Mans there in June. It's going to be amazing. And we thank you all for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the coverage for...
Disconnected.